Check. Hello. Check one. One. Check. Check one.
Hmm? Okay. It's very low, the volume. Volume is low. Check. नहीं होगा कोई बात नहीं. तो बता. मैं यहीं से. Okay, I'm beginning. Mic testing. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I request you all to kindly be seated. We are about to start our session shortly. I request each one of you to kindly be seated. We are about to begin our opening session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, and the young minds from the school, the leaders of tomorrow, I wish you a very good morning. I welcome you all on behalf of Food Future Foundation to the Food System Coalition Consultation Workshop, which is a testament to our collective commitment to creating a brighter, more sustainable food future, not just for ourselves, but for the planet we call home. With deep reverence, we gather to offer our heartfelt respect to Goddess Annapurna, the benevolent provider of food and sustenance to all beings, with a captivating and elegant dance performance by a learner from Lotus Valley International School, Gurugram. Please welcome on stage our young budding artist.
यन्तु नद्यः वर्षन्तु प्रचन्नः सुपिपिला ओषधयः भवन्तु अन्नवताम् ओदनवताम् मामिक्षवतम् येषां राजा भूयासन ओदनमुद्भुवते परमिष्ठवः एषः यदोदनः परमामयेव आयनम शृङ्गमयते ॐ शान्तिः 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 अन्नपूर्णे सदा पूर्णे अन्नपूर्णे सदा पूर्णे शङ्कर प्राणवल्लभे अन्नपूर्णे सदा पूर्णे शङ्कर प्राणवल्लभे ज्ञानवैरागसिद्ध्यर्थं ज्ञानवैरागसिद्ध्यर्थं भिक्षां देहि च पार्वती भिक्षां देहि च पार्वती भिक्षां देहि च पार्वती माताश्च पार्वती देवी पिता देवो महेश्वरा माताश्च पार्वती देवी पिता देवो महेश्वरा बान्धवा शिवभक्तश्च बान्धवा शिवभक्तश्च स्वदेशो भुवनत्रयं स्वदेशो भुवनत्रयं स्वदेशो भुवनत्रयं स्वदेशो भुवनत्रयम्.
With deep reverence and heartfelt gratitude, we offer salutations to Ma Annapurna, the goddess of food and nourishment. We acknowledge the vital role food plays in nurturing and sustaining both our bodies and our souls. May all beings receive their daily sustenance. Bhokta Devo Maheshwara Anna Dosho na lipyate.
Thank you for joining us in this sacred moment. That was Angel Khanna, grade 11, Lotus Valley International School, Gurugram. What a mesmerizing and elegant portrayal of the abundance and grace bestowed upon us by Goddess Annapurna. With hearts full of gratitude, let us now proceed with our session. Drawing inspiration from Toni Morrison's wisdom, who wisely said, "If we do not create the future, the present extends itself." We gather here today not as passive spectators of the present, but as proactive builders of a better tomorrow. It was only a couple of weeks back, Pawan sir read out an insightful quote by T.K. Nalaika. Malnutrition can be as common in poverty as in wealth, one for the lack of food, the other for the lack of knowledge of food. A significant part of our coalition's focus will be directed towards school children and youth because they are central to driving change in our food systems. Educating them is paramount. After all, food literacy plays a vital role. Don't we all agree?
Excuse me, ma'am, may I say something?
Yes? Oh, yes.
Ma'am, I'm Kaina Malik from Lotus Valley International School, Gurugram.
The head girl of Lotus Valley International School. Kaina, why don't you join me here? Let everyone see you. Why are you standing at the back?
All right, ma'am, that's very kind of you. Thank you, ma'am. So, ma'am, I had a question that we've always heard about, I've always heard about these challenges that are being faced in the field of livelihood, food, agriculture. Good morning, everyone. And I would just like to know that why does it always feel that the children are at the receiving end?
Oh, is that how we make you feel? I'm so sorry. It's not like that. Actually, we are really concerned about your health. You are our future. We are also concerned about the health of the humanity, the collective well-being of our people, community at large, and the sustainability of planet.
Yes, ma'am, but affecting people's health and the planet's health, how are the children affecting this? Or rather, a better question would be, how can we bring about pivotal change?
You are not affecting health. Your health is getting affected, Kaina, and this is where we come in. We are just trying to help you empower with the knowledge and the skills to, navigate, to help you navigate through the complex food systems so that you can make wiser choices.
But ma'am, food systems, I don't understand what makes our food system so complex.
Do you remember playing the Tangram? Are you familiar with it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just last month or 2 months back, we had our first cohort of food fellows joining us at the Food Future Foundation office. One day when I went there, I saw them sitting huddled up, in Pawan sir's office, and they all were sitting down with that, with the slide, the small little tiles of Tangram. And what they came up with was so beautiful. They made a butterfly with the 7 tiles and representing the 7 wings of the butterfly. And that became our food system transformation butterfly. And this is exactly what I was about to present here just before you came in. So why don't you join me? Because we have children from your school representing the beautiful butterfly come up through their dance performance.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Yeah,
I would be
so let's
honored.
please welcome the beautiful butterfly formation.
Malnutrition, a haunting duality of undernutrition overnutrition, and the silent presence of hidden hunger. Food waste and food loss. It casts looming shadows, mocking our efforts to feed a hungry world. Climate change disrupts the threads of our global food tapestry. Biodiversity loss. Our insatiable hunger for uniformity drives biodiversity to the brink. Water scarcity. Water, the lifeblood of Mother Earth, strained by the demands of agriculture, threatening the very source of our sustenance. Social inequalities. Within the abundance, stark divides persist, depriving marginalized communities of food. Changing diets. Dietary shifts steer us toward the perilous shores of unhealthy food, with obesity and diet-related diseases looming ahead like an approaching storm.
कृधाति धागेना धुन घेना धागेना धा तिटिके ताके थने धागेना धुन तुन तुन तुन्ना तुन्ना घेना घेना घेके ताके थने धा घेना 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 धीना घेना धागेना धा तिटे कता कता कता
my beautiful butterflies, each one of you representing an action area. So, Kaina, where are you now?
Right here, ma'am. Ma'am, but I agree, that truly was an eye opener to see the beautiful butterfly formation. But I still have a doubt, ma'am. When you talk about informed food choices, how does one really do that? Because all we get to hear, all children that we get to hear, is as children, we always hear, don't eat this, don't eat that, this is unhealthy, this is not good for you. So, like, how do we make those informed food choices?
So, this is what I told you earlier that, see, when I come to your school, I think you all are doing so much about, sustainability. You're doing small little activities, and that's for the planet's health. But when it comes to your own health, I think you really need a little bit of, hand-holding, guidance. We need to empower you with the skills and the knowledge to make healthier choices.
But ma'am, I'm in 12th grade, okay? And I'm preparing for my board examinations. And I am 16, going on 17, and I've got studying to do. Reading at night with cravings to fight, I'm lured towards junk food. Sorry, I have this habit that I kind of go into a...
Kaina, your director principal, ma'am, and your vice principal are sitting right in front of you.
Ma'am?
So you're complaining.
No, but I have this habit that I just go into a song all the time. So, sorry, but coming back, ma'am, why put up those yummy addictive snacks on the shelves when we can't eat it without our mums worrying about it all the time? That, they always keep saying, why don't you get this, healthier alternative at home? So,
I'm also a mother to two grown-up children. I think they do a lot of cooking. They help me with cooking and, that skill to develop and eat their own or, cook their own healthy snacks. So, how much of cooking do you do?
Ma'am, I believe in something that's called intuitive cooking, if you'll accept that.
Okay.
It's quite self-explanatory. I just follow my intuition. So if I have to fix up some eggs in the morning, I would just crack one up in the pan, and it would be very calm and still at first, but then it'll start wiggling, all weird. But then it'll become calm again. So I figured that it's kind of
done.
ready. Yeah.
I think we need to add more of this. It's unique and a novel skill, and I think we should add it to our food literacy curriculum. And I can even get the chefs, who are going to be present here to, take tutorials from you.
No, ma'am, from me? Nah.
Intuitive cooking, so it can also be like, if you're supposing asked to boil milk or watch over it, then intuitive cooking means that before or when it's about to boil over, then your mama is like, Kaina, like that.
It's true.
So that's also intuitive coming from mama.
It has boiled over multiple times.
It has boiled over.
Yeah. But ma'am, food literacy, it's very confusing for children nowadays. And honestly, in our curriculum, we don't have a lot of emphasis on this term food literacy as such. So don't you think, I suggest that there should be some sort of food manual curriculum for children.
Manual? Okay, so I think you can take it as a manual only. Absolutely. I think, let me bring this food literacy curriculum to life for you. I have a surprise for you.
Okay.
Why don't you sit here? Watch
All right.
it.
Good morning, one and all. I am Prithvi. I am Suraksha, and we, along with our friends, are so excited to take you, Kaina Didi, and everyone present here on exciting food expedition. It is on this journey that we became aware of the food we eat and explored its importance in our lives. Learning about food is a lot more than knowing what's on our plates. It's about understanding where our food comes from, how it's grown, and the impact of our choices we make on the environment. It is all thanks to our food literacy classes where learning has been a feast for the mind and knowledge has become the most delicious treat of all. Thank you for joining us as we take you, Kaina Didi, towards a brighter future, a food literate future, a future we aspire to create. I agree with you, Prithvi. It's not about what we eat today. It's about the healthier, happier planet we'll help create with a promising tomorrow. For you, for me, and this entire human race. Hello everyone, I'm Chetna. Are you aware of its meaning in English? I just blurted out the meaning. Chetna means awareness. It's all about being aware of self, our body, and our mind. Since my early days in kindergarten, I've been learning and discovering parts of my body and all the special jobs my each body part does. I've also learned a lot about my feelings. It has helped me to express my emotions. When I'm angry, sad, or hurt, I say it. It's good to talk about our feelings. Hello again. भूल तो नहीं गए ना? I'm Chetna and now I'm in grade 5. Oh, how empowering it is to know so much about our body. I am here in my food lab. Look at the wonder machine, the human body that contains 206 bones, 650 muscles, and billions of neurons that work in harmony. The lessons are super fun to read. Did you know that the funny bone is not actually a bone? Then what is it? It is a spot right here where the ulnar nerve is and causes a funny tingling sensation each time I bump it against a door or desk. We all must know the core values like honesty, respect, kindness, and empathy. Empathy. These are like the guiding stars in our hearts. Oh, I can see my teacher walking with the assignment booklets. I must go help her. See you around.
Hello everyone, nice to meet you again. Are you serious? Have you not recognized me? I am Chetna. Growing up has been a wonderful journey. I learned all about my growth spurts and body changes in my food literacy lesson titled Be Proud, Be You. I learned about having a positive body image. We should embrace our bodies, be confident, and love ourselves just the way we are. How beautiful it is to respect diversity and treat everyone kindly. Oh, I gotta go. I feel like we're drowning in assignments and projects. Thank heavens for the physical activity classes we have regularly. I love that energy.
I am Suraksha. My safety and well-being is of utmost importance to me and to everyone around me. My parents, grandparents and teachers. I have been taught right from nursery grade how to take care of myself and my belongings. I also learned about staying away from strangers and seeking help from trusted adults. Understanding the difference between safe and unsafe situations. And not to forget, I also learned about staying safe around fire, water, electricity, and road safety measures. I feel safe, I feel strong. While learning about road safety and safety hazards is important, I wonder what will happen if my friend or my younger sister, if ever they got hurt, especially when there is no doctor around us? The curriculum teaches basic first aid and injury prevention. This knowledge can be a lifesaver. This was about accidental safety. I asked myself, am I safe within myself? Am I strong enough to stand up for myself? Can I express my needs and thoughts? I learned from this lesson growing up healthy, safe, and secure. In this learning journey, I also learned how to be a smart media user and how to manage our tech time wisely.
I am now in the 8th grade. I often find myself succumbing to the peer pressure to do things that I didn't necessarily want to do, just to fit in or avoid being teased. Learning to be assertive was a game changer for me when it came to dealing with peer pressure. I learned to stand up for myself in a calm and respectful manner. I learned how to say no when needed and to express my thoughts without feeling guilty or anxious. Next month, we will delve into the topic of steering clear from substance misuse. We'll begin by gaining knowledge of commonly misused substances and the severe consequences they can bring about.
Hello everyone, I am Annapurna, which means the giver of complete nourishment that comes from the food we eat. I recall as a nursery kid what an exciting journey it was to learn about the diverse worlds of crunchy, juicy, and colorful fruits and vegetables. We even made rainbow fruit chart in the food lab. My mother tells me I was quite a fusspot when it came to drinking milk. However, everything changed when I attended a food literacy class and discovered how important milk is for making my bones strong and healthy. For I am a budding badminton champion, you see, Saina Nehwal in the making. Learning about the incredible journey milk takes from the cow to my cup made it all the more fascinating.
Hi, I'm Annapurna. As soon as I got promoted to grade 5, I became so curious to know what all I will get to learn in my food literacy classes. After discovering the wonders of herbs, spices, cereals, millets and pulses, I thought I had seen it all in my food literacy curriculum. But then I stumbled upon a lesson about meat, fish, poultry and eggs from animal foods. It's like the curriculum's way of saying, we have covered the plants, now let's meet the meat. Who knew food education could be this adventurous?
Hey, so we meet again. Kaina Didi, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely. Tell me, please.
Why did the walnut go to school?
You tell me.
To get a little nutrition. Well, I made it up while studying about nuts and seeds. We are learning exciting facts about our gut microbiome, which is like a bustling city of tiny organisms inside us. Probiotics are the friendly residents that support our digestive health and immune system, and we'll find them in certain foods. Finally, in grade 8, we're becoming meal planning experts. So let me tell you about our class mission. We have to prepare a healthy and balanced plate of food for our teacher. And to do so, we must first understand all the food groups and different nutrients. So, catch you later, for I'm headed straight to the food lab.
Hello, I am Poshan. Poshan means nourishment. We need three vital things to stay alive: food, water, and air. Yes, just like the Batman, Superman need their superpowers, we also need food, water, and air to survive. Right now, in our food classes, we are learning how nutrients keep us healthy and strong. But what are these nutrients? They are 3G foods. Go foods or the energy giving foods. Grow foods for growing tall and strong. And glow foods for shining skin and bright eyes. Drinking enough water helps carry nutrients in our body. Water reminds me of a riddle. Why did the water go to school? Because it wanted to become well educated.
I am now in grade 5 and I have learnt about the big players and the small players in our diet. Big players are protein, carbs, and fat, and small players are vitamins and minerals. They ensure everything runs smoothly. And we also learnt about allergies and the importance of reading labels to spot allergens from nuts, dairy, wheat, and more. We got to learn to be real smarties and practice caution and prevention.
Learning about foods high in fats, sugars, and salts was truly an eye opener. We also went on a holistic journey with Ayurveda, learning about balance in every aspect of life. We got to know the doshas, Vat, Pitta, and Kapha, and how they influence our physical and mental well being. My grandparents always cure me of cold and cough using natural home remedies. They were extremely delighted to discuss all that I learned in Ayurveda in school. Currently, we are learning ways to maximize nutrients through smart choices in cooking and meal preparation. Fortification became our secret weapon to enhance people's health. We also learned the art of mindful cooking to retain the maximum nutritional content of our meals. It is indeed a lot of fun.
Hello everyone, I am Kala. Kala is art or skill in English. Food preparation and cooking is also an art. We cook with our hands. But hands are like little explorers, touching and interacting with the world. And hence, it is very important to wash the germs away from the hands. Practicing good personal hygiene is extremely important. All this is about us. But what about the health and hygiene of the food we buy? In our food class, we learned that choosing fresh and safe food is essential for our health. We went on a trip to the farmer's market and explored how to pick the best fruits and vegetables, local and seasonal.
In our food lab, the fun never stops. We get hands-on learning with kitchen equipment, cooking methods, and more. Then, things got a bit mysterious when we explored microbes and toxins in our food. We met tiny creatures, some good, some not so good, and figured out how they can mess with our food and health. But don't worry, we also learned how to keep them in check. We saw the action of good microbes in the setting of curd and while steaming idlis in our food lab. You would be wondering, what am I doing in the supermarket during school hours? No, I'm not bunking. We're on a mission to shop smart and understand those tricky labels. It is all about making sure our meals stay delicious and safe to eat.
Oh, so we meet again. I am a proud 8th grader. I feel like a master chef already. I know all about portions and serving sizes. I can read nutrition facts on food labels and I can cook from a recipe because I can understand the ingredients and the method. In class 7, I had learned about the food preservation techniques and also saw live demos on cooking methods like roasting, grilling, and baking. Currently, in grade 8, we are learning about allergens and antimicrobial resistance, AMR. Mom and Daddy wait for me to get home the day I have my food literacy class to learn what I learned and put it to practice in our own kitchen.
My name is Utsav. Happy Holi, everyone! This is the best time of the year because my Nanima prepares my favorite gujiyas. Festivals in India are not just about the tasty food and fun. They also teach us about sharing and caring for each other. And why just our country? The world is a diverse and wonderful place. And one of the ways we see this diversity is through the food people eat. It's like going on a tasteful journey from pizza in Italy to sushi in Japan and tacos in Mexico to Thai curry in Thailand. There's a whole world of deliciousness out there waiting to be explored. And you don't need to travel to Italy to eat pizza, right?
Happy Diwali, everyone! I cannot wait to taste the Diwali mithai my family is preparing in the kitchen. My dad is showing them a new recipe on YouTube which keeps getting interrupted by his never-ending phone calls. We do not buy packaged mithai from the market. We make our own. Surprised, aren't you? Well, I prefer home-cooked fresh meals rather than convenience foods. These foods are undoubtedly super easy to buy and ready to eat in no time, such as fast food, frozen dinners, and packet sweets and snacks. These foods have both good and not so good sides. What we learned in our food lab is that it's all about being smart and healthy when we opt for convenience foods. Oh, I can hear my mother calling me from the kitchen. I am sure my dad must have left them hanging right in the middle of the recipe. Happy Diwali, everyone, once again.
Hello everyone! You might be wondering what I'm up to right now. Well, I'm part of an inter-class project titled Culinary Chronicles, celebrating diversity and sustainability. In this project, we learn about the different food cultures from around the world, delving deep into the intricate tapestry of both contemporary and traditional cuisines. One of our key objectives is to investigate how modern influences such as the online food delivery platforms and the rise of cloud kitchens have helped in reshaping traditional food cultures and have transformed the way people enjoy and experience their favorite dishes. Once done, we would also get to meet a celebrity chef who would be a part of the jury and would help in choosing the best presentation. I believe that my team would win.
Hello everyone, I am Chayan. Sorry, I was finishing the last bite of my paratha. I know my table manners. We do not talk with food in our mouth. We take small bites and chew well. We eat with our mouths closed. We wash our hands before meals and sit at the table properly without putting our elbows on it. We ask for food politely and don't play with it. It is important to not waste food, and it is cool to taste the different types of foods served. Hey, guess what? Today was a food literacy class. We learnt about the foods that we can eat anytime, like fruits and veggies. There are some foods like burgers, chips, and candies that we eat only sometimes as a treat.
It is very important to be physically active and healthy. Being physically active and maintaining good health is incredibly important. During our lessons, we learned all the signs of good physical health. Additionally, we explored the types of foods that play a vital role in keeping us physically healthy. It's all about ensuring that we feel our best and are strong and energetic. I am in the food lab learning about the foods we can opt for while dining out. We'll also know what is the difference between whole foods and processed foods and how whole foods are super good for us. It's like going on a food adventure while staying healthy.
I stay healthy and hydrated. If you're feeling thirsty, it is a sign that your body is already in a state of dehydration to some degree. I always advise everyone to keep drinking water throughout the day to prevent dehydration from occurring in the first place. This was about water. Now, to prevent non communicable diseases such as diabetes, cancers, and heart diseases, it is imperative to make healthier food choices to keep those diseases away. Plus, we are getting good at saying no to unhealthy temptations and peer pressure. In grade 8, we are diving into the latest food trends and understanding their effects on our health. We are making informed choices, steering clear of diet fads, and focusing on healthy eating habits. Lastly, but most importantly, we have learned about eating disorders, how to spot them, and the importance of seeking help and support for those affected. Therefore, we are on a journey to better health, one step at a time.
My name is Prithvi. Can I ask you a question, Kaina Didi?
Yes, please.
Who is farmer's best buddy?
Is it soil?
No,
All right. Could it be rain?
no. It's an earthworm. Worms are soil heroes who turn food scraps into nutrient-rich soil for plants. This is what we have learned in composting and vermicomposting.
Interesting. I didn't know that actually. But what's that laddu in your hand?
It's a seed ball. We roll seeds with soil and clay to make a seed ball, and then we throw them into places where we want plants to grow. Take a look at how we grew microgreens last week. It was so cool to watch them grow so fast. We had sown their seeds on Monday and we could snip the tiny green shoots by Sunday.
I am in grade 5 now. We're learning all about the amazing farmers and small food vendors who work hard to provide us with the food we love. They like the unsung heroes of our meals. Now we know why it's so important for us to support local and sustainable food sources. By doing that, we help our communities and the environment, making sure we have tasty and healthy food for the long run. I learned a very interesting finding about a big problem called monoculture that can harm biodiversity. We all can be part of the solution by supporting sustainable food production methods that protect our planet's amazing diversity of life.
Now I'm in grade 8. Food literacy lessons are so well structured that we have learned how crucial healthy soil is for sustainable food production and its impact on our carbon footprint. We learned about what carbon footprint is and then compared it across different food sources. I so enjoyed learning hands-on about the different types of food packaging and the eco-friendly food packaging. Now in grade 8, we will explore the broader picture of food systems and sustainability. And that's why, just like those wiggly earthworms, we are all Earth's true heroes. And after all, we are the world and we are the children.
I did. After all, they were right. We are the world and we are the children. We are the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the wonderful, wonderful children, our future of tomorrow.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Standing ovation. It was very original and very engaging. 3 cheers for the children. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Ma'am, stay with me, please. Yes. Oh, yes. All right. Once again, give it up for these remarkable young food literacy advocates who have brought the curriculum to life with their incredible skit. Thank you, children. Before concluding this opening session, I now call upon Mrs. Anita Malhotra, Director Principal, Lotus Valley International School, Gurugram, to please join me on stage to address the august audience with her inspiring words. Anita Malhotra ma'am is an esteemed educationist with over 46 years of experience, renowned for her visionary leadership and commitment to holistic education. Her unwavering dedication to the cause, for her openness to collaboration and commitment to making the food literacy curriculum an integral part of every child's education is truly appreciable. Ma'am, please come join me.
Thank you, Aditi. What a magic. Children are truly magicians. And who has made them the magic of today's day? None other than Mr. Pawan Agarwal. Distinguished guests, esteemed thought leaders, honored attendees, and the honorable visionary himself, Mr. Pawan Agarwal. As we witnessed this remarkable opening session by the students of Lotus Valley International School, Gurgaon, at the India Food System Coalition consultation workshop on bringing food literacy to life and the dynamism of food systems, my heart swells with pride and with utmost profound sense of gratitude and optimism. Our journey together in partnership with the Food Future Foundation has been nothing short of extraordinary. Today, as I stand before you, not only as a director principal of Lotus Valley International School, but as a firm believer in the transformative power of education. We sowed the seeds of change years together, long ago, through a school nutrition program called Arnie's Fit Kid program, run by none other than Aditi Mehrotra, dedicated to promoting healthy child development. These seeds have not only taken root, but also taken shape experientially and undeniably. They have blossomed into positive outcomes that are evident in the ways our children understand food and its utmost importance. We further our collaboration with the Food Future Foundation by none other than Mr. Pawan Agarwal on the food literacy initiatives, which has been a journey of enlightenment, empowerment, and boundless opportunities and possibilities. We'll continue to witness our students become conscientious custodians of the environment, profound advocates for healthier food choices, and the catalysts of responsible citizenship. However, let us not forget that our mission extends far and beyond the four walls of the school. Our responsibility is not just confined to nurturing the minds and hearts of our little ones alone. It is a moral duty and a moral responsibility to inspire, to motivate, and to encourage, and also to illuminate the path for others to follow. The food literacy curriculum is not a treasure we should keep locked in these halls. It is a beacon that should guide the way for schools around the globe. As visionary educators, let us embrace this responsibility with open hearts and open minds. Let us champion the cause of food literacy and sustainability as children's future totally depends upon it. And this is a hardcore fact and truth. I hope you'll all agree with me. Hence, I call upon each one of you, not as an obligation, but as an invitation to join us on this global journey. I am always willing to reach out to my fellow educators, share my experiences, and extend my hand in collaboration. Let us be the pioneers who lead the way, who show the way to make the food literacy curriculum an integral part of every child's education. The time for change is now, and it begins with us. Thank you, and may the shared vision become reality. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you, Anita ma'am. As we conclude this remarkable opening session with your inspiring words and call to action, urging all of us present here and those connected virtually, watching us live, to embrace the responsibility of championing food literacy and sustainability, reminding us that education extends far beyond the classroom. And indeed, the time for change is now. Thank you for your unwavering dedication, ma'am, and thank you for opening your doors of your school to let the food literacy curriculum be tested, piloted, reviewed. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. And let's once again clap for our beautiful, beautiful children who are sitting all around you and with you. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to call Mr. Pawan Agarwal. Sir, please join me.
I don't know what I can say is that I'm overwhelmed. I'm really grateful to the Lotus Valley International School for this wonderful performance. And I think Aditi has been telling me that even I'm going to be surprised. So she did not even discuss the details of this program with me. So I think this was pleasant surprise to all of you as it was for me. And let us give a big round of applause to the children. The head girl, Kaina, you are too good, Aditi, Ritu, and your colleagues, and finally, Director Principal Anita Malhotra. I think, fascinating. If we have all schools in the country like this, I don't think there is any work for the food and nutrition community, and Dr. Jagmeet Badan will say कि हम क्या करेंगे अगर सभी लोग ठीक खाने लगे तो न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट का क्या होगा बहुत खुश हो जाएंगे. So I think it gives happiness to all of us, if we have our children, our youngsters, and our citizens that embrace good food in the way this school is showing the way to embrace good food for all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Good morning and welcome everybody once again. What a beautiful way to kickstart this workshop. Lotus Valley, you have truly made this morning magical. So thank you so much. What an inspiring moment for me. As a mother, when I see children perform like that, it makes me realize that it's truly the children who teach us, and they are the ones who make us into better people and better parents. So thank you again. I would like to now please call upon Dr. Chandrakant Pandav, trustee of the Future Food Foundation. If, sir, you can please come up and share some words with us. Oh, there will be one? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't know. All right, I'm sorry, we're going to just change that around a little bit. We will first have a fireside chat moderated by youth leader Kaina Malik. Kaina, please come up. There you are. The fireside chat will be about the coalition's envisioned future, its goals, and the pathways to achieve these objectives. Over to you. All right, take it away, Kaina.
Thank you so much. Aditi ma'am?
You give me the list. Sure. Okay. So can we invite Miss Jonofi, on stage? She's the behavioral scientist. She flew in from Bangalore to join us for this event. Dr. Rajan Shankar. Dr. Rajan Shankar has flew in from Chennai, and let's welcome Dr. Rajan Shankar, a person well known for public health nutrition in the country. Ms. Gayatri from UNEP. Ms. Gayatri from UNEP, please come and join. And we have heard so much about the work that you have done with children in environmental education.
Even Dr.
Dr. Subbarao, National Institute of Nutrition, he has come from Hyderabad. So I'm only talking of people coming from south of India. Okay, so, so then we have Ma'am Ritu, the Vice Principal of Lotus Valley International School. All the magic done by the children is under the leadership of Ritu. Let us give a big round of applause to her. So, kindly make them seated wherever. Dr. Jagmeet Madan. Rinka Banerjee, if she is around. Okay. Rashida Bapiwala. Rashida. Mr. Arvind Singh, we may require one or two more chairs. Mishra from Ecosiate. Yeah.
আচ্ছা আমার ব্যাংকের এবারে কার্ড কি হলো এখন সেগুলো তো অক্ষর কেটে করে বের করেছি মানে আমি জিনিস করছি
Perfect. So, good morning, everybody. How are we feeling? Pretty good? Okay, great. So, to set the stage, okay. So, to set the stage, I think we've all gotten to know now by the beautiful presentations that our food system is indeed incredibly intricate, right? And it's laden with challenges, and it's deeply interwoven with the Sustainable Development Goals. It's just parallel with it. So, given the critical nature of these issues and the urgency, the urgency for action is indeed very, very palpable. So let's delve deeper into this topic with our esteemed panelists. Can we please have a huge round of applause for all the luminaries sitting with me? So, Miss Rosarina, I would like to begin by asking you the first question. That from a behavioral science perspective, and I would like to take the liberty of adding in a psychological perspective as well, that looking at the Albert Bandura theory of behavioral theory, we see that a lot of times we observe other people and then we imitate those actions into our lives, right? So, what strategies do you think are the most impactful ones in guiding people to embrace healthier alternatives and diets?
Sure. Firstly, thanks for this. We were kind of put on spot. We weren't aware that this was happening now. But yeah, one recent research that we did, which I think is super relevant to your question and also really interesting, is we got a lot of school students and we gave them 2 food options. And initially, we had asked a lot of other students to rate these food options, and clearly option A was considered way more tastier than option B. But we got the second set of students to come and rate the food. But this time we had a lot of children just telling, oh, food A is really good. Food B is really good. And when the second set of students came, just because they got nudged by the other students, which we call social proof in behavioral science, these students now just voted food B to be the better option. So what really happened was food A was actually tastier than food B, but just because everybody said food B was tastier, the new students also agreed that food B was tastier and they chose that to eat. We often do this, right? So we make a lot of our decisions based on what everybody else does, and this also happens a lot when we choose food options. And your friend circle, for instance, has a very, very strong influence on the kind of food you eat. At some point, I'm lactose intolerant. I shouldn't be eating lactose, but I really like cheese. I really like a lot of milk products. At some point, I used to hang out with a lot of vegan friends who just wouldn't eat any milk products. I didn't eat lactose for more than 2 months. That has never happened in my life ever. It happened only because now my friend circle just had a kind of, made the kind of food choices that just worked with me. So 2 things. One is that society as a whole does affect our food choices, and secondly, our close circle has an extremely strong influence on the kind of food we eat. And this can be used in a lot of ways. We have seen a lot of marketing folks, mention top selling item and all of that. All of those are ways you can use social proof for that.
That's amazing. And just out of curiosity, what was food A and food B?
They were just 2 different cookies, and
oh, okay. So
yeah.
Ingredients were different.
Yeah. So food A had basically a lot more sugar, so it was tastier, and biologically it's supposed to, give you a better feeling. Because
right. Okay, great. And so, I know it's this mental battle between what's healthy and what's not healthy, and often it's the unhealthy food that seems more tastier. But adding to that, ma'am, I would also like to just add this one point of view that we see a lot of big names endorsing a lot of unhealthy products, right? So, I've never seen any big name or big celebrity endorsing milk or foods, or milk or, eggs. Or for that matter, since 2023 is the year of millets, मैंने तो कभी नहीं देखा कि कोई बहुत बड़ा celebrity millet rotis पे ads कर रहा है. But anyway, yeah, I completely get your point. Our close circle does have a very, very big impact on the food choices and general choices in life that we make. Pavan sir, I would like to ask you a question now. Yeah. So, sir, I would like to speak about this dichotomy that exists today. So, being a part of this generation, as I sit here and represent the young students of India, we look up to the current generation of decision makers, which is the government. And I know that you've worked with the government for about 36 years. And I would just like to know that a lot of people now today are in the decision makers are in their comfort zone. They're often complacent and they have a lot of complicity at one end. But on the other, they also are they have the massive potential of being conscientious custodians, like Anita ma'am said, and being catalysts and confident catalysts for change. So how do you suggest that there is this conversion, there's this transition from the innumerable conferences, the conventions, the conferences that we have, where we have just a platform where we discuss and deliberate? How do we change that from the conferences to a more implementation-based approach, where we have, collaboration, where we have creative ideas coming together so that we have collective ownership. So I would like to seek your insights on how you see these.
Kaina, you have caught a bureaucrat, a former bureaucrat on the wrong foot. Okay, because we are very good at conferences, committees, meetings. Everyone is busy in meetings. Even a few bureaucrat friends that I had invited today, I got a message they are busy in meetings. Okay, so unfortunately, I was never like that, and whenever there is a problem that confronts me as a person, so I ask myself that if not me, who?
Absolutely.
And, so most people, whether in the government or outside, they look at an issue from the position that they stand on. And to me, if there is a problem, so I'm never in the habit of saying, but what can I do? So I never said, and unfortunately, on 20th of September 2020, Dr. Lawrence Haddad, who is the World Food Laureate,
Yes, sir.
he invited me to join a global leadership team on UN Food System Summit. And for the next 1.5 years, I have attended 100 webinars, seminars, so I have done all that stuff. And almost a week, a conference or a webinar a week. And I do now the same thing, a seminar, webinar every fortnight. So I still do that. And the conversation that is happening is only around the challenges that we have, the problems that we have, that I think the school children, showed so beautifully. And I've been thinking on it, along with many of you who are present here in this room, that all right, we all know the problems. We may do some studies, some colleagues of Dr. Madan may do more deep dive and come out with more statistical data on fine-tuning those problems, but we broadly know those problems. So how do we address those problems?
Yes, sir.
What are the entry points for change? And therefore, this is something that has been on my mind for almost 2 years. We've still not got it right. And this event is all about, trying to find those entry points for change, which can really make a difference to food systems, and also a very critical aspect, which is about how do we make, our people eat healthier.
Yes,
people choose good food. If people begin to choose good food, I think the rest of the food system can be fixed. So that is where I come from, but I think I've also been guilty of attending so many webinars, all these years, and we'll continue to do so because they are useful, but I think they should be in the spirit of finding solutions, not to discuss problems.
Yes, sir. I hope that this coalition will lead to the implementation of the problems that we discuss. So the solutions that we come to and we collaborate on, I hope that we end up implementing this. Right. And just one more thing. I would like to seek your point of view on the overall umbrella topic of the 10-gram butterfly that we have come up with, that you, sir, have come up with Food Future Foundation. So, I mean, it's fascinating to hear that this coalition has been based on the 7 action areas of the 10-gram butterfly. So, could you shed some light on the rationale behind this approach? Because I'm sure everybody here would be very intrigued to hear about this metamorphosis of the 10-gram butterfly.
This is very interesting because, when you want to bring about change at scale, you have to communicate that to large population at scale. And I can, with some amount of confidence, say, even 2 weeks ago, there was a conference, a Food Day celebrated on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly. And I saw the entire 6 hours of video. So I'm a culprit. I saw that so much of video. Okay. Just to figure out if there are solutions they are discussing. So I think globally the discussion is around problems.
Yes,
The
sir.
same problems which children beautifully articulated, those problems are being ad nauseum repeated in international conferences, in national conferences. And we've been trying to find out that, all right, there are problems. What are the entry points for change?
Yes, sir.
So we then had the entire team, and many of you who are in this room, think deeply about the solutions, and we put them under 7 buckets. And each of those buckets is not of equal size, and it is not of equal color. You know, there are different colors. The dimensions of those problems and solutions to those problems are somewhat different. So
Yes, sir.
during my trip to Istanbul, so I was in a museum shop and I saw a 10-gram. I thought, this is it. You know, I was looking for this. I sent my, a message to my colleagues who will be here in the afternoon today. And they started making a 10-gram. So we made some pictures out of 10 gram. Then we came back and we said, what is something that could be illustration of a fragile food environment that we are in? And
Yes,
we
sir.
thought a butterfly captures it all.
Absolutely.
So this is how the butterfly come in. And I can say that I think this way of depiction of food system in the form of a 10-gram butterfly is unique.
It
And
absolutely
it has been, in
is.
some sense, created jointly by my young troupe who's here, from the Food Future Foundation. Because once we get it right, once we get the framing of that right, once we are able to communicate to citizens about the food system, which is a very complex concept, in some simple manner, then, and also say that these are the entry points for change, then everything else becomes quite easy. So that is where the 10-gram picture comes from. So I think all of you who are here, in terms of branding, you may have seen that we have used only butterfly and 10 grams. So
Yes,
that
sir.
is what we want you to carry back home. That look at food system in the form of 10-gram butterfly.
But it's so interesting that, you never know where you can pick up inspiration from. I mean, a store in Istanbul is the reason that we have this basis of a butterfly or 10-gram butterfly over here as the basis of our convention, right? I mean, I think that's wonderful. So now that we've taken up this umbrella topic of the 10-gram butterfly, let's delve deeper into the intricacies or the polygons, the triangles that make up this 10-gram.
They're called tens.
Tens.
10 grams. 10.
Tens.
This is called the 10.
Okay. All right, all right. So, taking up the pieces one by one, Dr. Rajan Shankar, I have a question for you, sir. So the initial and the significant aspect of this initiative or this particular basis is informed food choices. That's something that even Aditi ma'am and I talked about. So, how do you feel that these choices are pivotal for bringing change? And additionally, what are the proactive measures that you think that the government is taking or the major food businesses are taking to create a turn towards more sustainable and healthier diets?
Thank you. But I think on a day when the whole theme was very different, the governments have always said that they are making changes and the businesses have been promising that they are bringing about change. But I was truly delighted to see it all started with children today, and more children depicting what consumers should really be demanding. The main message to me, I can narrate a number of things of what Mr. Agarwal was leading and made a big change as a regulator in the country. There is no shortage of food standards or regulations, and there is no shortage of the big businesses coming together and making big promises. They've had difficulties in adhering to it, but that list is long. But I think they are important, and they form the basis, and there is a lot that need to be strengthened there. And we must understand why. After all, often businesses say, we just satisfy demand, what people like, we produce, and they like it more, we produce more. we are here to sell. And there is also an argument where people say it's such a primitive instinct, people like to eat. And, from the time of our hunter-gatherer age, you've always moved towards what your taste buds said is something that you should eat more. And so, what's wrong with that? Why not let people just eat what they like? Businesses are doing well, they're making good money, and their shareholders are profited. The problem is, it's so unhealthy. And we have realized there is a stage when the world as a whole moved from a stage where there was scarcity to abundance. We realized that this would lead to disaster. And we are almost there at the precipitous point. We call this by different names. Basically, this is what we call as a triple burden that has been referred to and even children said. And this is not good for people. And the other extreme, we've also realized the way what is produced to satisfy this fundamental need of your taste buds is also not good for the planet. So we need to definitely change. And there are many regulations that the governments do come forward and put. And this action of what WHO calls as a double duty action that takes care of both the undernutrition and overnutrition is a good thing. And the private sector, the food manufacturers, are also coming together. As early as 2008, the big multinationals made a promise to reduce fat, sugar, and salt by 25%, but they do have difficulty. But I think the success for both the regulators as well as for the private sector or the businesses would come when the movement starts, when children become the agents of change. And I won't elaborate more on, I think it's a day to talk more about how do we put pressure on the regulators to regulate better and the manufacturers to make food better by putting pressure from the consumers. And it starts with the future consumers who are also going to be future producers of food. Today, the children who so brilliantly enacted and showed, they've all taken, and they're not only future consumers, they're also the future producers of food. So they have a role in everything to really change the food system.
Wonderful, sir. I think we're all going to take back a lot of learnings with us today about what the government is doing, what the major food businesses are doing. And of course, yes, since there was a bill that was passed yesterday also, the government is establishing the National Board of Turmeric in our country to spread more awareness about the betterment and the importance of turmeric in our food plate, as always. And yes, of course, we have a lot of regulations that are coming, and the food businesses are coming together and joining hands and getting a lot of regulations, as sir said, since 2008. So that's wonderful, amazing. And now going to a more of a NCRT or more of a textbook or educationist perspective, Professor Subbarao, this one's for you. And of course, ma'am, Gayatri ma'am, I would love to have your inputs on this question as well. So with your expertise, this extensive expertise in health education and communication, what do you think is the best approach to connect the masses? Because considering your research on school textbooks, do you feel that the current educational platform or landscape in India is adequately emphasizing on livelihood or the food literacy or nutrition and health? What do you think the roadmap is ahead? I would love to hear from both of you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is quite a googly. First of all, I didn't expect that I'll be called here. And yeah, I mean, congratulations to all of you, and especially Dr. Pawan Agarwal for his excellent work. And yes, as he said, we've always been admiring the problem. We have never been acting on it. School curriculum has been reviewed, and there is no doubt that there is a dearth of nutrition and food systems related education. Even if it is there very scattered, that we all know. And I think has shown that, and it is unfortunately 10 years after we did the research, it's still the same. It hasn't changed. And meanwhile, as he said, in many conferences, many workshops, many places, many fora, we've been admiring this problem again and again, and we love the problem so much. And as he said, if all the children were to be aware of this, what would we nutritionists do? And she said, we'd be very happy. Yes, we'll be doubly happy. I come from an institute and bring greetings from an institute which has existed for 100 years, 104 years specifically. And for 104 years, we've been researching on nutrition. And we've been able to make a dent, and we've been able to actually give some inputs to the government, probably changed a bit of nutritional profile of the people. But nothing can be done till the food future is taken care, and the foundation for that lies here, right? And simple skills that the children always have to learn, I keep saying this over and over wherever I go, is that try to know what is healthy, what is unhealthy. Unhealthy can be made at home, healthy can even be made in the industry, right? Healthy is not always, everything that is cooked at home need not necessarily be unhealthy. So first skill is to differentiate between what is healthy, what is unhealthy. Second skill is to just know how to choose the healthiest from your vicinity, within your food environment. So what is healthy for you is certainly healthy for the planet, no doubt about it. Third and most important, try to learn to read the labels and make a judgment. Nowadays, everything is going to come in packed form, and it is inevitable. We should learn how to read the label and make sense. I think if our school curricula can impart these necessary skills, like we impart skills of traffic, skills of banking, skills related to writing an exam, skills related to, speaking to people, all the skills, this is an important necessary life skill. Nutrition is an important necessary life skill, and this has to be part of the curriculum. It should be skill-based. So the 8 foundations that you've suggested in the curriculum are very important, and the skills needed to them are all the more important. I think that's the way to go, and the simple message is anything good for people's health is good for planet health. That's it. Thank you very much.
Amazing. I think he put it beautifully. The line that you said, that nutrition is a very important life skill, is something that we must, I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of changes in our curriculum so that we can obviously impart this life skill. Gayatri ma'am, would you like to say something? Please share your thoughts with us. It's a long press, yes.
First, it's a googly for me too. I didn't know that I was going to be talking here, and I'll be honest with you, I have not done work so much on health and nutrition as much as I'm an environment educator, and I have been an environment educator for, I think, 44 years now. And so I can tackle this question from two ways. One is to answer your question, the question is how do we reach the masses? How do we make that big change, right?
Yes, ma'am. So
I can say it from my experience of doing environment education initiatives that we've been doing, right, for so many years. So in environment education, we often say there is a formal way of doing it, formal approach, where you go through schools, curriculum, etc. And then there is a non-formal approach where you don't go through schools and curriculum, you go through other means to approach your audience. It could be society, it could be, because education is for all. I'm not only talking to only school, but I'm talking education for all, education to everyone. So when you talk about it, one of the things that does excite, if I can share experience with what we've done, I do a program which is not related to your food, but related to something else, which is related to environment. Because, as my friend, Professor David Orr, who's called as father of environment education, would say, all education is environment education, right? So even food education is environment education, and food systems are living systems. So when you're talking about food, you're learning about living systems. So I don't see the separation in that. But my experience from we run an initiative called as Tighturner Plastic Challenge, which is actually tackling the single-use plastic, in the environment, effect to health, effect to environment, effect to everybody else. So we work with youth, and we've got about, I think, nearly 650,000 youths all over India joining us. And if I can tell you, what was the trick? What did we get? I mean, we never expected so many youth to join in, but they did. And they're joining again more and more. I mean, we are struggling. We are not able to handle the numbers, but they're joining more. What was the trick there? The trick was making it all fun, making it all challenging for students to take it up. So the whole initiative goes through it. All the students today, most of the children are very fond of video games, right? And what do the video games tell you? They go from one level to the other level. You want to jump, right?
Yes,
From one level to the other level.
Right.
So if you set up a challenge in terms of learning about food system, that's fun. So I come from that side.
And it will foster growth that
Yeah,
way.
it is fun, and it's not something that you're forced to do, because when you go into a formal education curriculum, half the people might change, but other half would say, I'm forced to pass this exam, so I just do that, right? So if you take the non-formal approach and you put a challenge for them and you get them going, and a kind of a competition and a challenge, believe me, they will all go. And I think I'm sort of echoing what my,
Miss
expert who
Rosalina
sits,
said,
I
yes.
didn't remember your name, yeah, but then she said the same thing. People copy people all the time, right? And that's the whole thing. So when you get something going, which is fun, which is challenging, which I must achieve, and so many people are doing, so I have to do it, and that takes it off. That really takes off, and then that will go ahead. So that is one thing. And that's my trick, if you say, how would you reach to the masses?
Awesome.
Don't make it boring, make it fun.
Make it fun.
And it shouldn't be something that's coached. It should come from inside.
Yes.
And that's where, how you're going to be doing it. So that's something that is, from my experience, I can say. And the other thing is, when you talk about food, it's really funny. I mean, I often quote this example. In US, if you want to go buy a burger, it's $1, $2.
Yes.
And a burger has far more water, energy, everything. It harms the environment far more, and it harms your body, it harms your environment, it harms everything, but that's cheaper. And if you want to go and buy mushrooms, shiitake mushroom from the supermarket, that will cost you more than the burger, that one burger, right? And so mushrooms grow without anything. They can grow on their own, without input, because that's natural. And that's good for health, good for environment, right? So it's strange how a market system works. What is not good for us is sold cheap.
And that also echoes
That's
with
again.
that also.
So, Gayatri, sorry, actually we have an international speaker in the next session. We are
Well,
to you.
you're calling
10
it on
minutes,
yourself.
10 minutes, and I had my say.
Cool. Perfect. I think what you said, ma'am, it completely echoes with the. Oh, yes, absolutely. We must take up these discussions after the fireside chat is over as well. But yes, ma'am, your thoughts did echo with what Rajan sir also said, that it's all about what your taste buds want, right? And our taste buds often, as human nature, it goes on to the unhealthy part. And also getting your attention to something, while we're learning from the grassroots level, we're always learning, A is for apple, B is for berries, C is for cranberries. But I think, but then, and it's all positive, right? But when we're growing up, it suddenly changes. Somehow we start instilling fear in the minds of students, that the deficiency of vitamin A can cause night blindness. The deficiency of, vitamin B can cause beriberi. Similarly, C can cause, scurvy. And fortunately, touch wood, I've never seen anybody who has scurvy. And I'm pretty sure I can, vouch for the fact that a lot of people here might not know also what beriberi actually is. So we've seen this negative paradigm shift from positive learning from the grassroots level to a more negative aspect. So we must change that. And Ritu ma'am, hello there. Yes, we meet again, ma'am. So I would like to know, ma'am, that what should be the approach of intake? So we've talked about food literacy all around, and we want to know that how can we inculcate food literacy into our schools, into our curriculums, and how will it align with the broader curriculum as a whole? And do you think that adding this into the curriculum will help challenge the children more, and it will foster growth in their academic achievements as well, and their general dietary choices?
Thanks, Kaina. It's been quite some time since we've met. Nice meeting you. So I'll first begin with Pavan sir. You mentioned of the fact that bureaucrats attend meeting, and I think some of them, like you, also find solutions sitting here. So thank you very much, because you're not one of those bureaucrats who are attending conferences and not finding solutions. And another point which I would also like to make before I reach that answer is that somebody has to be a catalyst. So someone has to make that start. When we talk about food literacy, we started off with our children. And I personally, and all of us agree, who are sitting here in the panel, and also everyone, all the educationists here, that everything starts from children. If you're able to get to the root at the elementary level, the rest of it is all a very easy game. Our school, Lotus Valley, I've been propagating, and today feel more proud of the fact that I'm a part of that school. So everybody has to have somebody in the school as a head who can percolate that information down, take it down to the root level, which is our children, and then from one school to the other. Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat. We have to have the unity, with that unity in thoughts, all of us put together. Nutritionists will keep doing their job, but children, as Sir rightfully said, who are the consumers today will be the producers tomorrow. In our school system and many other schools, if everybody follows the same, we will be able to take it forward, because it has to be taken not like a subject which is a subsidiary subject, but a subject which is integrated. Just like your English, Hindi, math, it is food which is a part of your subject learning. When it is in the curriculum, each and every one of us will understand the need, understand the usage, because food, environment, health, everything is all interconnected. And that's exactly what we are doing in our school. We've been doing it since its inception. And we want to, in fact, thank you, sir, for making sure that we are testifying everything that you have propagated in the food curriculum, and happy to join hands with you. Thank you, sir.
So, Kaina, can I again come in? Because Nitin is getting very worried. Because somebody from Berlin is going to join us in the next 15-20 minutes.
All right, I'll keep it quick.
So I think let us be very brief. So maybe you just rapid fire.
Okay.
You know, I think Kirti, agroecology.
Absolutely.
Come, tell us something
Agroecology.
about
Yes, sir.
yeah.
So I would love to know, what exactly does the term agroecology mean?
You have it all.
Briefly. Sir, honestly, you are the most in danger, because Pavan sir is sitting right next to you. So,
I
but
understand.
yes, sir, some thoughts on what agroecology is and how it can bridge the gap between.
Very quickly, if you look at entire food system, it all starts from the land, which is agriculture.
Yes, sir.
And if the foundation is not robust, if the foundation is strong enough, then entire food system which is standing on it will not be resilient. We are talking about a resilient food system. The foundation, agriculture, need to be perfected.
Right.
Perfected in the sense we have farmers whose benefits we need to look at, whose stake, whose contribution we need to appreciate. Land, if you go 30 kilometers from here, cross Murthal, you will see what is the condition of land. We need to look at that. And third part is the resources around him, around the farmer, how he really effectively utilize the what resources like water and all that needs to be looked at very carefully. However, if you do it perfectly, like there are a lot of, like I heard there are not many cases, but we did a study for GIZ. We found hundreds of organizations are working on ground, and some of them are here, who are doing their bit to ensure that agriculture which is chemical based or pest based are moving towards natural farming, towards organic farming. Things are happening. We need to speed it up. We need to see that it gets into the next level. Only one last point. It will not take its due in terms of it will not happen the way we think if we just focus on agriculture, the farmer. We need to look at the consumer side. A lot of stakeholders are around that, the market or the consumer. But in the development paradigm, I would strongly urge, now time has come. We must see consumers like farmers are also primary stakeholder, which means I need to now invest. Morning we saw the investment on the future consumers like our kids.
Yes,
We
sir.
need to invest on the consumers so that they turn around, they see the benefit of agroecology based products, they start demanding. The moment you demand, the ground would be much stronger. Thank you.
Amazing.
Given a challenge, agroecology is a concept which most people don't understand. So I think it was a tough call for you. And they're going to have a session on agroecology. And the challenge for Kirti is that he has to find a solution and an action plan for doing something in next 1 year. Done?
Great, sir.
Yes. Okay. We will go to Arvind. Arvind saying, as we move up from agroecology to small businesses, he represents the street vendors of India. Very briefly, maybe your thoughts on what you heard today.
Sir, first of all, congratulations for such a good initiative. Street vendors represent the weakest and the most marginalized in the food chain, So they, in terms of fast delivery, bringing fresh vegetables or food, so they are good at being fresh, delivering fresh. They are very good at bringing it to your convenient place, and they are very good at prices. So, but they are very harassed and very intimidated, not integrated in the urban municipal governance or in the cities. And when people are in a very vulnerable position, you can't imagine, you can't think of themselves imagining to serve you safe and healthy, So we are trying to make them establish, create food zones in the cities, get them licenses. We were able to get 40 lakh licenses across the country. So we have organized them. We have been providing, when Sir was in the food FSSAI, he started a very interesting FOSTEC training program. So we have trained around 1 lakh street food vendors, in that FOSTEC program all across the country. We organize the famous street food festivals, so that they get a platform. So this year we are celebrating 25th year. So end of December we are organizing an international street food festival. So the idea is that street food remains with the street food vendors while they keep serving healthy and more hygienic food. Thank you.
Thank you, Arvind. Over to Rashida, in some sense you deal with big businesses, branding, this, that, etc. So your thoughts. I know you are in the other session and and you are representing Rinka, who has just joined. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me on the panel, and I'm happy to hear that everybody came in unannounced, just like me. A couple of thoughts on particularly the food businesses, which is a very integral part of the entire food systems. And I want us to really reflect on the trajectory of the food companies and food businesses that many of them are here today. As a part of our lives, packaged food is not going anywhere any longer. It has now become so integral to what you and I consume on a daily basis that we are not going to go back to pluck our fruits from trees. There is heavy reliance on food companies, food businesses, and that also puts a lot of responsibility back onto the food businesses. Are we saying that food businesses are not making enough or adequate effort? I believe not. There's enough innovation and research that is going on to make, of course, more palatable packaged food available to you, but also with a lot of nutrition intact into the products that come to your and my table, right? There's purity, there's clean label, there's transparency in labeling, as Dr. Shubharao rightly mentioned. All of this rests as responsibility on food businesses. And as critical stakeholders as a part of this coalition and food systems on the whole, it's important that we look at food businesses as friends of consumers, right? And work together towards delivering better products with more transparent labeling, with more information upfront, so that consumers are empowered to make healthier choices. They can rely on everything, all information written on the label, and make the right choice and not be dependent on anybody else to make the choice for them. So I think that responsibility rests with businesses, and I think businesses are beginning to do a fabulous job. Both large organizations as well as the young startups, the young D2C brands that you and I see around us. I think there's wonderful work happening on that.
Thank you, ma'am. Jagmeet ma'am, I would love to ask you a question. That how do you feel that, why do you feel that fostering change is so important, being catalysts of change is so important, and how does your institution make sure that your students have adequate awareness about the linkages between, you know, food, nutrition, sustainability, lifestyle, livelihoods, and how do you think they can too become catalysts for change? How can your institution become a system for change?
So first of all, thank you, Kaina. And thank you, Mr. Pavan Agarwal, sir. I think since morning, I was sitting over there and I felt that, you know, it was a morning of dream come true. You know, the dream which we discussed together, and I was, you know, just looking at it, that if we realize this dream, what will it be? And thank you, Lotus Valley International School. I think incredible, you know, work, hard work. And, you know, I was looking at it from a technical expert point of view as well. The whole flow, the correctness of what we were talking, how we were communicating, and how it seeped into the kids. I think it just came out so beautifully. That was, Pavan sir, so convincing that, you know, whatever we are dreaming, we are on the right track. And if we can replicate this in every school of this country, I think that will be the happiest day for, you know, not only a nutritionist, but for every citizen of this country. I would only like to say 2-3 things here. Number one, as a parent, I know that the formative years of the child are the initial 8 to 10 years. And those are the years when actually the food habits can be ingrained. And if these food habits are ingrained with empowerment, correctness of what the kids are doing and what the kids are imbibing, we have, you know, our colleagues, we've worked together to create science. We've done a randomized controlled trial, and we know that parents, school teachers, mentors, principals, they are the real models, role models for the children, and children learn the maximum from them. So I think the story and conversation has to start from there, and this was very, very heartening, and I assure you that we will make it happen, and you know, the formats can change, the language can change, you know, but we will achieve. Yeah, so that's the positivity which I think we have. So he always talks about passion and excitement, so I think it's all there, and we have to come together to deliver. The question which you asked, that how do I use my organization or institution? To my mind, the biggest facilitators for change is the young adult of today. And when I'm surrounded by thousands of young adults, and I can see the receptivity comes when I engage with them, when we engage with them. And believe me, if we take this as a mandate, you know, this initiative will be a student-led initiative. The mentors will only be the facilitators. So I have 3 of my colleagues sitting over here, you know, who are champions in looking at how to, you know, make, a model which can work at grassroots level. But at the end of the day, the success story starts when the leaders are the students of my institution who will take this initiative forward and reach out to the masses and see that, you know, the change is happening. And the last word is that it's just not only enough to make resources, it is also important to test these resources in different settings, do a pre-test, do a post-test. I think let's be very critical, because India is such a diverse country that one size cannot fit all. So every school that I go, every community that I go, every place that I go, I have to again revisit what I am looking at and how I'm going to make it work in that environment. So thank you very much again for the opportunity. And on behalf of our entire team, I think we were all there discussing how do we do it, but I think we have succeeded. This is the first step of success. We have seen it, experienced it, that what it would be if this happens across the country. We are looking forward for that future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's rightly said that Mother Nature's messages, they say, gets written in the delicate but very, very intricate wings of a butterfly. And this fireside chat indeed has been very fulfilling and fruitful, and I'm sure it's given us all food for thought, right? And I would just like to thank all the luminaries present here for their insightful points of view and their perspectives. And I'm sure it's going to pave a lot of way for change and pivotal change that is so needed in food literacy and the integration of it in our curriculum, be it, you know, the awareness of choosing healthy over unhealthy, or just generally, as Subbarao sir also said, that it's indeed a life skill that is very important to imbibe in our lives. So I thank you all for giving us this trailer of the upcoming food literacy curriculum and everything in our school. And as we don this hat of awareness, I'm so glad that there is so much more to learn. Because after all, picture to abhi baki hai mere dost, right? Thank you so much, and I wish you all a wonderful and a healthy day ahead. Thank you, everyone.
I think she deserves the biggest round of applause.
Like this. So this is our, this is our new symbol of hope. Yes, please. Don't worry. Put your hands like this. Your head is a butterfly. Your head is a butterfly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let people have tea while having.
That's exactly what I was going to do.
डॉक्टर राजेश शंकर को भी स्किप कर दो, बोल रही है।
अच्छा,
हाँ, जो बस थोड़ा कमी कर दें, आगे का नहीं सेशन गड़बड़ हो जाएंगे।
अच्छा, डॉक्टर शादरा को skip
वो बोल
ये डॉक्टर चंद्रकांत पांडे को किसको skip करना है?
नहीं, चंद्रकांत पांडे तो नहीं है।
अच्छा, है नहीं वो।
हाँ, सुशांत मिलते रहेंगे। राजेश शंकर को स्किप कर दीजिए।
अच्छा,
सादरक को बुला लीजिए बस।
ठीक है, तो पहले I'll start with Suzanne Mansha, or do you want me to call him first?
नहीं, तीनों को बुला लीजिए स्टेज पर।
एक साथ? Okay, ठीक है, एक साथ बुला लेते हैं। Do they know? They'll be okay with coming for this meeting?
या एक एक करके बुला लो। तो मुझे अब मैं लेना। You take me. मुझे बाद में लेना, एंड में लेना। I'll give a sense of what sessions are there.
Okay, ठीक है, done. तो I will start with Suzanne Mansha.
पहले हाँ, सुजान से लो, सुजान को ले लो।
कि डॉक्टर शादरा, आप जो भी बोलें।
डॉक्टर सुजान को ले लो, फिर सादरक को, फिर वैनी को, फिर मुझे ले लो।
We have told is that if she comes online, they will tell us, and then we'll have to push her. I think if that fireside chat is any indication, there is absolutely no fear of this workshop being about discussing problems. We are here truly to find solutions. Before we move on, I'd like to briefly draw your attention to a couple stations in the back. The first is ARF Life Science Station. Their motto is Ayur Ayogya Sukhaya, which is longevity, happiness, and good health. They have incredible portable, these small strips that test various kinds of food and beverages for their purity, fortification, etc. So do check them out. There also is a palate appreciation center by Tag Taste. Tag Taste is a network, a data company that is completely food-centric. They help companies and work on the perception of food and beverages, so do check them out. They'll help you with your own self-realization of your threshold for healthy versus unhealthy foods. Also, everyone, we have a sketch artist who is sketching live to my left here. We will share that sketch with you later on in a few days. All right, one more thing, that we are using Slidos today. If you can all please scan the QR code which has been given to you on your tables. That's the QR code for Slido. You can go to the Q&A tab and you can put in your questions or your reactions to the panels, to the discussions. We would really love to hear what you have to say. We have Neeti over here to my right. She'll be able to help you if you have any questions regarding Slido. Neeti, should we get some of the engagement going as well? Would you like to put anything up? Or later? Okay. All right. I would like to call on stage Dr. Suzanne Milcher, please, from GTZ. Ma'am, if you can come up and share your thoughts with us. And everyone, if you can just grab a cup of coffee and have a seat, we will not be breaking for refreshments. Thanks. All yours.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. I have the honor to welcome you, and I think this is the official opening of this consultation workshop. I'm Susanne Milcher from GIZ, German International Corporation, and we are delighted that we are partnering with the Food Future Foundation on this coalition. Yeah, I know it was a long morning already, and we all enjoyed the amazing opening by the youth. So I will keep it very short, and maybe everyone also needs a break. Just a few words about GIZ. GIZ is a service provider on behalf of the German government, and we are providing technical cooperation mainly on behalf of the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany. And our Indo-German technical cooperation focuses on 4 areas. One is energy, the second is sustainable urban development, the third is economic development, and the fourth is environment, biodiversity, and climate change. And in this thematic area of environment, climate change, and biodiversity, we have a portfolio here in India of more than 35 projects. And under this portfolio, we have started in 2021, when the UN Food System Summit was around the corner, a portfolio analysis with a food system lens. So we looked very critically at all of our projects and to understand how they are contributing to the food system transformation. And we identified a lot of gaps, but we also identified a lot of synergies where we can improve. We also started in that time our partnership with the Food Future Foundation when they have started this coalition work and developed the Vision 2030 report as a contribution to the UN Food System Summit. And why are we here today? So I'm delighted that this coalition has come to life, that this coalition is now a kind of key contributor to food system transformation with action, and I think we will have a lot of discussion on concrete activities and action today and tomorrow. This coalition is part of a new global project funded by the German government under the Special Initiative of Transformation of Agriculture and Food Systems. And this new global project on food system transformation is very innovative. It is supporting and promoting partner-led coalitions, multi-stakeholder platforms in several countries with the aim to promote food system transformation. As we know, transformation is a big word, transformation means a systemic view of things. It's not an easy linear change approach. We know that it requires activities of everyone, of different stakeholders, and we had the best example here already in the morning. It starts with the children. It is not something that is led by governments. So I'm really happy, and I'm glad to see a full room of participants coming from various backgrounds that would like to work in this coalition, that would like to drive this change under this coalition. I'm thanking Pavan for driving this, for bringing this together. I'm also thanking my colleagues from GIZ, Lisa and Nadine, who have helped to set up this workshop today. And I wish everyone a very fruitful 2 days of discussion and coming to concrete actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Milcher. I would like to now call upon Dr. Shadrach, the Director of Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia. If you could please come up, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, for the invitation to join this coalition. Congratulations to GIZ and all the partners present here for launching this coalition today. It's indeed a multi-stakeholder-led alliance, what I understand. And the Commonwealth of Learning's Regional Center, which is present in Delhi, works in 8 countries in Asia. The Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia can be a good partner, Dr. Agarwal, in your coalition in terms of translating your curriculum into something scalable, something that you could implement over a period of time. And what we can do to help you is by providing the right instructional design and the appropriate technology-enabled learning platform which could launch your course. And I understand that you have a partnership with SVT of SNDT University to help launch this course for a larger audience. But when it comes to the school level curriculum, I think it's important for us to see a particular platform, and as was mentioned by one of the panelists in the fireside chat, we need to translate the curriculum into a fun-based learning program for the children to engage with. So it cannot be a boring, highly instructional-based design curriculum. It could be blended so that they can learn something online, but also practice at home together with their parents and at the home level and also at the school level. So let's see how we can closely work together in supporting you in this effort. And on the World Teachers' Day today, which is, in India we celebrate the Teachers' Day on the 5th of September, but globally we celebrate on the 5th of October, World Teachers' Day. We understand that we need to invest in teachers for the education that we need. And we have seen that investment in real through the teachers of Lotus Valley International School as to how they brought that education, nutritional education and food literacy depicted through the children today. So it's important for us to recognize that as much we want to engage with students very early during their foundational years, we need to engage with teachers so that teachers become ambassadors in promoting food literacy at the school level. So let's target both children and the students and teachers in terms of spreading this literacy. And I'm happy to be a part of this coalition. And as UNESCO very rightly put out, we need 44 million additional teachers to bring the kind of education that we need to inculcate in the early years of children's education. By 2030, there is a need for 44 million additional teachers. But that said, we have a lot of teachers who are already present in schools, not only in the public schools like the Lotus Valley International School, in government schools as well. So rightly, as somebody mentioned, while the curriculum is standardized, we need to also bring in flexibility in terms of delivering this curriculum at the school level, providing all sorts of flexibility and the right action-oriented, action-based learning approach in the whole process. So thank you again. Thank you for the invitation, and we are happy to be a part of this coalition.
Thank you, Dr. Shadrach. We now have Ms. Catherine Wenny from BMZ, the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperations and Development, who will be joining us online from Berlin. So please shift your attention to the screen there, and we will have Ms. Wenny online.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I hope you can hear and see me well. My name is Katrin Veni. I work, as I was introduced, for the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development here in Berlin. And I'm happy that I can join you, at least virtually, for this, this event. It is really quite impressive when I saw the concept note and what you set out to do today. We all know that the goal is by the United Nations and the whole global community to set out to provide sufficient, safe, and nutritious food as a human right for everybody by 2030, and that this is a very, very daunting task. Also Germany and Europe is facing the challenge to transform the agricultural and food system to be sustainable, to save resources on this planet, to be healthy for everybody, and to provide livelihoods for everybody who is working in the agricultural and food system. We also are aware that local solutions and local know-how is so important to achieve these tasks, because conditions in agriculture, in food production, in consumptions are very different worldwide. And that is also why it's so important to involve all necessary stakeholders for this task. And we know that the stakeholders and the people involved in food systems are very many. They range from consumers to the private sector, to governments, to producers, civil society, and many, many more, which is why initiatives like that are so hugely important. And why this workshop is a unique opportunity to involve all of them. We've seen the Food Vision Report 2030 that was written for the United Nations Food Systems Summit, and it is really very, very impressive and an excellent conceptual basis for this workshop. So I trust that in these two preceding workshops and what the Future Foundation with Mr. Agarwal have set out to do today, this will be a very, very fruitful effort. The ministry are really honored to support this with what we call the Special Initiative on Transformation of Agricultural and Food System. And we very much look forward to see what this workshop brings, to read and learn from all the experience that you gather today. And so everything that's left for me to say is to wish you a very successful workshop, to wish you fruitful discussions, and for us to look forward to see what this workshop brings and how we can learn from that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mealy. Appreciate you joining us from Berlin. Thank you. Mr. Agarwal, if you could please come back on stage and set the agenda for the rest of the day. Thank you.
A very good morning once again. If there are people outside, we can invite them in, because we are going to discuss a little bit about what is this workshop all about for the next 2 days. Ria, if there are people outside, you can invite them in. So first of all, when we were planning this workshop, we planned it somewhat differently, in the sense that in this kind of conferences, workshops, where long speeches are made and people come for just say their bit and leave, that does not form the food system. Food system itself is large and complex, and there are multiple ways through which, the lenses through which you can look at it. And unless there is an appreciation of different aspects of the food system, any contribution to transforming food system is meaningless. You are still looking at silos. And therefore, first of all, it provides the rationale of a coalition. Second is, it also proves and establishes why governments, which obviously work in ministries and departments, they are not in the best position to address the complex challenges of food systems as we see them. And I think some of these challenges are enumerated here, 12 of them. I'm sure there are many, many more challenges that you can come across. And these challenges require a very different approach than government in its traditional method of working can address. That is why we are all here today, and that is why you would find that the program for this workshop, and many of the people who were when invited for the fireside chat in the subsequent sessions, they're just participating here. They're finding time to be here. They find it useful to be here. And they may get a surprise that they're invited on the stage and say something, So, because people who just come in, say their bit and go away, I don't think this workshop is meant for them. Because, this is a very different kind of workshop that we have organized. There are no speakers, so to say, for even the subsequent sessions that we have planned. Over the last few weeks in particular, after we decided to hold this workshop, my team, comprising of all young people that you see in this room, okay, so they basically they were, coordinating each of those 7 groups, the 7 tenths of the butterfly, and created a community of organizations, individuals who are here with us today. And what is going to be presented in the subsequent sessions, the 7 sessions, back-to-back sessions, is the deliberations that have happened in those 7 groups, and taking a leaf from what was being done in celebration of the Food Day on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly just 2 weeks ago. We call them as action labs. And when I figured out what this new concept of action lab is, it is about, it's not really brainstorming. We're not going to brainstorm. And if you want to know why brainstorming is a word that is on its way out, there is a new word that is in. This is about action planning. I think we do not want a brainstorming on problems or even solutions and make a long list of wish list for the government to do, for the markets to do. I think the coalition is all about ourselves. That what in my individual capacity, in the capacity of the organization that I represent, that how can I contribute to making changes in the food systems? Many of you are aware that during my long tenure with FSSAI, we started a campaign called Eat Right India. Somewhat very different from any governmental organization would do. And the World Bank wrote a case study on that and referred to the concept of large-scale change that requires 10 key elements to happen. And the large-scale change need not necessarily be driven by the governments. They can be individuals, they can be institutions that drive that large-scale change. But there is those 10 common features that form the backbone of a large-scale change, which is based on all the large-scale changes that have happened globally. I will not take you through all the 10 points, but 3 points because this is beginning of our journey for a large-scale change in our food systems. I think first and foremost is framing the issues to engage and mobilize your partners. That is the most important part of the whole thing. You know, how do we frame the issues? What is our agenda for change? And that is precisely, we felt that for all of you to remember even those 7 items or 7 entry points that I mentioned for change is going to be too much. So just remember, you know, this, the 10-gram butterfly, and focus on what is your role in this butterfly to make the food system change. Once you begin to think that you are part of a larger system, trying to make a positive change, I'm sure that we will continue on this journey of making change. The second point is, it requires lots and lots of things to be done. And you know, the way human systems are organized, the institutions are organized, all institutions have very limited mandates. UNEP, we had just now Gayatri here, the mandate is environmental education. Gayatri spent 40 years of her time on doing environmental education and, you know, rightly confessed that she's not an expert on food education. Okay, but here, if you are teaching environmental education and you forget about food education and there are a lot of interfaces between food and nutrition, they're missing a point. So therefore, you know, here we need to build that broad understanding of how the food system is and framing the food system change agenda is very important. We have attempted to do it in 7 areas, but we can discuss it in course of the next 2 days. If there could be a better way of organizing it, there could be better representation for it. So that is what we are going to discuss. And in each of these areas, then what are lots and lots of things that are required to be done. And we do expect from each of the groups to come out with at least 1 or 2 action areas. Very tangible action areas, not a wish list. We do not want to make a document and send it to the government. We have done our job. You know, as public servant, as a government officer, I used to get dime a dozen these kind of representations. And let me tell you the secret. None of those representations see the light of the day. You know, so those representations just get filed, you know. So I think we do not want to be another, you know, coalition or advocacy platform for advocating policy changes. Some of it will be required and we will do it and find ways of doing it. And ways of doing it is, we attempted to bring in some officials from the state government, central government, particularly working at the district level. You know, Arpit is here. Arpit Chauhan has come all the way from Jalgaon. Arpit, can you stand up and introduce yourself? A young IAS officer, you are in Jalgaon. We invited a few other officers from Nalbari in Assam, from a few other places, so that, once these, please sit down, so once these young officers who are actually, they are not central government, they are not state government. Action happens on the ground by the district administration, by the block development officer, by the municipal corporations, by the municipalities. If we can reach out to them and create models of thinking with the food systems lens through a 10-gram butterfly concept, I think those lots and lots of things that we want to happen can happen. It will not happen sitting in Hotel Meridian in Delhi. We have to, see that ideas that we generate through these groups get disseminated to people who can actually implement it. And over the next 2 days, in the remaining part of the workshop, we are going to discuss, specific in action labs, and my request is kindly focus on the agenda for action lab. We have painstakingly created a 2-page note on each of the work areas, each of the action labs. Kindly focus your attention on that alone, because somebody else is looking at it from some other angle. So if everyone, normally sometimes what happens is that in an examination, there may be any questions, the answer is same. So if this is what you're going to do, look at the question that is before you, the issue before you, that this is the challenge that we are facing, and therefore, and we have put you in that group, or you choose to be part of that group, then be part of that group and help us find a solution to this, and then draft an action agenda for taking up through collectively by this coalition. So lots and lots, first is framing the issue, lots and lots of things, and then obviously those things have to be communicated very effectively, because change will happen only through communication to the people at large. So this is about the context setting for the workshop, the 7 sessions. Tomorrow we are going to meet in breakout sessions where we'll be discussing cross-cutting issues, on gender transformative approaches, on looking at issues of indigenous communities, technologies, how digital technologies can transform the whole system, because these are cross-cutting issues that will affect all these areas that we are talking about. We'll also have in each of the work areas specific initiatives that are, in some sense, some of them are in very initial stages, some of them are fairly, thought through as on today, and we would expect the coalition workshop to look at those initiatives and get more supporters, make the design more robust, and when we make it more robust, 2 things. Coalition does not have resources. So everything that we basically say that we will do collectively has to be very low cost interventions. Perhaps coming out from your own pockets, coming out from organizations' resources, and should be able to scale up. If we do not scale up, then, so everything that we design and we put our heads together, we should be able to scale up. In some cases, for scaling up, obviously government help is needed. In many cases, you will have to orient markets to work on those areas. And in some of the work groups, some of the action lab discussions, we are going to have that how can we, nudge the market a little bit to go into the healthier and sustainability side. In some cases, we'll be talking a little bit about what government action could be. But let me tell you, government action, government works in a very linear manner. If there's a poor person, give him subsidy. Easy. And since there was all golmaal in subsidy, I have an Aadhaar card so that, that leakages can be prevented. When it becomes a little more complex, then government action is very difficult, extremely difficult. So therefore, we have to be very careful where governments can act and governments can perform. Food systems is not an area where governments can be very, very effective, and that is why it is precisely for this reason, over the 1.5 year, the webinars and seminars that I attended from 2020-2021, there is a concept that there should be coalitions about everything. So a lot of coalitions, this word coalition has become very popular globally, after this event. So I'll stop here, and before stop, let me also recognize, a few people, maybe they are in a hurry and we would like to, Professor Ganesh Bagler, who has done outstanding work in the area of computational gastronomy. I would maybe from there only reflect on what are your views on, he's a professor from IIIT Delhi, and maybe briefly reflect on, just 2 minutes. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I am representing this area called computational gastronomy, and I know that we are talking about food systems which are complex, and I believe that different aspects of food systems, right from agriculture, soil, to all the way up to fork, need to be seen from the data perspective. That's my esoteric view, I would say. But I believe that using data, computations, and algorithms can help change food systems right from supply chain to all the way up to what we eat and nudging people into eating better. And you should be able to search on Google by using my name or computational gastronomy to know more about it. But the point here is that I believe computer science, data science, AI, which seems to be a buzzword, can make a huge change. Thank you, Pavan Agarwalji, for bringing together this coalition.
Yeah, Professor Bagler, I think I always say that he is making a fundamental difference in the way we look at food. So I don't want to give his biodata in details, but I think he's basically integrating data science and MI and artificial intelligence very effectively, looking at food from a molecular level and then trying to find out one of the biggest challenges that we face in the food industry and about the unhealthy food, etc., is about unhealthy choices. Unhealthy food is not tasty, and we have Raj Preeti here, and she will be with us throughout the 2 days. But at this stage, I would also like to recognize Dr. Srijit, from the Indian Medical Association. So if you don't, please, if you don't eat healthy, you fall sick. Okay. And Dr. Srijit, so obviously for medical profession, unhealthy food is a good idea, because there is a professional risk that they will not have patients if everyone start having healthy food. But Dr. Srijit is singularly in the Indian Medical Association. I have seen him for many years advocating good food and getting medical fraternity engaged with us. So thank you very much. He has traveled all the way from Trivandrum. Would you like to, but you are going to be here with us. So you would like to say something here or at a later stage? Okay, thank you very much. So I think that's it from my side, and thank you, for the opportunity that GIZ has given me, for Catherine Venny for coming online and, sharing her thoughts and putting this entire effort in the global context. So I'm sure that we all together have an uphill task moving from here. The next stop is the formal launch of this coalition during the World Food India on 4th of November, and subsequently we are going to have a reflection of what India is doing with other countries in Berlin in January. So I think we all need to, it's a matter of not only, I think, because we need to address this crisis and therefore it is so important to us, but it is a matter of national pride also, that as all of us together in India, we can show to the world that even in large and complex issues like food systems change, we can show the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Before we jump into the action labs, we are going to have a quick Slido quiz. So I know for everyone who's in the room here, you have the QR code for the Slido, which you can click on, which you can scan. But instead of the Q&A tab, you need to go to the other tab, which is for the polls, and you can have a look over there. Also, for everybody who is online joining us, you can go to slido.com, and Niti and Jacob will just walk you through that. Have a look at it, guys. It's really interesting. We have so many questions on Slido already. There's questions about how permaculture can be taken to mass scales. nutritional requirements for lactating, pregnant women, and children, which I know Nadine from GIZ is also very passionate about. So do have a look at that. And Jacob and Niti, if you can walk the online people on how to use it also, please. Yes, I would actually really like to recognize that you know, when you look around, we are very lucky that we have so many people in the room here who are there to make a change and actually make a difference. But this coalition, this effort is not restricted to just this room. There are many people joining us online from all over the country and clearly from Berlin as well. And I think that is a true marker to the passion that they have, that they're not here in the room, but they are with us online, and everybody is ready to make a difference. So thank you, everyone.
So just to log on, you have to if you can't get onto the QR code which is on your table, it's slido.com, and you enter the number 2998294. That's the meeting link. So it's an activity that will, and the first question is just so that we know that many of you are online and that you are able to log in. We just have a fun question saying, from 1 to 5, what is your energy level today? And you can just select 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Yeah. So about 29 people have already logged in, and that's on the top right corner. 36 now. So more and more people are getting on. So if anyone has a challenge, I don't think you should have a challenge. Just let us know. And there you go. And you can actually see those numbers going up and down. So, this is fantastic. A lot of people are feeling very good. And that's very good to know. And that bodes well for the coalition as well. So now this is another fun activity. What is the first name of the person who's sitting right next to you, on the left or your right? And here we go. And it's good to know that people actually do know the people next to them. And this is also an opportunity to ask their names if you don't know their names. And yes, Archana seems to be a common name, Manika seems to be a common name, and it's a word cloud, so you can see if there are common names, it just gets bigger and bigger. Kushi, Tulsi, Selvam, Vipra, Arpit. So these seem to be the common names that are in the room, and therefore getting slightly bigger and bigger. And next question. If you weren't at work, where would you be? This almost feels like a get to know your neighbor. At home. How nice. The beach, the hills, watching the World Cup, at home again, the gym, traveling, shopping. Wow. That's a very, very big range of experiences and where people want to be. So we feel privileged that you're actually here with us, and thank you for being here. And table tennis halls. Yeah. So now, Niti, can you just show where the question and answer section is? So if this question and answer section is a place where where you can go in and you can ask any questions. You can keep asking questions, and this will then go to the work areas, especially tomorrow, as they process this information and try to get action points, as Mr. Pavan Agarwal said. So, and there are questions, as you can see, a lot of questions that have actually started to come in. And this will remain open through the 2 days. So if you feel you want to add something, if you want to add a question or even a comment, please go ahead to the Q&A section. Right, so now we will just move to a, yeah. So, and as we do the work areas from now, there will be work area questions which will come in, which are short 2 or 3 questions. And now we will just do a very quick quiz. You only have 20 seconds to answer. So it's not difficult questions. And so this is for people online as well. And so therefore we put a time constraint. It's not because of any other reason. So, so join the quiz and it's just going to run. I'm not having any control over it. It is just going to run for 20 seconds. It will close. We will see the leaderboard as we go on. And it's just a fun activity for all those online as well as who are there. Yes, the quiz, we can start. You can start. And there you go. As you can see, it's not difficult questions. You can just put in your answers and you have 20 seconds. Yes. Yeah. And those were the responses. Clearly, a lot of people thought implementing better inventory management was the way to go for this question. Next question. And clearly the wisdom in the room is right. What does food recovery mean? And time's up for that. And again, clearly a lot of people collecting surplus food for distribution, which would otherwise be discarded, is broadly understood as food recovery. And the next question, and what is the economic impact of reducing food wastage? And yes, it is cost savings for both consumers and businesses. And we can go to the next. So what percentage of food produced globally is estimated to be lost or wasted? I think we may see a little more of a spread in terms of answers here. And this is an estimate. Yes, we do see a bit of a spread, and the correct answer is 33%. But yes, we have a few others. It's spread a little more across the different. And this is the last question. And what is the primary focus of an ecological business? Thank you so much. And, well, thank you. And so all of you are now familiar with Slido. And if we can show the leaderboard, I think that would be nice. Yeah. We will show you the leaderboard when we come back to this later. Thank you.
Okay, now we will be moving on to the action labs, but just requesting all the online participants to please turn on your videos. We would like to get a photograph of you for posterity. So if you can just switch on your videos, please. Now, without much ado, our first action lab for the day is Diets and Consumption, a focus on food literacy. The lab is being moderated by Ms. Archana Sinha. Ms. Sinha is the co-founder and CEO of Nourishing Schools Foundation, a foundation that aims to develop young change makers who can take charge of not only improving their own nutrition, but also that of their communities. Ms. Sinha is a recipient of the Spotlight Health Scholarship Award by the Aspen Ideas Festival USA and has worked with several large foundations and companies to create collaborative initiatives around food literacy. Welcome, Ms. Sinha, and over to you.
Thank you, Pushpanjali, for that introduction. And welcome everyone to the first action lab of the day. I want to jump off what Pavan sir said earlier, that today isn't about brainstorming, it's about action. And so even in our lab today, we're going to talk about the actions that have been taken and those that can be taken in this fair that we have here today. And we would love to also get more of you on board with this by the end of it. So we have a lineup of some great experts today, and I think they would all agree that our food habits and our lifestyle determine our individual health, our wellness, and our longevity. They also impact environmental sustainability, and that's why this is such an important area for us to focus on. So I'd like to start off by introducing the speakers that we have today. First off, I call on Ms. Sunetra Rode to please come and join us on the stage. Sunetra ma'am has committed her life to spreading food literacy for almost 4 decades now. She is a graduate of Lady Irwin College, Delhi, and has 2 postgraduate degrees to her credit. She is the former principal of the Maharashtra State Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology in Pune. She is well known for her expertise in the areas of food science and nutrition. She received the Eat Right Award from FSSAI for her contribution to the safe and nutritious food initiatives through the Pink Book for Homes, the Yellow Book for Schools, and the Orange Book for Campuses. Recognizing her passion and dedication, the Food Future Foundation awarded her with the first Excellence Award on World Food Day last year. And she has worked with all strata of society, whether it's children, college students, corporates, or rural communities. She has also designed the toolkit that we use at Nourishing Schools Foundation, reaching children in over 4 states. And she has developed the Food Future Foundation's food literacy curriculum. Welcome, ma'am. Then we have Dr. Radhika Hedau. Dr. Radhika Hedau is an assistant professor at the Symbiosis Institute of Health Sciences, Pune. She is recognized as a global influencer in education for nutrition education delivery for school children by Education Influence in Australia. She's a resource person and nutrition education expert for the development of Nutri Pathshala and Nutri Buddies initiative for imparting nutrition education to school children for Harvest Plus. She's a resource person for the review of nutrition education content for the Bowl of Growth initiative to tackle malnutrition amongst children by Mamta Trust and PepsiCo. She has developed and implemented My Nutrition Guide, which are 2 credit modules for non-nutrition university students at Symbiosis International University. And she's also developed the Nutritainment module for nutrition education for school children, which was published in the Journal of Nutrition Education and Behavior under their Great Education material. She is, in a sense, a nutrition panelist and food consultant for designing nutrition menus for various schools in Pune. Welcome, welcome, ma'am. Now, I'd like to call on stage another Archana. So now you know why the Slido earlier had so many Archanas coming up. There's so many of us here today that there are 2 of us on this panel. Ma'am, Archana ma'am is the head at the Department of Human Development and a coordinator for the Family and Child Enrichment Center at the Sir Whittle Das Thackeray College of Home Science at SNDT Women's University. She is also the secretary for the Association of Early Childhood Education and Development and has national expertise in innovative teaching learning methods, early childhood care, promoting mental well-being and developmental counseling, caregiving and well-being for the elderly, life skill development, and being a parent coach. I'd also like to call on stage now Ms. Vipra Banerjee. She is the head and associate professor at the Department of Media Communication and Development, again at the Sir Whittle Das Thackeray College of Home Science at SNDT Women's University in Mumbai. And her areas of interest and expertise are media, marketing and advertising, public relations, sound engineering, communication, and extension education. Welcome, ma'am. Next, I'd like to call Dr. Panchali Moitra. She is the academic dean for postgraduate programs at research at the Sir Whittle Das Thackeray College of Home Science, SNDT Women's University. And she is also a co-investigator for multiple international research projects, as well as an expert faculty at ACSM. She's also been awarded the Governor's Award for Research Excellence for her work on school nutrition education. And last but definitely not the least, I would like to invite Dr. Subbarao. Dr. Subbarao is the scientist and head for Nutrition Information, Communication and Health Education Division at the ICMR National Institute of Nutrition. I think is he there? I think he might have perhaps just stepped out for a bit, but we'll get him to join us on stage soon. So with that introduction, and thank you for your patience during that, I would like to first invite Sunetra ma'am to please come to the podium because in the first presentation, she and I would like to take you through what Food Future Foundation and its partners have been doing to create a world where all consumers make informed choices about their health and their nutrition.
Thank you, Archana, for your kind words. It is indeed an honor to be here today, and especially since I've been given the honor to present the work done by the team. Before I begin with the food literacy curriculum and how we set about going about it, I would like to thank the little wonders of the day and the magic they performed on stage. They have simplified my work. They have explained each of the themes so beautifully, and not only explained, they've understood it and implemented it. So I have no words to say. I'm really at a loss of what to say today. It was amazing. Now, like you see, these themes, they are not standalone topics. They are like strands which have been interwoven to create a beautiful tapestry, okay, which will have its own charm and magic called food literacy. Now, after witnessing the performance, I don't have to explain this slide either. They have shown how they have understood everything so beautifully, and all this has been because of our innovative pedagogy. They worked in the food labs. They have discussed things with their parents at home. They have been involved in so many different activities, indoors, outdoors, fitness, Ayurveda. They've said everything, and again, they have simplified my work. Okay, so now I will come to food literacy, and I'll share what we have done over the past 1.5 years. It all began with an idea which was conceptualized by the Food Future Foundation by Pavan Agarwal sir, and he shared it with us. It was a group of highly qualified nationwide nutritionists and other professionals, and this idea instinctively touched my heart. I said, this is what I have been wanting to do, and I have been unable to do it. I have not seen the changes, though I have taken nutrition sessions for over 40 years. So I said, yes, this can make my dream come true, and I am all for it. So I was super excited, and I communicated instantly that yes, I'm there with you, and I will see it through till the end. So that is how the journey actually began. So we all got together and we did many things. We deliberated, contemplated, agreed, disagreed, and worked out a curriculum. And what you saw in the students' performance was this. Okay, this is one of the copies which we'd like you to go through later and give us your valuable suggestions also. Okay, now when we talk of food literacy, who in your opinion needs food literacy? Today you saw the little children talking. But through my experience and interactions, which have begun or which date back to over 40 years, when I was a student at Lady Irwin College, and the waiter in our mess comes and proudly shows us a tin of milk powder, which he had purchased for his 3-month-old baby. And then a few days later, though we had told him this is not the best solution and gave him the correct options, and later he tells us, in spite of buying this costly milk powder, my child is not gaining weight and is getting diarrhea constantly. So it was as a student that these seeds were sown in my mind, that we need to do something and it has to reach the correct audience. Then I'll share another incident. My maidservant comes up and tells me that who can barely make 2 ends meet, all the time she's borrowing money. You know, she's so hard up. She says, I throw away the egg yolks and I eat only the egg whites because the yolk makes you fat. Or you can take the case of the farmer who has ample milk on the farm, but he decides to sell the milk and buy biscuits and sweets for his children because he wants to see the smile on his children's face, and he thinks that is the best way of making them happy. Now, it is not only about the people who are uneducated. It is also about the people who are highly qualified and educated, but in their fields. Like, I'll share an example. My neighbor, she's a bank officer. She comes to me, asks me for the recipe of pea pulao. She wants to make it in the evening. And then later she tells me she didn't make it. So I said, okay, then you make something. And she said, no, I've returned the peas. So I said, to whom? She said, to the food store. So that packet of frozen peas was lying on the dining table the whole day. She refreezes it, returns it to the store, and the store takes it back and sells it to maybe me, maybe you. And if you can recognize that this food has thawed and then refrozen, you wouldn't buy it. Okay? All these IT professionals, they're so highly qualified. Okay, what they talk is Greek and Latin to me. But they get back from work, stop at the food mall, pick up ready-to-eat gravies, breads, some sweetened caffeinated beverages, and head home. So then, who needs to be taught? It is everybody. It is not only the needy, it is the affluent, it's not the educated, they need to be taught, the illiterate. They all need to be made food literate. So now we are beginning with children, which my team would be sharing later. Why children? Somebody may ask, aren't there enough initiatives of the government? The Saksham, Anganwadi, Poshan 2, all these are going to provide or make available food. But are they actually telling you about what is unhealthy food or the lifestyle diseases? That is lacking, and that is very essential today. You can see these statistics which speak for themselves. And we as nutritionists and food health people can do a lot on this. And I earnestly request you to join us in this journey, which we are going to complete, and we are going to make people food literate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sumitra. You know, she was supposed to speak for 1 minute. Okay, but I think, you know, she deserves 1 hour, 1 full day, because I think let us give her a round of big applause, because she has been behind this initiative for 18 months, you know, almost single-handedly. Okay, so I think, no, of course there are a lot of other people as well, but I think she was driving it. Hats off to you. You deserve more than 1 hour, more than 1 day, but don't get inspired by her, you know. Okay, I think in the next, we are already, time is up for this session, so now you have to fast track it. Archana?
Pavan sir, luckily for you, I am a Formula One racing fan. And I am about to speed through the rest of my presentation. So let me start by dropping my next slide, because I don't think I need to explain why we are starting with children. I think we were all, or I hope most of us here were witness to the amazing performances we saw from Lotus Valley International School today. I think that has done more to explain on why we need to start with children than I could ever do. So I'm sure that this is a topic on which none of you need convincing. Now, how did we develop our approach? Because Sunetra ma'am showed you the booklet. And yes, it is just a collection of 50 or so pages when you look at it, but I do want to emphasize that this has been a very strategic, extensive, consultative process that's gone into it. For one, there were consultations with multiple experts for over a year, bringing in people from civil society, government officials, the private sector, and getting inputs from all of them in order to develop this curriculum, and that's what you see in front of you today. The curriculum development process itself involved inputs from various experts, and it was also based on a gap analysis. After understanding what content on nutrition is already available to children and what isn't and is therefore needed in the curriculum. In fact, Dr. Radhika will be talking about that later in the session. And we've also piloted the rollout of the curriculum, because we talk about experts, and of course there are domain experts, but truly the experts are the children. They are the ones who have to give their input on how engaging this curriculum is and whether we can find the time for it in the school timetable. So here are kids from one of the 20 schools in Jaipur in which we piloted a draft version of this curriculum last year. And they, from the impact surveys we did, found it very engaging, were always asking us follow-up questions, and are looking to be engaged even more with this in the years ahead. I think we've already seen the engagement that's happened in Lotus Valley International School, and over here you can also see that there were sessions conducted at the school by Fit Kids in order to engage children with lessons from the food literacy curriculum. Just a quick example here is, I really liked what Kaina said earlier, that when we talk about nutrition, sometimes we come from a place of fear, right? This deficiency, this problem, and really the approach is to move it towards solutions. We have a toolkit, for instance, that we've developed at our foundation to do games and activities for kids, and I won't spend too much time on it because, again, you know, we are, we have a Grand Prix to finish. But the game that we have here that I'm showing called Friends and Foes has cards that show foes as in the symptoms of a deficiency of a nutrient. And that's important because you may know the lack of vitamin B causes beriberi, but that's just useless knowledge unless you can identify the symptoms of it in someone around you. And then you have these friend cards that have foods that are rich in that nutrient. So you also help understand the solutions and can advise somebody around you. This is an example of how you can make children agents of change. Now, I talked about awareness and impact, and we realize that building awareness is not enough. I'm sure all of us here in the room today do know the broad guidelines for eating healthy. I shall be closely watching how many of you are rushing for the dessert counter during the lunch break. It has to result in behavior change and an improvement in nutritional status, right? And that's why even when we have piloted the curriculum, you can see here snapshots from a dashboard that we've made to be able to ensure that this is leading to some concrete outcomes. And we are looking at different impact assessment tools. Dr. Panchali will talk about one of them later in the session. So where are we now? We are developing a roadmap towards universalizing food literacy. There is a training and capacity building program for teachers, a certification program that's actually being developed by the team at SNDT University for Women. You will be hearing about that in the session again. There also need to be changes to the school food environment. When Pavan sir was at FSSAI, there were regulations that came out about making the school food environment much more conducive towards promoting the health and nutrition of children. We should look to further and build on the work that's done in that area. And there's also a national initiative on food literacy that's needed. We are looking at this as a very holistic curriculum that will be modeled on the lines of the Nipun Bharat initiative, and that's the vision of where we want to be. Now I come back, as we do, to this tangram, and the reason for that is this action lab, this particular one, is part of many different action labs that we have today, because this is going to require action in many different areas. As I think it's obvious by even looking at this diagram, this is not something that can be achieved by one organization or even one stakeholder group alone, which is why there are so many partners involved in this initiative. And on that note, I'd like to start calling on some of them. So Dr. Radhika, if I could invite you to the podium to just talk about the gap analysis that's been done on the school textbooks and help us learn from it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Radhika. Thank you, Pavan Agrawal sir, for this wonderful opportunity and this beautiful initiative. So coming to what is very important when we are talking about curriculum and food literacy are the textbooks, right? Like how the Gita or the Bible, anything when we are learning, it's the textbooks which are very important. Something which blends in, something which is a part of the formalized education. So I'm going to present here an evidence and a pilot, of course, which is not done across different boards, centrally and state-wise. However, this is an evidence which says that we need to blend in the food literacy across different subjects. So far, there have been 2 studies, and one which was initiated by Dr. Subbarao sir in 2011. Later on, we picked it up and we did it across central and the state board. And now, of course, with Future Food Foundation and the other collaborating universities, we are picking it up and taking it as a textbook analysis across different boards which are offered in the nation. So what the existing educational content says is the content we know is scattered, it's sporadic. More importance is given to the physical sciences compared to biological sciences, and under biological sciences, again, a lot of emphasis is more on reproduction. However, less emphasis is on food and nutrition. We don't see a practical application like morning sessions when that bright girl who was speaking about the different barriers which they face while actually following food literacy. It was the application which was missing. The information is redundant, and say now we have to switch from pyramid, food pyramid, to food plate, which has to be there in the syllabus. Also, it has to be visually engaging to the students, so that is something which is lacking. It needs to have the right cultural diversity. When I say cultural diversity, it is mainly the diet diversity. So we are learning, say, for example, geography. We know about Rabi and the Kharif crops, but how does it get into our plates is something which has to be imbibed. Also, the activities have to be skill-based. So a lot of critical thinking and problem-solving activities have to be there. And it has to have a multi-dimensional approach where we are not just talking about labeling and how do we read labels, but how do we actually go out shopping, buying, food budgeting, environmental sustainability. Also, it has to be blend very well into our lifestyle, and it has to be diverse. It has to be learner-centric. So we know we talk about multiple intelligence, so that way we also have the different learning styles. So whatever assessments are done on this curriculum, they have to take into consideration the different learning styles. So this textbook analysis basically focuses on what do we observe in our textbooks, and a curriculum where whenever we are revising and making these textbooks, it has to focus on the functional, interactive, and the critical food literacy. So where a lot of comprehension goes into it, cognitive skills are developed, analysis is done very well, and they understand what are the actual barriers and facilitators. So the outcomes of this gap analysis would be that we will get a very good baseline information on what is existing in the Indian curricula across different states, and we will also highlight the deficiencies which are there in quality and quantity. And these findings, with that, we can propose new textbook revisions which will be aligned with the National Education Policy and also with the Sustainable Development Goal 3. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Radhika, for sharing that and for helping us understand how thoughtfully this curriculum is being developed. Now, in order to scale the adoption of this curriculum, we must equip teachers to be able to teach it. And that's why I'd like to invite Ms. Archana Jain to talk about the teacher certification program that's been developed to achieve this.
Okay, so when I was working on this, I was thinking, who needs food literacy? And my answer was everyone who's eating. Every consumer needs food literacy, and not only the consumers, but all the people, especially who are preparing food. So it may be a mother, it may be a child, it may be a youth, everyone needs food literacy. So keeping that in mind, I devised this certification program, and I felt that 30 hours is not a long time to give. For the first certificate, there is a foundational school years, for foundational school years, nursery to second standard. Then if you want to go further, you can do an advanced certificate, another 30 hours for primary school children, so that was focusing on 3rd to 5th standard. And then you do a diploma, which will be right up to secondary years, another 60 hours. So it becomes feasible for someone to get the food literacy certification and the diploma. Now all the areas which are the themes that were there, I have converted them into 3 main subjects: food, body, nutrition and well-being, food, culture and habits, and food preparation and our planet. So all the themes are woven into all the certificate, advanced certificate and diploma. Now I felt that if you are training someone, there are 3 aspects of the training program. First is the information about food literacy, and anyone who is doing the training or is a trainer should have 4 times more information that they really need the children to learn. So I felt that the information, the food literacy program should have information which is very relevant and which they need to know. But beyond that, when it comes to training children, there are specific techniques which are required, and not every teacher who has the information will be able to teach it to children. So I felt that if you have a manual with a detailed lesson plan on how to get the information transformed or taught to the children, or it becomes a part of their knowledge, everyday knowledge, and it moves from knowledge to attitude and then behavior. So it has to be action based. And for that, I thought that we should have a detailed lesson plan for the teachers to really conduct it with the children. Some examples have been already shared, And then I felt that even ready audiovisual material, if it is available to the teachers, that will encourage them to do it, because beyond, over and above what they are teaching, if they are doing this, then if you have a ready set of material, that will help. So that's the 3 aspects of the food literacy program which I am suggesting. Now, what the methodology should be. Now, this is actually a visual image of something that we have been doing at SPT College of Home Science for the last 14 years. This is last year's project which we have as Khel Utsav, and last year our theme was agriculture. So you can see how it was taught. So it is experiential learning where you have demonstrations, visits, theme sets up where the children are themselves, the consumers, and they do it by role play and action. Then it is participative, so it's games, because then it is with the children for a longer time, focus group discussions and quizzes for them, and problem solving at a higher level, like means and thinking. If this is what you want, what would you do? What is the solution to this? So, and this program, if you really want the schools to adopt it, it's not that it's a very large program. The school gives 3 days in an entire year of 2 hours. Okay, this program can be conducted, and it will be fun for children. It will be a special day of learning. Everything doesn't have to be test oriented or course oriented. Sometimes fun way of learning also works, and for us it has been. We have been doing it for the community. We cover 250 children every year, but we take different themes. So and the curriculum is excellent. I must compliment everyone who is part of making the curriculum excellent. So now it's only now converting it into a teaching program. So I'm hoping that it will be done, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Archana, for outlining that program for teachers. And as you said, learning must be made fun, and audio-visual aids are an important aspect of that. So I'd like to invite Ms. Vipra Banerjee to talk about audio-visual aids and how they can be relevant for spreading food literacy.
Thank you so much. I certainly believe that, yes, the information that we have talked about, discussed, seen, heard is very, very important. And the only thing I've felt very strongly is that such education, such program cannot be made a part of the formal education system. I may not really, sing along the tune of some of the people, but I feel this is a very, very important set of information, knowledge, behavioral change, attitudinal change. So when I look back and think of the subjects that I did in school, there were some subjects which were very interesting, some were very, very boring, very uninteresting, because I didn't have interest in them. Now this area should not become something that the student finds that there is a lot of studying, reading, lecturing, because we all know that when it comes to whether it is andragogy or pedagogy, it is only, if I listen to something, I only remember 10%. But if I perform something, if I do it, and in fact, if I pass on the information to others, it is my retention is 90% or more. So therefore, this program, according to me, should be completely non-formal. Non-formal is the way, is the method to be used. I come from an extension education background, where the 3-pronged approach for the community work is to look at how children learn, how youth learn, and how adults learn. So therefore, the method for each and every target group has to be different. Not only that, it has to be more of action-based, games, fun. In fact, we just completed in college a program for UNICEF, and that was on child marriage. This is just an example that I have brought here. So child marriage is an issue, how to pass on the information to the school children, municipal school children, and parents. Because as we all know, nutrition education cannot be only for school children.
Show the puppet show. All these people know, the puppet show that we have been working on.
Ria, can you just, that PPT that is there? So okay, coming back to that, medium is the message. And so therefore, the reels today become a very, very important part of passing information. One of the programs led us to think, and that was that we were to take a message to the community, a rural area. We wanted to take a puppet show. But to take the puppet show over there meant taking puppets, taking puppet theater, and it becomes difficult. So the best thing we thought was shoot the entire puppet show, create a video, and take it on and pass it on to the students in the rural areas, because everybody has. So we had a presentation of puppet show on screen, everything was visible, everything was clear. We did edits, we did dubs, and the video was prepared. I don't know if Ria will be able to show us. So the media plays a very important role today. How we do our street plays, our puppets, our posters, our games, our interactive processes, and create reels. Because today, when we talk about information, we've seen actually everybody's scrolling through the phones, Insta Reels. And the only thing that they want to click is the food when they're eating. And that comprises of those pastas and pizzas. So I feel if we start making reels of the content that we have and pass it on, it will make a lot of difference. Ria is helping me with a puppet show, and this is just a very simple example, and that was for menstrual health. The puppet show was on menstrual health. Something like this can be prepared very easily for students to see, because I just heard some students saying, oh, we are drowned in our assignments. Right? So definitely, when they watch something, it will be more interesting. And we are all talking from research. There are many researches which have been done on audiovisual aids. And we also, we made films on kidney kisse kidney ke, and then digital media was used extensively. We use it for passing on information. Puppet is what Ria is. Running out of. Okay, so maybe in the second session or some other time I will show you the puppet show. It's very interesting. With that, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Agrawal.
So Vipra is promising us to, that promise you did not say. That is why, so she's promising us to convert as many of these lessons into puppet shows. Yes. She has prepared one such show here. I don't know, the hotel is not able to provide us internet connectivity despite, hotel being paid a 1 lakh rupees for that. I don't know, we'll check up with them, why they are not here, So we'll check up with them, but we'll show you that puppet show later on.
Yes.
So, because, I think Vipra, everyone understands it, that audio visual is the way to go. But I think, what help we need of SNDT, SPT colleges, actually actioning on it.
We will do it.
So we wanted to see your videos. You send me on WhatsApp, and we will circulate it in the group, and we will post a LinkedIn message on this.
Okay.
And we expect that every month we will get at least 4 videos from your institution.
Absolutely. So
all right.
Absolutely.
Let us give her.
Absolutely.
In
fact,
of your
yes, in fact, we've already started, sir. We've already started planning out on the topics. The students are working. We've had deliberations, and probably we will certainly take up the topics and create.
So Nidin and Lisa, who are, from the GIZ, they are now very unnervous. What am I doing? So we wanted to create a little chaos. Creativity happens in a little bit of chaos. We cannot have anything pre-scripted. So this was not pre-scripted. Okay. So I think we are running behind schedule. So don't worry. We'll try to catch up. But I think all our participants need to know that we had very carefully designed that half an hour. So when you come onto the stage, and particularly from the teaching community, it becomes very difficult.
Absolutely, it's an occupational hazard.
It is an educational hazard. You give them the mic, they'll forget. They will see all of you as students. So thank you very much. But I think your support will be definitely
yes,
very essential.
In fact, we have the infrastructure to do that. We have our studios, we have editing facilities, and it will be possible for us to create videos which will be really specific and creating the impact that is desired. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vipra ma'am. So we've heard about teaching and how to support that, but I'm sure the question follows that after the teaching, how do we make sure that we've achieved the outcomes? And on that note, I'd like to invite Dr. Panchali Moitra to talk about an impact assessment tool that can help us do that.
Thank you so much, Archana. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to stick to my 3-minute brief which was given to me. And yes, indeed, the success and sustainability of any project will depend to a certain extent on the robustness of the process evaluations and the performance assessments that we are doing here. What you see on the slide is a very familiar component of a logic frame which we use for any M&E, which is the monitoring and evaluation framework. For this project, we have the inputs, which are the curricular intervention, which is the student and the parent engagement model, and we have our teacher training program, which we are doing, with an ultimate goal that we would be able to contribute to an integration with the school curriculum and eventually an improvement in the scale up of these literacy programs across the schools in the country and develop food skills and eventually instill a positive behavior change. And this would eventually lead to a visionary goal of a future literate and a future secure society. To be able to achieve each of these goals, we need to have process indicators. So definitely we will start with the defining our SMART indicators and benchmarking the baseline measures. This would be followed by a strategy which would be laid for the sampling strategy, the data collection and analysis protocol, and also the logistics in terms of the delegation of responsibilities within our collaborating teams and the timelines for that here. Now what you have is a brief first draft of our evaluation metrics that we present to you here. There would be process indicators which would include the number of sessions conducted or the number of teachers trained or the number of schools covered as a part of this literacy project. The effectiveness of the curriculum would be measured with a pre-post assessment of knowledge, attitude and practice of our key stakeholders that are parents, teachers and children. We are also trying to measure the percentage change in dietary practices, in their self-efficacy tools, and also the amount of food they're actually wasting after this literacy program is being implemented. There would be a qualitative data which would be generated through stakeholder feedback reports. Now, all of these metrics are not only in theory. We have worked rigorously for past 1.5 to 2 years to develop certain evaluation instruments which have undergone rigorous psychometric testing. These instruments would be KAP heaps, which will help us to reliably measure the knowledge, attitude, and practices related to healthy eating and activity practices in children. We also have a questionnaire called FreshQ, which will help us to estimate the food-related environments at school and home. And we have a parental nutrition knowledge questionnaire, which will help us understand the nutrition literacy, the perceptions, and the purchasing behaviors. Due to the paucity of time, I have put down some of our published work which can be referred to understand the entire process of developing and validating these tools which can be used. Finally, there are some additional tools which need to be developed so that we are able to plan and implement this project a little bit more effectively. We would definitely need a validation of the content that we are creating and also aligning it with the learning outcomes. We would need cost-effective and digital interfaces for rapid appraisals. We would need implementation research, and as academic institutes, we have some data to begin with. We would like to build it upon to show a proof of concept and implement this in a community setting and see the benefits there. And then there would be data management, reporting systems, and other assessment protocols which would be developed as we move ahead with the project. So thank you so much, and we would love to hear your insights on these frameworks and these models that we have created, and perhaps over a cup of tea or meals without the dessert, we will definitely look forward for that. Thank you so much.
I do hope I haven't made people reluctant to grab dessert later, because that would make life difficult for me. Thank you, Panchali ma'am, for sharing that robust impact assessment tool. The ICMR National Institute of Nutrition and Food Future Foundation have been collaborating as well on some aspects of this curriculum, and therefore I'd like to invite Dr. Subbarao Gavaravarapu to please come and share a few words about that. I'd also like to point out that I might have been the only person today brave enough to pronounce your surname on the stage. I have spent 10 years in Bangalore, so I thought it was safe.
Thank you very much. I was given two briefs. The first one was to actually summarize what has happened here and then probably give an overview. And now I've been asked to talk about how NIN and FFF can collaborate. The collaboration is already on, and then we've been working together. I've been very much part of this entire team and the work and those innumerable online sessions that we've had with Mr. Pavan Agarwal, and he would always tell us, you know, do something that is doable. Don't talk about what is to be done. And it's very nice, and actually we had very nice presentations from each of them. Actually, the story started way back in 2011 for me. When I looked at the curriculum and I said, it's an important intervention strategy, why not we do it? When I did that study, everybody said, is this science at all? Are you a scientist? What is the kind of work you're doing? And then I thought, apna bhi time aayega. Now I feel time aa gaya. And then same is the case with food label literacy study that we've done in 2014 with the school children and adolescents. With just an intervention of 3 40-minute sessions, we could make 8th graders and 9th graders read the label, make sense of the food information, and then buy food as they thought it was healthy. Whether they were really thinking in terms of health or not is a secondary issue. Even then people said, is it science at all? And today I sit as the chair of the food labeling committee. I'm very happy about it in the FSSI. And now this also is an important intervention tool that we are thinking in the curriculum. So iska bhi time aa gaya. Then yes, as you know, Dr. Sumitra said, it's very important to know that most literate people in the country or in the world are nutritionally illiterate. We always thought food literacy has limited definition, sir. Food literacy globally has a limited definition that you should know about the food. Nutrition literacy is the ability to make a judgment for your food choice based on your nutrition literacy. But now, I think nutrition literacy is not a broader sense. After I read your curriculum, I think food literacy is much more broader than mere nutrition, because it has to encompass the environment, the climate, and the food system as a whole, and that's excellent. I think this is very, very rewarding for children to actually go through something like this, especially as the F1 racer, Archana, said about fear of deficiencies that we are taught right from childhood. But one downside of that teaching was it never interested us, because nutrition education or food education is something that is not seeable, and there is no immediate outcome from that. You know, you go to a doctor, you have a headache, you get a pill, and your headache is gone. But you tell a person you eat well today and you are good for life, nobody sees that. Aaj mujhe kya khana hai is dessert, which is very important for me, because my taste buds, it's a calling of my taste buds. And then nobody can deny it, everyone. So we always say that always do what the expert tells you to do, don't do what the expert does. Because that's the key message that we need to give. And then finally, Dr. Vipra talked about AV tools as an important part of, yes, they do work, but they do work in combination with the others. I think they are an important part, and we often forget. And then reels is a good thing. You know, we've just put forth an idea sometime back. I'll take one more minute of time. Sometime back, in a journal where we said, I hope all of you understand the word food porn. Food porn is showing food very, very beautifully in an appealing way and hashtagging it with nice terms we call folksonomy. Adding folksonomy with beautiful pictures of the foods. That's how a lot of companies sell. You know, for instance, when you see your cereal ads or pictures, when you see your biscuit advertisements, you see the milk flowing, strawberries falling from some side, and then a lot of sweet and nice things, and it makes you to want to have it. But can we use the same food porn to promote healthy foods? Is a concept. Perhaps that can be explored through AVs. And then we are doing it in a small way in a study that is ongoing in NIN. And we've created Insta communities for children, about 150 children. And then we post pictures every day, nice, good-looking pictures, and it is followed by a 4-point questionnaire, wherein they said, does it make you want to have this food? And surprisingly so, the healthy foods decorated well and presented well are being sought after than the unhealthy ones. So the appealing food can, I think AV can do a great thing. I think Reels can also work that way. And finally, as Archana ji also said, we need to have a lot of engaging, involving, and fun-loving way along with role play. But finally, I'm very, very happy that we've reached thus far. At least, in 11 months of your conceptualizing the idea, you've come here. 11 years after we did the study, we've never gone there. Yes, we presented in a lot of conferences, but after that, nothing has happened. I think it's a coalition with everyone, and everyone's involvement and engagement is very much needed. And to upscale this and then take it to different schools, different villages, different contexts is a big and daunting task. But I'm sure once you've made the first step, and we can only walk miles, it's not a problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Subbarao. Pawan sir challenged us to finish quickly, and no race is complete without a podium ceremony. So I would like to just request that we do a group photograph, because as Dr. Subbarao said, this food literacy is broader than just nutrition. And really, even this action area is broader than just the people that you see on the stage. It has been the work of many others to make this happen. So Pawan sir, I'd also first like to invite you on the stage and invite some of the partners as well.
So let's have a quickly a group photograph.
Yes. I would like to call Junofi ma'am, if you could also join us on the stage. Dr. Madan as well, please. Could we also have the team from Lotus Valley International, if there's still any members here? Yes, please.
Aditi,
Aditi, of course. Aditi Mehrotra.
Tina, please come. Yeah, Tina. So all those I'm inviting, they have either been part of this initiative, or we expect them to play more meaningful role moving forward. You want to come? You come.
You must call your best half.
Come. So this is the deliverable of this workshop, a photograph where they will raise their hands, make a butterfly, and jointly say, I will now give you a shocker. Shocker. Shocker is, bete beech mein jao. You go in, So Ria is, let us give a big round of applause for Ria. Ria is the main driver in my office handling this project. I think Ria, you have gone thus far. I'm very proud of you, but I'm sure that a lot more has to be done in this space. I think we all promise this group to the entire coalition that we will ensure that our curriculum is rolled out in the next 3 years across the country.
Goes without saying.
All right. So, yeah. No.
I think we can all agree that food literacy is for one and all, for all of us, any age and any stage of our life. That's something we all need. So on to our next action lab, which is on healthy and sustainable food environments. The moderator for this lab is Mr. Nilesh Lele. Mr. Lele is a serial entrepreneur with varied experience in the field of engineering, finance, strategy, and marketing. He is not only a mentor with Startup India and on the mentorship board for 4 incubation centers across India, but is also directly or indirectly associated with 50 plus startups across industries. Welcome, Mr. Lele, and over to you.
Thank you. I know me and the panel are going to be in between you and your lunch, right? And the sweets. So we'll really try to wrap it up quick. I'll also do it slightly differently compared to the first action lab that we had. So here we are going to discuss broadly the workstream 3, which is the food ecosystems and environments. And within that, the action lab 2, which is called the healthy and sustainable food environments. So I would like to invite the esteemed panelists. I will start with Mr. Arpit Chauhan, sir, who's an IAS officer and also currently the assistant collector at Jalgaon, Maharashtra. I think we should give him a round of applause as he walks up here. He's made. Next is Professor Manu Mahajan, sir. Yeah, he's from School of Planning and Architecture. So please, we welcome you to the dais. Next up is Sukhwinder Singh. He is the designated officer cum licensing authority of the Food Safety Administration, Union Territory of Chandigarh. Next is Dr. Pashupati from Parikshan. I think he also deserves a very big round of applause. He has trained probably few lakh people in food safety, and we would like to know more about it. I would also like to invite Ms. Shruti Sadhu Khan, if she is here. She is from ICLE South Asia region. So great. So you must be wondering what this panel or what these experts are going to talk about. And like sir said, this is not a brainstorming session, sir. We would like to know what you have been doing on the ground and what we can do after the session. So this will be an ongoing process. And like sir you saw the first group, I'm sure he's going to make us promise something. So please be sure that you are ready to make those promises off stage. So the reason we are having this discussion is because of urbanization of our population. And we all know that food environment actually influence the food habits that we have. And because of urbanizations, we have been not being able to eat, let's say, local as well as seasonal foods, right? So we would like to focus more on urban planning, the urban farming, other sustainable farming options that are there, probably better supply chain. So we'll hear about some of those Eat Right initiatives that I know Sir has done in Chandigarh. We would also like to focus more on if there are any eco-friendly options, especially from packaging perspective. Sir, if you have implemented any of those in as part of your district administration, we would like to know that. We'll also like to hear about the Triple H implementation from ICLE. So without taking much time, I would start off with trying to understand more what kind of implementation he has done at the district administration level. So I would like to invite Mr. Arpit Chauhan, IAS, as well as currently the Assistant Collector at Jalgaon.
Thank you, sir. So I believe there are a lot of experts here who have a lot to add. In the IAS, we don't have experts, so I would be knowing it. So it's a journalist kind of thing that we speak and journalist kind of thing that we do. Still, I'd like to focus the attention to one thing. In the 1960s, when we had a situation of ship to mouth, so at that time we started to think about food security. But now we have shifted the focus to nutrition security. And I think that this is a very big change. Yeah, so the district administration is actually works not in the same way as the rest of the stakeholders might be working, because the focus of the district administration, sir, is basically more on ensuring food to people, right? So nutrition is a part of food, but in a country where like we have the National Food Security Act of 2013, that's really a big step. So the focus of the district administration is basically on providing food to people, right? Nutrition as a part of that food is not the thing. Is not the thing that we are doing in any large way, right? So basically, the role of district administration is to implement on the ground level whatever we are asked to do from up. Still, since you have asked that what we are doing in the district and what could be done, so I'd like to bring to your notice certain things that we are doing regarding the child nutrition. So certain Anganwadis that we have. So the Anganwadis are growing their own vegetables. So this is a concept that we have introduced in many places in Maharashtra. Anganwadis are asked to grow their own vegetables and their own food. And that food is being used and cooked and served to the children who come to these Anganwadis. Secondly, about the Poshan Abhiyan that is currently going on. So there's a Poshan tracker system that is there. So the Poshan tracker has all the Anganwadis, and there are nearly 14 lakh Anganwadis in India. The Poshan tracker is basically trying to track the status at each and every of these Anganwadis. Like how many students did come to certain Anganwadi on a particular day, what were they served, and how many of them actually got the food. So this is something that we have started to work on. It is in its starting phase. It will take a long time. Thirdly, I would like to say that in one of our districts, in Gadchiroli, we have started a project in which we are using AI in nutrition. Artificial intelligence in nutrition. So this project was started probably in the year 2021. So what they are doing in this project is that they have installed certain equipments in schools. So whenever a child takes a plate of food in that particular school, so they go and they stand on that equipment, and that equipment is able to tell that what are the nutrients that are present in that plate of food. How many carbohydrates, how many protein, what is the fats that are there. So this is the first project of its kind across India, and it's really a wonderful thing, and we are trying to replicate this model across other schools in Maharashtra. And secondly, sir, what is to be done? So that is basically what I am here for, to learn from you people that what is to be done. Because there are a lot of experts who generally have certain ideas which we can implement, apart from all the limitations that we actually face. So one of the important things that I have come across since morning is about literacy on nutrition and food. So food literacy is basically something that is not mainstream right now. So that is one thing that we could bring into our schools, that we could teach about. And as ma'am told about the videos and all the things that you have been making, so if we could take these things to our schools and we could teach children through this way. So, and also you were telling about some reels. So we have also collaborated with certain people. There was a project that the government of, means not the government, the district administration in a place in Maharashtra was doing. So they were promoting black rice. So we collaborated with certain people with large number of followers. So we just asked them to eat this kind of black rice, and although they didn't like it, but it was copied by a lot of people. So this is the power of Insta Reels, and we, even the district administration is keen to work with these people. Other things are regarding the labeling of food. So there's an entire department of drugs and food. They are looking about this labeling. The labeling issue is really serious because the daily foods that we are eating do not have any label about the nutrition that they have. So we are trying to ask these manufacturers to bring in the exact labeling of the nutrients in their food. So sir, basically I think that there are important things to be learned from more experts. I'll just stop here and just sit back and listen and learn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arpit Chauhanji. And I think this is why Pawan Agarwal sir has got us all us here. It's a workshop, right? So we learn from each other and also learn from the other labs, the other action labs. It's not that every work stream is different, right? We are all together. We can also collaborate. We can also be part of multiple action labs as well. We also heard about a lot of success stories that sir has implemented at the rural level. So we would also like to know how it can be taken to the urban or can be part of the urban planning. So I would request sir, Professor Manu Mahajan sir, to talk more from the urban planning aspect.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. In the last panel, some comments were made about teachers that they take too much time. I'll stick to my time and also stick to the time of my lunch. You know, just to give you a brief background about myself, I'm not a food producer, I'm not a food expert. At least, you know, but I make my own food, and you can check it on Instagram. Healthy food. My father left his village where very good quality rice is grown when he was 5 or 6. So I'm not a villager, I'm not from agriculture. I'm an urbanist and I deal with cities. And there are, from the city's perspective, I see food from four landscapes. Because the session is about food ecosystems and food environments, I see food from 4 landscapes, and these are spatial landscapes. First is the production landscape, second is the trade landscape, third is the consumption landscape, and fourth is the waste landscape. So, and if we start mapping cities from that perspective, we will find that all of us belong to the consumption and waste landscape. So that is point number 1. Point number 2 is, I see cities, from the food perspectives, I see cities in terms of 8 typologies of food environments, and they exist in and around cities. And this is also connected to spatial scale. So anything we want to do in terms of food, from urban perspective, from city perspective, let us look at these 8 typologies. Sorry, I may be using some Hindi words, but that is inevitable because we are talking about food. First being dhania, mirchi and pudina, grown in balconies or art terraces. I have started growing basil also because my kids love pasta. The second landscape is Gajar Muli landscapes in leftover spaces and in our neighborhoods. You know, when I was a kid, there was a plot empty to my home, and I have practiced that. The third landscape is Thodi Sabzi, Palak, and Tarbooj landscapes along the water bodies. You travel along Nizamuddin Bridge, you travel on D&D, you find people selling food, and though it is, I don't know how hygienic that is, but it is a practice which is followed in Delhi. The fourth landscape is little bit of dhan or gehu in our peri-urban landscapes, which is at the fringe of the city. As we move out, we see people practicing in these landscapes. The fifth landscape is, which is very, 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 very much connected with our heritage landscape, is about aam means mango, or amrud landscapes, orchards. Kakori is famous for that. Kakori, जहाँ पे train लूटी गई थी, मतलब practice हुई थी. And there are many landscapes in Delhi itself where we find presence of orchards, and these are old orchards. The sixth one is, sorry if I'm going into non-vegetarian way, machli murga or meat landscape, which is again, it is a landscape. It is practiced in a particular space, and I'm talking about space here. There are two new landscapes which has emerged in last 10 years or so. The first one is organic farming by middle and upper middle class at a distance of 50 to 100 kilometers from cities. And the second new landscape which has emerged is the vertical landscape. You know, people are thinking about using high-rise buildings to create something. There is one landscape which we always forget, and it is a big food ecosystem beyond humans in cities. It is related to birds and animals, and directly related to a larger discourse of ecology. I may not, Pawan sir, I may not have specific answers about how do we handle these different landscapes from spatial perspective, because it is an emerging area, yet I have few suggestions. First being green incentive. If we can incentive for building more because my property lies close to a metro station, why not have an incentive to grow food in my property? Why not? You know, why can't I have more FSI to grow my own food in my property or grow food for my community? The second is about river and water systems. Let us protect them and foster agriculture in this, because if it is directly connected to not only economy but also to ecology. The third is about compact growth of cities so that we can protect fertile lands around our cities. My fourth suggestion is to protect ecological systems, be it green or blue infrastructure in our cities, because it is not only for us, but it is for other species of planet. I have a bay tree in my balcony, and when the fruit is ready, about 5 to 7 birds, species and squirrels come there every morning for food. I think, let us think that these food ecosystems in cities, they are integrated systems for humans and for other species of the planet. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Amazing things, because most of us come from the food background, so a lot of these things were new learnings, I'm sure. And now you have also given us no option but to eat right? I mean, so far we have been saying, humko milta nahi hai, hum shehron mein rehte hai, but I guess, and one such city who has done very well in the whole Eat Right initiative that Pawan sir had started many years ago has always been Chandigarh. And I finally meet you. We have spoken on the phone many times with regards to NetProfan and all that. So, sir, we would like you to present all the various Eat Right initiatives that Union Territory of Chandigarh has done. So I would like to welcome Sukhwinder Singh to take over from here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Learning plays an important role in our life. And what we see today, a lot of experts are here. And being a regulator, it's my privilege that I'm a part of this coalition conclave, where we learn a lot from the expert, and definitely after learning, after going back to my city, definitely we will definitely implement so many things which we learned today. So in the initial, I think, speaker, Madam Anita was there. She said, Pawan sir as a magician. Yes, really he is the magician. So today we heard a lot about Eat Right initiatives, Eat Right India, and Eat Right School, Eat Right Campus, so many things we heard. This is all the brain behind these all initiatives, and the Eat Right is Mr. Pawan. So Pawan sir, he is the basically creator. He has made the flow chart for this Eat Right India initiatives, and whatever path he has shown to us, being a regulator, I am in Chandigarh, I am a designated officer over there. I try to implement all those initiatives in Chandigarh in a very, and we have completed all the initiatives. And I will not take much of your time. I will try to complete it within time given to me. So what initiatives which we have taken, I will just go through that journey. So you will see, due to climate change, there are many issues are there, and we are talking about that nutrition problems are there. So fortification is one of the important thing, and this is the way how we implemented this in Chandigarh. We have started this initiative in Chandigarh by preparing meal for the Anganwadi worker, Anganwadis where the children and pregnant women used to come over there. And there are around 450 Anganwadis in Chandigarh. So we have set up a kitchen in the model jail of UT Chandigarh, and there are other private partners are there. So we started this food fortification program over there, and all the meal which is served to these all Anganwadi, 450 Anganwadis, and even to all the schools of government schools of UT Chandigarh. This is supplied through these Anganwadis, through this model jail, kitchen, and all the private players. Then there is a Swasth Bharat Yatra, which was again the creator of the Swasth Bharat Yatra, Pawan sir. And we initiated this event in Chandigarh. We conducted this Swasth Bharat Yatra throughout the city by involving various schools, various institutions, various educational institutions, and government offices. Then RUCO is one of the initiative, again, the brain behind that particular initiative as of sir. So RUCO is one of the initiative where we used to guide the food manufacturers, those who are involved in basically frying of the food articles. We used to teach them, we used to guide them how they can sell their used oil to the basically biodiesel manufacturer. So we initiated this initiative, this particular initiate this particular program in UT of Chandigarh. Now there are more than 150 food business operators, those who are connected with this initiative, and they are supplying their used oil to these biodiesel manufacturers. Then this is an awareness program. We are having a mobile food testing lab in Chandigarh. Recently we got one more on the basis of our best performance in the country. So with the help of this mobile food testing lab, we are approaching to the Resident Welfare Association. We are organizing camps in early morning hours for the morning walkers. We are organizing camps for the schools. We are guiding people about the safe and healthy food articles, and we also demonstrate them the live testing of adulterants in the food. And we are just testing at a very minimum cost of 20 rupees per test. and we got a very good response from the resident welfare. People used to bring their food products for testing, and if there is any issue in their food product, they put a complaint to our office, and our regulatory team, they do action as per the provisions, as per the provisions which is available in the law. Then we initiated Eat Right School initiatives in all the schools of UT Chandigarh. We covered more than 100 schools, 100 government schools in Chandigarh. We used to go over there. We used to generate awareness among the school children. We tell them about the food safety and healthy nutrition. We even demonstrate them the live testing of the food articles. And now recently we started on this International Year of Millets. We started one of the program that School Millet Mission in Chandigarh, Chandigarh School Millet Mission. Under this program, we are demonstrating live, simple and healthy recipes of the millets to the school children and to the teachers of the schools, and also aware them about the food safety. Then Eat Right Campus is an initiative where we used to involve the third-party auditing agency. We demonstrate them about the healthy and food safety programs in the campuses like education institutions or in the government offices, and we declare them on the basis of the rating, we declare them as a Eat Right campuses. Then under the Eat Right initiative, we even declared our model jail as the only jail in Chandigarh. We declared that jail as a Eat Right jail by implementing the Eat Right initiative in the kitchen area of the jail premises. And we educated over there whatever the prisoners over there, those who are involved in making of the food article for the prisoners, we intimate of the jails. We educate them about the healthy lifestyles, and now the initiative has been taken over almost all the jails in the country. So Chandigarh's model jail is the first jail in the country, has been declared as a Eat Right jail. Then Eat Right health and wellness centers. There are around more than 50 health and wellness centers in the city where people used to go for their medical checkups. They used to go for their treatment for their whatever problems are there, medical problems are there to them. So what we did, we took the initiative, we approached all these health and wellness centers daily, on the daily basis. Our mobile food testing lab with our experts used to visit one health and wellness center. There we educate people about the healthy lifestyles, about the healthy food, and even we demonstrate them about the adulterants whichever are there in the food articles. And we got a very good response for all the health and wellness. Now we are approaching even the PGI Chandigarh is also approaching to us for these kind of activities in their area. Then these are the hospitals area. We covered all the government hospitals and the private hospitals in Chandigarh. We have given training under the fast track training program of the FSSAI to all the workers, those who are preparing food for the patients. Then under the Bhog initiative, we have covered more than 15 to 20 religious institutions where like gurdwaras, like mandir, where the langar is to be prepared for the devotees over there. So we educated them, we inspected their premises, we guided them how to make hygienic food for the devotees. Similarly, we arranged camps with the resident welfare associations and street food vendors. We arrange camps for the street food and we guide them how to keep their food healthy, how to get registration from the department. So these kind of activities we did in Chandigarh. So this is the initiative what we have done in Chandigarh as per the directions which we received during his tenure, Pawan sir, as the CEO of FSSAI. Thank you very much.
Sir, hats off to all your hard work and to the Chandigarh city as well. With that, I would like to invite Ms. Shruti from ICLE, South Asia. Also, I know you have been doing a lot of activities in the food sustainability. We would also like to know more about the Triple H approach that your organization implements.
Thank you, Nilesh. I'm not a food expert, just like sir was saying, Manuji was saying. I am also not a food expert. I am also not working on food per se, but I work on sustainability. I work with cities, with local governments. I work on sustainability. And sustainability actually includes a lot of circularity concepts, a lot of concepts which are related to health, which are related to development, and all of that kind of brought me to the food arena, so to say. In ICLE, so I belong to this organization called ICLE. ICLE, it's a global association of local governments. We work with municipalities all over the world. I am from the South Asian office, so South Asian office is based in Delhi. We are working all over South Asia. And in ICLE, what we follow is this triple H approach to food, to circular food systems. And triple H stands for healthy people, it stands for healthy landscape, and for healthy climate. A lot of our work, because we are working with municipalities and on urban development, so a lot of our work is actually focused on sustainable development, and therefore the angle of climate, the angle of landscape, all of that becomes very important for us. What we understand from this triple H approach is that when we are talking about healthy people, we are talking about food that should be accessible to everybody and food that is affordable to everybody. Healthy food that is accessible and affordable. Then coming to healthy landscape, what we are talking about is the resilience of the food system. So whatever is grown, how it is transported, how it is consumed, all of that, how far is it resilient? How far does it withstand the shocks and stresses? We saw when COVID happened, there was a big concern about how will we get food into the cities. Transport was blocked, so many things were blocked, and how do we get food into the cities, and which kind of encouraged many cities actually to take up initiatives for growing food within urban areas. So those kind of things comes under this healthy landscape. And then healthy climate. How do we make sure that the emissions from food production, from transportation, consumption, how do we make sure that the emissions are reduced? So these are the three aspects of food circularity that we work on. And there are basically a few parameters that we considered when we are working with municipalities on these circular food systems. So one of them is multi-level governance. Nothing works without engaging with a number of agencies within the city. It is not the sole responsibility of the municipal government. It is usually has involvement of many other agencies, state level, parastatal bodies, all these agencies who kind of look at different aspects of food management. And all of that considered, all these agencies need to be considered and engaged to work on food systems. The second thing is multi-stakeholder engagement. So that is something quite common and is something that we also understand. I mean, if you look at the participants in this program itself, we can understand that the range of stakeholders that can be and should be involved when we are talking about food systems. So I mean, there are a lot of people who are from the educational background. I had no idea that the educational background was so big on food systems. But I see that, I mean, obviously this is something of a learning experience for me as well. And then there are people like us, there are people like Manuji, there are people like Arpitji. So they are kind of decision makers, implementers. So these kind of people are also involved in different aspects. So all of them together need to work towards food systems sustainability. And therefore that is something quite essential that we look at. The third thing that we look at is the urban-rural linkage. Food is usually not grown within urban areas. It is usually grown either in the peri-urban or beyond that in the rural areas, and then it comes into the urban areas for consumption. Now why I am talking about urban areas is because we work with urban areas, we work with cities and city governments. So that's why the focus is on the linkage between the rural and the urban areas, so that the food can be transported through shorter distances, reducing the carbon emissions. It can be healthier, it can be fresher, all these things kind of become related when we look at urban and rural linkages. So what we offer when we are talking about circular food systems is basically we tell the cities to look at food systems in a way that looks at the entire value chain. So not only the consumption part of it, but also from the production part of it, from cooking to consumption to waste. All of that kind of has to be looked at in different aspects, so that the city can work in different angles, and they need to understand which of these angles is the easiest for them to intervene in. It is possible that they would not be able to work on all the angles together and at the same time, and therefore they need to identify issues that is what we call in our development jargon as quick win solutions. So these are some of the ideas which can be taken up easily, quickly, cheaply, something which is already the city is working on, and therefore they can just intervene very quickly onto some systems. Very easy and very quick way of intervening is through the municipal school systems, because we have the Right to Food Act and we have the midday meal schemes. So those are very easily accessible entry points for the local governments to actually impact and influence how food is consumed, what kind of food is consumed, whether it is healthy and unhealthy, what kind of policies can be taken up. So all these things can be looked at. What the local government's role would be when we are talking about food systems is, so the number one thing that they can do is actually inform food policy. They can take up decisions as to what kind of food will be promoted, what kind of food, at least in places of their control, at least in open spaces, in public spaces, in schools, in case of at least municipal schools. They could actually go into private schools also. So all of that they can control, they can monitor, well, not control per se, but at least they can monitor and they can advise. Even if they cannot force people to change the habits, but making things available can also give people a choice, and then the shift occurs when the demand occurs and when people see that it is readily available also. So those kind of things is something that the city governments can easily take up. Then adopting circular purchasing guidelines is something that the city can easily do, because the city also procures food. We were just hearing about how the Anganwadis are growing their food and then serving it to the students. And this is something that is not just happening in Maharashtra, it's also happening in other states as well. Kerala is a very good example. They have several of these schools which are actually growing the food, and the students are involved. So there is this angle of actually learning from what is happening in the schools and learning by doing for the students also. Then the third point which the cities can do, the city governments can do, is about raising awareness. Of course, about raising awareness, because a lot of the, the advertisements, we get flooded with WhatsApp messages from the government, and even that could actually be one of the ways and means by which the city can reach to its residents. So those kind of things are something which the city governments can take up, and they can actually influence city food systems. Then what I was actually thinking about, like we were talking about action points, and I was wondering that what could be possibly something that the local governments can actually do. One would definitely be engaging with each other. Learning from each other is something that local governments should and they can do very well. They have their own networks. The IAS officers have their own networks. They have their own groups and communication methodologies, and they can actually learn from each other very easily. They actually learn from each other much better than they learn from a training workshop like this. Then the next thing that they should be doing is identifying their priority action areas. actually this is the first thing that they should be doing. Their identification of the priority action areas is something that they need to do if they want to actually implement action on ground. Unless they choose which area of action that they want to intervene on, there will be no plan, there will be no allocation of budget, and there will be no action on ground. So that is something that they can do. And when it comes to implementing action on ground, I cannot stress this more, that you need to collaborate with other partners. And this is something that the city governments can actually easily do when they talk to stakeholders, and they have their own platforms about engaging with other agencies as well. So this is what I was wanting to speak about. And if there are opportunities of collaboration, please find me. I will be here till at least all the action labs happen. So yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah. Sir, the food is ready, so we need the food to be safe. So we would quickly like to hear from you from your initiatives of food safety.
Dr. Pashupati, we want you to reflect on what you have not, everyone knows what you have done. We will tell you. We want you to reflect on what can be done for improving city food environments, not from safety, from a healthy point of view.
Definitely, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Number one action plan is there are 516 vegetables grown in the country. Around 8 of them are consumed 79%. So the first thing that I am pushing the industry is from A8, we call it as priority 8, the food industry, to A16 minimum and A28 in the coming 18 or 24 months. You know, garlic, onion, potato, tomato, cauliflower, brinjal, bindi are used 79% out of the 516 vegetables we grow. So this is a serious issue for the entire country, because one day it is 50 paise a kilo, another day it is 200 rupees a kilo, tomato, right? So it is a jail which we are walking into. I think if you have to walk out of jail, we have to make it A8 into A16 or A28. And I have analyzed the major city markets in the country get minimum 28 vegetables every day. Markets like Chennai, which are a very healthy vegetable market, get about 98, 99 vegetables every day. So I think we need to educate the children as part of the food literacy, how to take, which we are already doing in our literacy. I saw the work model there, on rainbow fruits, and definitely we have to introduce these new vegetables for sustainability, number one. Number two is the protein availability. India imports around 78-80% of the oil that it takes. We take on an average 19 liters of oil a day, oil a month for every citizen in this, oil a year for every citizen in this country. And what we miss is, when we were doing oil by ourselves, for making 1 kilo of groundnut oil or sesame oil, you need to grind about 2.5 kilos. So you get about 1.75 kilos of cake. That is a huge chunk of protein. Now we don't get this protein, we get only oil. So we import something which is non-nutritious to us. What is nutritious goes to the cattle abroad. So I think one of the things that we have to focus in this country is now how to convert this oil cake into very, very good food systems and stream, because that is now going only as a cattle food and sometimes for other sorts of manufacturing. But if we get into oil cake food item research, which is possible, which I am already doing with 2 major companies in the country, we will be shortly coming out with a lot of restructuring of these proteins to give better nutrition at 50-52 rupees, a high protein value, which is right now at around 100 rupees if you take the whole protein, like mungfali or anything that are very tasty and edible and used in majority of the dishes. So that action plan could be there, which is on the roll, number 2. Number 3 is to increase the productivity, because the post-harvest loss, as the quiz told, it is about 33% maximum loss. But realistically speaking, India, the world needs about 70% of more food production by 2050 if the population is going in this way. So what we have understood in a micro society that I've experienced is that the increasing population, the cost that you spend, for example, if you spend 100 lakh crores on giving this food, if you just spend 10 lakh crores on making that food without any wastage, at a quality which the industry can use, then the hunger problem of the world is addressed. Please understand, this is a very, very important action point, because the post-harvest loss and the loss what's after the agriculture, the loss happens at 6 stages: the procurement loss, the receiving inspection loss, the storage loss, the pre-preparation loss, the production loss, and the packing loss. So we have to have an action plan as to how we reduce this loss at the 7 stages of this food process, and that would be a very, very interesting task. And I've already got a roadmap, which I don't have time to speak to you, but that will be a very interesting change maker for the whole universe, particularly for our country. That is the third point. And fourth point, in giving all this nutrition and sustainability and integrated mechanism of food management and food literacy, we have to associate what Vipara madam told, and our learned professors from SVT College told. I have aligned most of the learnings into experiments. I've got about 2,500 experiments in my mobile van, out of which around 178 or 179 experiments are based on food literacy, which go from village to village, teaching children food literacy through experiments, exciting experiments. For example, reverse osmosis will be taught through gulab jamun. And about oxidation, oxidation reduction cycle reaction through pickles. So like that, I do a lot of innovative experiments, and we have to associate not only food literacy has got to be exciting, but also modern children are extremely smart. You will have to associate every literacy attempt into how it will impact on their scoring marks in their 10th or 12th standard. So I have linked these experiments with marks. You get 2 marks by learning this. You get, in 8th standard, you get 6 marks by learning reverse osmosis. Like that, I've linked it. And that mapping is very important as part of the action plan. That is next. And the most important thing is a very, very, very interesting aspect, and often neglected in this country, is that one of the biggest reasons for our loss is on understanding timing of food. If you cut raw onion on the spot and make a raita, you need 125 grams of cut raita for making 1 liter of raita. But if you store onion for 2 hours, you need 250 grams. Imagine the kind of rolled throughput yield mismanagement we are doing in this country. So, the RTY, the rolled throughput yield management for sustainability, is a major action area. So I think I'll stop here. More to come in action. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I think, Nilesh, so this was a very difficult action lab. As on today, the Food Future Foundation is not doing very much in this area, because a lot of stuff that could possibly have been done was done during my tenure in FSSAI, and I think Sukhminder has beautifully captured all of it. I was listening to you that you were calling me a magician. Huh? When I was leaving the room, I heard you. No, I'm not a magician, but I'm somebody who is very blunt. So Sukhminder, what we expect moving forward is that globally, the whole issue of food environments has become center stage. In India, we are not so much, I think, part of that conversation. We are not part of those conversations because they feel, number one is food choices, and food choices are individual food choices, but also determined by the environment in which we live. And therefore, many of the initiatives that you are implementing very successfully, I think he was the best in some sense amongst the districts and amongst the states and UTs. So Sukhminder's performance was way above the rest. So give him a big round of applause. What we are looking for, because while we have framed the big debate in terms of food system change, we still do not have a lot of clarity in terms of framing our issues on changing food environments or urban, even if we zero down to urban food environments, we don't have a lot of clarity on that. And that, I think, Professor Mahajan, you gave a beautiful, framework. I really liked it. And of course, Dr. Pashupati is always a lot of, and Shruti, I think what Shruti did not mention, I thought she will mention it, because Shruti's network, ICLAI network, is they have got a similar kind of a support from German government for food city network, ICLAI food city network. So even though Shruti, City Food Network, okay, sorry. so City Food Network. What we expect from ICLAI is, while you may not have expertise in India, but I think you have expertise elsewhere, in Europe, in Africa. We would definitely like to learn from those experiences and see what can be implemented in India. We are still to figure out, with the help of Professor Mahajan, a framework, and Dr. Pashupati, a framework of what could be different action areas. And this flyer that has been created, and I think this is very important for you to read for each work area, which gives some thinking around it. This has been prepared with a lot of research, just a 2-page flyer. It gives some kind of a framework, but we can move forward. For instance, an idea which is here is that, can we include food environments in the National Smart City Mission as one of the criteria, one of the areas in which they give awards. As soon as you include it as an area under National Smart City Mission, so city governments begin to bother about it. It can encompass all the ideas that Professor Mahajan had, or you had, or Sukhminder mentioned, and then we can keep on revising and reviewing that idea. But this is an action lab wherein we require many people to join us. In first action lab, of course, more people are always needed, and you can see that it was quite a crowd on the stage. And here we had difficulty in getting people on the stage. So I think this is an area where all of you can think through that how you can contribute in little bit of deep thinking around changing our food environments. And food choices and food environments in some ways go together. So I'll stop here, and just by way of time management, so I'm extremely sorry I'm cutting some of you short, but this is in the interest of time and get the maximum out of it. So the food is being served in the restaurant Allure. You will see the signages and you move out of this place. And I think she will give you the timing at what time you have to stop and then come back to this room. Before that, we'll have a group photograph there itself. So, and then we will join here. And in the interest of time, post-lunch, we are merging 2 sessions. The 2 sessions, one on agroecology, another on small producers, they'll be merged and have negotiated with the conveners of the 2 action labs that we can save 20 minutes. They are asking for 50 minutes. I've asked them 20 minutes. So they want 50 minutes. I've said we'll give you 40 minutes. So we are negotiating with them. And we will also save little time because we end the day at the correct time. Because again, at 7:30, we have an international speaker. So we have an international speaker who is a fascinating speaker. So we want all of you to listen to him. And before that, we have a session on children and food environments by another set of people who have not been here so far. Thank you very much. Over to you, Pushpanjali.
Sorry, gentlemen, you can leave if you like. You also, ma'am. Group. Okay. So once the group photograph is done, if you all can move to the restaurant, and please let's everyone keep just 30 minutes for lunch. It's 2:35 now, so let's get back here at 3:05, please. Yep, thank you.
Butterfly, huh? This is, we'll make a butterfly. Guinea. So Guinea has been leading this group. Give her a
Thank you very much.
Sir, मेरा book आपके हाथ में.
मेरी book.
बाद वाली प्रेजेंटेशंस के लिए फिर आप अपना लैपटॉप लगा लेंगे? हाँ, अगर ज़रूरत हुई तो बता.
everyone. Yeah. Thank you. Hello everyone, I hope you had a good lunch break. Would request everyone to please take your seats. We will start with the next session so we can try and catch up on some of the lost time. Request all of you to please sit down so we can start the session. Okay, everyone, as Mr. Pavan Agarwal mentioned before the lunch break, we are going to be combining two of the action labs to try and save on some of the lost time. So one of the action labs that will go in now is smallholding farmers and businesses. The lab will be moderated by Mr. Kuldeep Sharma. Mr. Sharma is an absolute domain expert in all things dairy. He is the National Resource Person for FSSAI on dairy and the founder of Suruchi Consultants. Please come up on stage, Mr. Sharma. Along with this lab, we will also be having the Sustainable Production Agroecology Lab, which will be moderated by Mr. Kirti Mishra. Mr. Mishra is the co-founder of Ecosiate Consultants, which is a leading research and consulting organization offering cutting-edge research and consulting services in the domain of sustainable agriculture and food systems. Please come up on stage, Mr. Mishra. Over to you, Mr. Mishra and Mr. Sharma. Are these working? So there are mics all the way across if anybody wants to speak.
I think, Kirti ji, Amit, please come. Nitin ji.
Minaz. Prasanna.
Nilesh ji.
Ses. And Lisa.
Okay. So Dendu ji, where are you? Arey sir, okay. So I think it's good. Coalition has just started. Two groups have been merged into one. Since morning we have been hearing a lot about food, and there were many presentations by children as well as seniors talking about food literacy, talking about food environment. Somewhere there was some good chat also happened in this area. But I really don't understand what gives us so much of confidence that there will be food. You know, we talk so good about food, but what gives us such kind of surety? And most of the time, the state of these small farmers remain what has happened with the small farmer group also. Given less time, merged with the other one, no complaints. But this is a reality which we need to understand. Now coming back to the food, you know, most of the time, these workshops when we talk about, and I am taking it on a slightly serious note because this is a serious topic and we must appreciate that. Most of the time, a workshop is being defined what is happening pre-lunch and what is happening post-lunch. And when we talk of this lunch, let's look at those people who are having regular lunch. Out of 8 billion population, it is only 6 billion population which are taking regular lunch. Even today also, somewhere in the world, close to 500 million people might not have taken their lunch. I am representing those small farmers. Now, I need not to, I think, let's not waste time on presentation, but I would like to give you a very simple calculation. The total gross value addition in agriculture food in the country last year was close to $460 billion. And against that, if I look at the gross value output of the total agriculture produce in the country, that was close to $560 billion. It means, if I look at these small farmers, who may be close to 150 to 200 million in numbers, they might be having a return on investment of close to 80%. I have got friends from the corporate sector also sitting over here. Sir, just try to tell me which sector is giving such kind of returns. Probably no one. But still they are living not a good life, not a comfortable life. Why so? Because even with such kind of return, there are two major issues. First, it is such a business that whatever the capacity of their resources are in terms of land or otherwise, we feel they are unable to produce enough from that. It means there is still a potential in that land. And probably how that potential has diminished because of ecological reasons or otherwise, my friend Kirti is going to take up in the same session with the other panel members, with his group in the agri-ecology side. The second thing is that he is not getting right price for the produce. And when we talk about that in that particular case, some kind of issues related to market linkages or otherwise, you know, what is the pricing system or, you know, the financial support and these kind of factors becomes important. Most of the time when we talk about these people, then we end up with one thing only, that these people didn't get enough of finance to do whatsoever they wanted to do. I would like to share a very interesting data of last year from Maharashtra. In February or January, around 20,000 crores of loans were waived off from the farmers. And after having so, it was being expected that now, because Maharashtra produces, you know, by the time this workshop started today morning, it will end up tomorrow at around 5-6 p.m. By that time, around 40 to 45 suicides might have happened in India alone. Farmer suicide I'm talking about. So when we look at those people, those in Maharashtra, if we look at, the number is highest. Interestingly, and it's so unfortunate to use the word interestingly over here, the suicide number increased from 2,400 to 2,900. It really means that money is not the solution. Money is not going to solve the problem. It means there is something seriously wrong in implementing the policies or schemes or whatever kind of agri-value chain which we have created. And that is why farmers by having all kind of support whatsoever we talk about or we understand, still he is there in a very vicious cash flow cycle. So let's start with this thing that so many plethora of schemes, 20 lakh crore rupees of schemes for agriculture. And if I add another 20 lakh crore for the welfare, the total is equal to around $400 billion against a total food ecosystem of $550 billion. So when we look at the numbers, these are huge numbers. There are so many schemes. Maybe 100 plus schemes for farmer with lakh of crore of annual expenditure. Fasal Bima 13.6 thousand crore, PM Kisan 68,000 crore, fertilizer subsidy 1.75 lakh crore, 2.5 lakh crore for procuring at MSP, sericulture, horticulture, oil seed, animal husbandry, drip irrigation. And from here, the first question which comes out for my friend Amit is what government has done to improve benefit delivery system? What more can be done to improve the quality of life of small producer? And again, looking at the paucity of the time, maybe 2 to 3 minutes quickly, if you can enlighten us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So this is an interesting number, right? This much money for the welfare of the farmers. So the biggest problem in the welfare system, so let me talk about what has changed, what has improved. So pre-DBT era, the method was that people will apply for a welfare, government will do the scrutiny and give the benefit. In that case, the application itself became the biggest barrier. People were not able to enter into the system. Then came post-DBT era, right, where the most of the scheme, PM Kisan, they all become a scheme where no one need to apply. Government will use databases, aggregate, find out the beneficiaries, directly transfer money into the account. That way, it cut down the bureaucracy, it cut down the discretion at the ground level. So for example, PM Kisan, single click, 20,000 crore goes directly into the farmer's account. So this is good thing has happened. In social protection, the error of exclusion and inclusion is the biggest thing. So error of exclusion has reduced because of the DBT. But still, it is at 33%. Globally, 54% population does not get access to any social protection. That means health, housing, education, food. Whereas the government expenditure is $14 trillion. In India, it is more than 20 lakh crore, right? Now, where we need to improve is where what sir has mentioned, we have to involve panchayat. We can't, money will not solve the problem, as sir has said. We have to make the ecosystem more vibrant. The selection of the beneficiary from a centralized system should go back to the village and the panchayat, because panchayat and the villages, they know what raw material they have, what skills they have, what capabilities they have, what kind of industries can come up, and then only they can establish this micro entrepreneurship system. To establish these things, what we want? Access to market. ONDC, a great initiative of Government of India. Anyone can sell their product through ONDC across all the platform. Access to manpower. The villages have the manpower. The urban migration is a problem. Access to skill. For the skilling, there are many initiatives. People are getting skilled but leaving the villages. How can we hold back the skilled people in the villages? Access to material. It is there in the villages. Whether it's a farm produce, it's a milk, whatever it is there. Access to fund. We already talked about 20 lakh crore worth welfare. The fund is there. Then what is missing? The missing part is giving governance back to panchayat. All the recipes are there. It will come through the empowerment of a Gram Sabha. That will lead to Gram Panchayat, and this 5 pillars will make villages a vibrant economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit ji, for giving such a suggestion, bringing things back to panchayat, bringing better governance. Direct benefit transfer. सर हम आपसे भी ज़्यादा हैं तभी तो स्टेज पे हैं नहीं थैंक यू सर श्योर
Sir, a direct benefit transfer is a Government of India initiative where the money goes from the government account directly to the beneficiary's account for all the welfare program. So it is an Aadhaar linked bank account. The beneficiary selection happens and the money goes from the government account to the beneficiary account directly. In simple word, this is what debit is.
And sir, by the way, Amit is pioneer in e-governance in the country. He started it in 2005. So I think offline also you can get more things clarified. Quickly coming to, because we have to look at the another important aspect, that is market linkage, which has been raised. Now this market linkage at two levels. First of all, identification of the beneficiary, maybe a single farmer, but single farmer from market perspective, because he doesn't have scale. In that particular case, he may not be considered. So when we talk about the FPOs in particular, and there are two major issues. First thing is definitely, supporting them, giving them the route to the market. And the second part is with the logistics part of it. Even planning it like just in time, what we get in the manufacturing sector. I would like to have a quick comment from Sudhenduji on particularly your experiences with respect to the challenges among the small farmers and what kind of support mechanisms are required in short, medium and long term for their economic empowerment. And you have to complete it in 3 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kuldeep ji. So, why farmer is not able to sell? Everybody is saying there is a challenge in market. If we want to understand it from the industry perspective, because we work both with the farmers and the industry, so we facilitate a win-win situation for both. The industry requires in bulk of particular quality in a particular timeline. A single farmer cannot give. Then what is the challenge? Say suppose FPOs we have now, the world has evolved a lot, farmers own companies. Many of people sitting here may say that FPOs are not performing as they would have been expected. However, that's a process of evaluation. It's a very nascent stage. But through FPOs, what we do, we train the farmers on aggregation. That is the first thing. And aggregation on the quality requirements of market. So say suppose I will give one example of commodity maize. The industry requires 14% moisture, 0.2% below fungus. Then there are different parameters are there. If the farmer is having 16% moisture, then definitely the farmer is not going to get the right price. And then there are lots of complaints that there is a deduction or I have not got the proper price. How would they get trained? So, in fact, many of the schemes that you have referred, if there is a current program for 10,000 FPOs Government of India is promoting, within such schemes and definitely through the work of various organizations like ours, we have been promoting that aspect. So, marketability aspect to the farmers, which is how they should be able to aggregate large quantities, not only tons, but hundreds of tons to thousands of tons. So aggregation is the need of the hour, then quality aggregation, what the market requires. The large companies, they are not going to the farmers because apart from the quality, quantity and timeline, they also cannot handle 100 farmers, 1000 farmers together. That's why they have their own agents. One agent handles 200, 300, 4,000 1,000 farmers. And that's how they manage. They cannot go to each and every farmer to give them a check. For that, they will be needing additional 10 manpowers. So FPOs are gradually replacing that kind of requirement, acting as a channel between the FPOs and the farmers. So market is one aspect. Then the second aspect, Kuldeep, I would cover is finance. There are lots of microfinance companies are available. There are lots of challenges on finances. However, we also have to understand the actual need of the farmer. Whether the farmer needs finance or the farmer needs liquidity, that is another issue. What we do through the FPOs, that we help them increase their liquidity. The farmer gets a finance or gets a subsidy, that amount is being spent immediately because the farmer has not invested in that. So that doesn't have any value for the farmer, they just spend it. But responsible spending. So in a current environment wherein the local traders, they act, they do not pay the farmers at right time. So suppose whatever somebody purchases 50,000 worth of goods, the farmer, the trader would give them 10,000, balance amount they will get in under 4 or 5 months. Through FPOs, what we do, we get associated with these large companies, request them, maybe your payment timeline is 1 month or 2 months, but this is for the farmers. this amount will directly go to the farmers, so we can actually pay them upfront. That's a small portion of them. So that's how the FPO pays them in time, within 2 days. Farmer has liquidity, farmer saves portion of their amount. Out of 50,000, if they get in their account, they save 10,000 for the next cropping season. So that helps in breaking the credit cycle. So these two factors are very important. Of course, the whole day would be short for discussing the challenges.
Sure. Thank you very much. And now I come back to taking this market linkage further, in the sense that Nitinji, right now, all the consumers are so concerned about food post-COVID, and at that time, the looking at the possibilities of reaching to that last mile kind of a thing, and you have done a vast experience in this area. I would like to have your comment on, again, what are the kind of opportunities, challenges, and what the way forward per se, what Kisan Se is doing, maybe a little bit on that also. Thank you.
Sure, Kuldeep ji. So I think it's a very big subject and a very long, lots of things to discuss, but to put it short, you come from the dairy industry, and I think dairy industry is the best example of how farmers have benefited. For every 100 rupees that you and I spend, the farmer gets 75 rupees. And it happens only in the dairy sector. It does not happen in any other sector. And it does not happen in any other part of the world. So how did this happen? This is purely by way of the power of bargaining, the power of aggregation, supply chain, value addition, and distribution. So this entire story around FPCs, of course, there are 10,000 already. There are another 10,000 more that are going to come up. There are lots of schemes, which was mentioned, some big number that you said, a couple of lakhs of crores of infrastructure scheme, subsidy scheme, credit guarantee scheme, XYZ. ONDC was being mentioned. There is now democratization of e-commerce, that at a very low entry cost or transaction cost, one can sell conveniently, etc., etc. But I think what is happening is all of these are silos which are operating in their own worlds. And if we need to bring a revolution, if we need to replicate the same story what Amul did over the last, say, 50 years, with the end objective of maximizing return for the farmer outside from within the consumer pie that is being spent, I think all of this needs to come together, and innovative models need to be there. A lot of convergence and collaboration needs to happen between stakeholders, government, private sector, e-com companies, various kinds of stakeholders. So I think the answer is somewhere there. There's a lot of institutional innovation required. There is a lot of coming together of various kinds of stakeholders required. And ultimately, if you can have a system, if you can have a scenario where you're able to eventually help the farmer to earn more, out of the consumer spend. And as you said, there are FPOs. Kirti is already doing a lot of good work in doing, for instance, a small pilot in Noida, working with various FPOs. But how do you make it a big revolution? How is it that you ensure that in every mom and pop store, in every general trade, modern trade, e-com channel, you actually start getting, a wide variety of quality food products coming from the length and breadth of the country, curated, well packaged, well branded, etc., etc. So I think that is very broadly the way forward. Time is too little to explain, though. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have earned 23 seconds. Okay, good. So coming back, I think, let me use it just by giving a very small data. Most of the time we think in food that we have to start with the coinage pricing, 5 rupees, 10 rupees kind of a thing. But with the changes happening in the market, so as Pradeep sir used to say, and part of your research also at that time, that we are getting converted from a pyramid to a prism. And somewhere in between, there is a bulge, and that bulge actually is becoming bigger and bigger, in the sense that something which was close to 68% in the low and high medium class, say 1 or 2 years back, that thing is going to become 83% by 2030. It means this is a time for all the agencies working in market linkage to start preparing the products and farmers for better realization, for better pricing. So now, technology, because we were having majorly two issues with the farmer segment, small farmer segment. One is they are unable to produce more. And the second one, they are unable to get more for what they are producing. So coming back, how to improve upon what they are producing. So in that, I think today, if we don't talk about tech, then we won't be considered as something, we are contemporary. So coming back to tech, so the company Stelabs, Kirtiji is here. They have done a wonderful job, and in today's scenario, around 13 to 15% of total milk in the organized sector is being procured under their system. So their system has multitude of dimensions. Kirtiji, I would like to hear from you. First of all, when we talk of tech, is it limited to milk collection only or going beyond that? What were the challenges earlier? And now you have reached to this level, then what next? 3 minutes again.
Sure. That's the toughest part. So let me just quickly try and summarize what we did over the last 12 years. We've been in existence for 12 years. So the first thing we tried to do was to put a layer of technology on the milk flow from the collection center up to the dairy. So we did that with the intention of understanding what is happening at different points, right? So once you have data, then you can do any meaningful intervention. So therefore, our primary job was to collect data. So once we started doing that, then we understood, what's happening at the village level, right? How much is a farmer making, right? What are the challenges that the farmer is going through, and so on and so forth. So we then structured our intervention along, 3 pillars. One is productivity, the second is quality, and the third is traceability. So what are we trying to do here with this? Okay, on one side, you have close to about 80 million smallholder farmer households that are producing milk. On the other hand, you have, the same milk being consumed by 1.4 billion people. And that is something that we are trying to link in a way that it makes, economic sense for both the parties, right? So, and if we have to do this at scale, without technology, it's just not possible. Because, all thanks to, Amul, they created a fantastic ecosystem on the milk procurement side, right? So now is the next level to kind of, take that product to the consumer in the forms that they actually want, right? What I mean by that is, not everything that is white is milk, as they say. And, there are different layers that, people want in terms of quality. So how do we offer that quality? It has to start right at the procurement level. Now, when I say procurement, it has to go right up to the farms, right? So today, if I need to know where my milk is coming from, right? I'm not sure if I'm able to trace it to that level, but, with our technology, we can take it right up to the farm. We know, which farmer poured that milk, which collection center, which chilling center, which plant it got processed, and how did it get delivered to your house. So we have, been able to deploy that technology. The second part we looked at is, I talked about 3 pillars, right? So the first one is productivity. So we work very closely with the farmers, using technology, obviously, so to deploy certain, to measure certain parameters, right, that help the farmer improve the yield per animal, right? What we need to do here is to try and transform the farmer from just, doing whatever they're doing in terms of their mindset to become an entrepreneur, right? We keep calling them as dairypreneurs. So to do that, they need to step up their, the productivity levels at the farm. So we have a technology that, helps monitor that remotely. We've got a set of, vets and paravets who look at that and then, are able to provide certain advisory services and so on and so forth. So that's on the productivity side. Traceability, I just mentioned, I'm sorry. So these are 3 things that we are trying to address, and, the challenges, I'll just take, in terms of challenges, right, when we started deploying this, I'm talking of 10 years ago, we didn't have, 3G, 4G kind of network. So the connectivity was extremely low. Villages, the power situation, we all know, it's extremely bad. So a lot of implementation challenges had to be overcome, and happy to say that, we've crossed all of that right now and are in a much better position to deploy the technology that we have built over the years to address these challenges.
Fantastic, yeah. It's great, and I think while covering it up, so technology gave dimension of traceability. Technology is also giving currently the extension of capacity building also. Online training programs are being going on. In fintech, it has done a wonderful job because that digitalization, and I think now it has become a physicalization, and people are talking about physical plus digital infrastructure or supply chain, particularly in the agriculture area. So lastly, as we mentioned about capacity building, Nilesh, I think you had a wonderful session before lunch also, so-called. So I would just like to have your very quick comments on how the capacity building part is actually empowering the farmers now. The time is 2 minutes.
Thank you. But since you mentioned Maharashtra, and I come from Maharashtra, I would also like to say that Maharashtra is supposed to be, and it is one of the most advanced as far as farming is concerned, but at the same time, we see the highest suicide. So I would blame it on the mentality. Also, I come from in the region of Maharashtra called Konkan, which has only 40% GDP compared to the other parts of Maharashtra and India. The per capita GDP of Konkan is only 40%. But if you find out the statistics of farmer suicides in Konkan, the number is 0, right? So again, it comes down to mentality. Another thing, since you spoke about skilling, we also need to train the farmers not to have what we can call sheep mentality. One farmer sows soybean, then everybody does the same thing. One does green peas, the whole taluka, Parner, or the whole Nagar district goes and sows the same thing. So we also need to train them, groom them on the mentality aspect. The other thing we also need to do, and I think some things we can learn from dairy, where demand supply matching can be done for the other commodities so that we don't see such price fluctuations. Sir also mentioned about quality of maize, right? So the quality and quantity, because especially we are talking about small farmers, so we need to understand that quantity becomes important, especially if you want to go to the market. If you want to supply to bigger traders or to the likes of D-marts and all that, quantity becomes important. So not just the quality, but quantity also. And some of this skilling or training or understanding of these aspects need to be worked on for the farmers. One more thing is supply chain in India is expensive. If you buy anything for 100 rupees, we are paying almost 23 rupees for supply chain, be it logistics, transportation, whatever you want to call it. Whereas in the US or the Western world, it's only 7%. So there's almost 16% inefficiency, which again, through the likes of ONDC or hopefully through better training, it can be done. And I'll finish by saying our father of nation, Mahatma Gandhi ji, has said that in this whole agri-value chain, and I want to apply it to the whole agri-value chain, that there is not enough for everybody's greed. There is only enough for everybody's need. So if one person gets greedy, the whole agri-value chain collapses. So absolutely, we should all work towards that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And I think within 20 minutes, we are able to finish the first round of the first group. And just I would like to add over here, as you have mentioned about from Mahatma Gandhi ji, I represent small farmer. I have a request to everyone. Just try to understand. And if suppose I have to write an essay on myself, I will simply say that whenever I go in the market to purchase anything, then you decide what should be the price. And whenever I have to sell my produce, again you come and decide what should be the price. Is it fair? That's all. I need coalition, help, support from all of you to give me a better life. Thank you very much. I invite Kirti, please.
Thank you. I'll go to this corner. Thank you. Sorry? I think we'll catch everybody from both sides. No, thank you so much for the lively discussion. The secret is I have worked with Kuldeep ji long. We have moderated session together in past also. Well, so we talked about agriculture, and we understood like different aspects of agriculture through esteemed speakers. We need to understand with this we are seriously concerned about the health of the planet, and hence the farmers who are taking over or working on the land, and that has huge relations with the planet, and hence what needs to be done in terms of ensuring that agriculture actually contributing, not actually exploiting this. Some studies already predicting if we continue the way we are doing farming in Punjab, by 2060 perhaps we don't have enough proper land, fertile lands left. So that's quite alarming. This August gathering knows what kind of issues are bothering us when you look at agriculture, be it water, be it soil, be it inputs, be it even financing. All kinds of issues are there which are not very healthy. So from there, if we see, we need to make agriculture planet-oriented, environmentally sustainable, and there are many issues that we need to look at. Here, this side, the rest of the speakers would be giving us why this is important. So I have 4 esteemed speakers, Minaz, Lisa, Prasanna, and Shreyas, and all of us would give us the perspective, the relevance of agroecology in this context. So my first question to Minaz, to elaborate little more on why it is so important today to look at agroecology, not just agriculture. I don't have the watch like you, so please complete in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Just 4 now, yeah.
Wow. Okay. We are talking about the entire food system, and we have 3 minutes, which is great, right? Thus far, just before this session, the focus was post-production. I think now we need to understand what happens to produce that food. And like Kirti was saying, there are many, many challenges on the ground in food production systems. And unless we start to reflect on those challenges and think of holistic solutions, we are going to have a very difficult time with respect to many aspects of our rural India, including livelihoods, including water stress, soil fertility, and even migration. Currently, the average age of a farmer in our country is over 50. Nobody wants to be a farmer. Who will produce food for us? We have to start thinking about these issues. And I've asked Dishti to kindly project on the screen what is agroecology. It's not just some set of practices. It's a whole system of production. And if you can't see that, I think it's too small, I would just ask you to Google search right now 13 principles of agroecology. And agroecology, by the way, is one word, there's no hyphen between. Agroecology. And what you would see here is in this system, it talks about not just practices, it talks about fairness, it talks about inclusion, economic diversification, circularity, which is very important, circularity of nutrients, circular economy, keeping the money within our rural India, yeah? Not letting the money go into urban areas and abroad. Synergy, collaboration, soil health. So this is what agroecology is. And this is a new scientific way of looking at agriculture without industrial chemicals, without exploitation of the land, and ensuring that the land can produce for a much longer period for future generations. That's what agroecology is. I'll pause here. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's very important that you put the relevance into the context, and this framework is now available for everybody to look at. But if you look at, I'll go randomly. See, once you get into agroecology, which means you are actually enriching soil. In the morning, the kids also showed us how this worm and other things are enriching the soil, and there's a huge implication. So Shreyas, to you, how really, if we take bunch of our farmers from conventional agriculture to something what Meena is saying, it has a huge implication in terms of, they call it ecosystem services. So it has a huge impact, not just on the farmland, but overall. And with that, new generation investments like carbon and other things are coming in, chipping in. Why I'm bringing for 2 reasons. linking agroecology to ecosystem services, and some thoughts further to this in terms of carbon. Quickly, 2 minutes, 3 minutes for you.
Thank you, sir. Um, so agroecology is hard, as you can see in the framework. It's minuscule, it's minute, it's nuanced, it's complex. If I'll ask you to go buy organic food and it will solve all the problems, you'll ask me, where is the shop? What does organic cost? And I'll say, you know, your food choices are making the world a worse place. Please buy organic. The system of agriculture up until from 70 to 80 years has not worked for natural capital per se. And agroecology is a way in which we are trying to incorporate natural capital into agriculture and ecological frameworks, is using ecological sciences to do agriculture. It's what agroecology is. Agriculture currently produces 25% of the greenhouse gas emissions alone. But just the transition to a better food system can incorporate 75% of our current greenhouse gas emissions in land. Basically, more organic carbon in soil, less carbon in atmosphere. And thus, the link between agroecology and climate change. Of course, it has other ecosystem benefits, ecosystem services such as water quality, biodiversity, insects, other life forms, animal nutrition, human nutrition, everything that you can think about. Just change from one piece to other piece. But as Minaj already said, it's not just a change of practices, it's a change of system. And what are the policies that govern that system currently? It's risky, it's complex, it requires a lot of money. If I may ask you all to change from Android to Apple phone, it's mind-blowing to think about how can I do it overnight? And here we are asking farmers to give away 70 or 80 years of their conventional practices and move towards something new. The risks need to be compensated. And here we have ecosystem markets. Ecosystem markets are carbon markets, climate markets, biodiversity markets, water quality markets that may bridge the gap of this transition. And this is how probably, it's very small market right now, but if we can together, bring the voices at the forefront that why this transition is actually necessary, we may able to see this transformation at least in my lifetime.
Okay.
So with that, thank you.
Excellent point. Excellent point from agroecology to relevance, how it is going to contribute immense way, and including it has implication on the finance side. Now, broadly, when we argue for moving from agroecology, from conventional to agroecology, there are a lot of debates happening around the income level all goes down, the premium would be very difficult to get for this kind of products. Ultimately, it will reduce the income of the farm because of the productivity. There are many issues around this. Now, we have an organization which is working intensely on our agroecology principle for the last so many years. Prasanna is representing that. But my question to you is, when you hear this, at the center we have small farmer, 86% of the farming community are coming from the small holding. Now, if this needs to happen for the sake of planet, are we making farmers the victim, or are we actually having a better solution through your community-led approach from farmers to FPOs, like other panelists also spoke about that. Do you see a connection of arriving at a solution through farmers, but more through the FPOs and kind of models you have been promoting? Your thoughts on that?
Thank you for that. Yeah, actually, to be on agroecology and carbon financing, all this, when we have seen that. So what we have done is bringing in FPOs as a federation was literally working. And how it was working was, we were working with different farmer groups, and each farmer group was individually were producing different products. But someone has to aggregate it. If an FPO aggregates also, it will be a single product that has to be marketed. But bringing in a federation which actually is marketing all the products, and those are organic, were actually reaching the consumers at a very minimal price. And the share of the farmer was also near about 50 to 60%. And we have been doing this from the last 8-9 years, and it was very successful. And one thing what the farmers always were looking at is to actually get their product sold as they harvest, and getting it to a market which wherein they are getting a little more price than what was actually being given to the farmers at the farm gate. So that is something we have been doing, and it is very beneficial when these FPOs which were already formed were also brought into a federation kind of thing. And this is where both with organic, also we have done with some vegetable producers who are exclusively doing vegetables, and that too to the nearby market which is near, which can give them I mean, the FPOs were aggregating them, and as a federation, we were marketing them to a right person.
So you're able to give training, capacity building inputs
Yes.
required for transiting from conventional
To organic.
agroecology
Yeah,
best
yeah.
practices.
Yes, yes.
You're
And
also saying by having FPOs federations, you have able to tackle the logistics and the marketing part.
Yes.
And hence, the myth that farmers not getting the right price perhaps been taken care by you.
Yes, that is being
Am I
taken
right?
care. Yes, yes. And the yield per se, when we see, and the transition was done in a way that it doesn't affect the yield. And it was done in the, for next 2 to 3 years, it was like initially doing good agriculture practices, then to non-pesticidal, then to organic, gradually, so that the yield actually doesn't decrease, wherein the farmer actually feels that when I move to from conventional to organic, the yield goes down.
Excellent.
This gradually moving transition helped the farmers a lot.
So they are working with 60 FPOs now.
Yeah, 65
And having their own
FPOs.
federation of FPO.
Yes.
And if you look at, we have a scheme called for 10,000 FPOs.
Yes.
Even if we target to make 30% of those FPOs to become something like this, we are actually going forward, taking a leap frog jump in terms of achieving something big.
Yes.
So that way, I think here is a solution which can actually help this transition to happen in a better way. So I'll take a pause in terms of taking the next gear. And the next gear, Lisa, be ready. in the so the gear is for tomorrow. Tomorrow we have the cluster groups to discuss what is the role of coalition to really look into in terms of having this agroecology centric thinking. It's not a small job because government will do agroecology, CSOs would do agroecology, researchers would also invest their energy agroecology, but the coalition, since we have come together, we cannot fit into their shoes. We need to find a spot which would be different from what other stakeholders are doing. And that way it is important. I don't want an answer today, but this group needs to also understand it is an issue which is at the ecosystem level. That means we need to create a system which would help this transition to happen. In that context, I will ask Lisa, what are your preliminary thoughts in terms of macro aspects that would, the relevance of agroecology once established, how can we really do something which would influence this sector to move forward at a macro level?
Thanks, Gertie, for this question. Yeah, but I was actually thinking along the same lines, no? And I think Minaj showed the 13 agroecological principles on the screen, and of course this was a snapshot. But I think one very important principle that we are also struggling to work on, and with GIZ and the Indo-German Cooperation, we've really focused our work around agroecology in the last few years. But one of the really challenging principles is that of connectivity, where we are talking about connecting the producers and the consumers, or re-establishing that relationship between the consumers and the producers. Of course, the producers are consumers themselves as well, but in so many areas, it's you're consuming the food, you're not aware how is it produced, where does it come from, who has produced your food. So that's one of the things, I think, one of the most challenging principles. And I think that's why I'm very excited about this coalition, and I'm especially excited, I think, in this action lab on agroecology, we can work on a lot of points and what to take up, and there are a number of emerging coalitions, networks around natural farming, agroecology. Minaj is, I think, very active in that space. But I think having a space, and I think it's really rare to see so many diverse stakeholders in a room, having a space where we can connect with experts and groups and organizations who are active in space like the food environment, right? Because we are talking about behavior change, not just on the side of the farmers, but on the consumers as well, right? Like Prasanna, he's sharing about the work that they're doing around organic or certification, but what is the certification worth if the consumer doesn't know what to look for, how to recognize, and even if they want to make sustainable food choices, how to actually make them. So I think this whole topic around food literacy, behavior change, what we've talked about before lunch, all of these action areas, I see so many connecting points and a lot of really potential to work together and to kind of join forces in the transformation of the food systems, but within planetary boundaries. Thanks.
Excellent. Actually, you touched the right chord in the sense, from my opinion, like this consumer part, I think, which is so relevant. In the beginning also, when I spoke for 2 minutes, I also felt like that's a very important area. Now, in fact, if you look at the conversation is moving towards how we can as a group influence in that context, since he has brought this to the next level, Minhas, to you, what you think to be done to bring a change? Keep coalition also in back of mind, but what you think is possible for a platform or a gathering like this to do to bring that right change for agroecology to be the center point?
A lot of us have been focusing on the production side. And there's a tremendous amount of work that is going on. And I thank the organizers, Mr. Agarwal, to bring many different aspects of the food system in one room. So let me just tell you what we are doing right now and why we see this kind of collaboration can accelerate the work that we all are doing in terms of transformation, food system transformation. We have realized that despite the efforts that are going on for the last 20 years, maybe more, to move towards organic agriculture, right now the conversion is at 1.5%. Okay. With 1.5% conversion, you cannot solve any of the ecological problems that were mentioned by Lisa, planetary boundaries, and Shajesh. We need large-scale transformation for both giving us nutritious food and making the land fertile again. Yeah? So to do that, what I have realized is right now all our approaches in terms of practice interventions are very fragmented. And if you're trying to solve a problem which is systemic, you can't do a project level approach. So we think that we need to identify clusters across the country of 15 to 20 villages. Even the government of India is thinking in the same lines. And in those clusters, we need to make sure that the farmer witnesses the whole array of services required for this transformation to happen. Be it inputs, be it seeds, be it on-farm training, be it value addition, processing, the whole gamut of things, so that the farmer starts to believe that this is the way to do farming. And the support should be on a sustainable level. It can't be 2 years and then you move on. We need to make sure that the support is provided for the next 10 years. And we think if we do 30% of the country in this way, that's a tipping point. The whole country will happen. Yeah? So right now, we are working on various levels. One is we are trying to figure out how we can create a digital system. We are calling it a clearinghouse, where all the information of different interventions being done by funders, government, CSRs, CSOs is present, and we figure out what are the gaps, and we create interventions to fill those gaps. The second thing is we have a framework as to what is required for this transformation to happen. We are trying to run consultations across the country, regional consultations, to make sure that we are all on the same page and we have a common framework with which we can interact with government, with international organizations, and get support. And finally, we are also trying to build a funders alliance. There is a lot of synergy. All funders are tired of investing money and not seeing results on the ground because of the fragmented approach. So right now, we have a lot of support from many funders who want to work together, and that's also happening. And finally, we think businesses and consumers have to also play a role, and that's where this coalition will be very important. We believe that we need to start thinking about a pre-competitive corporate alliance where food producers, brands, start to think about what they can do in terms of leaving value in rural India, which means value addition processing happens in rural India with rural enterprises, with our youth, with our women. So this is the kind of thing that maybe this coalition can take up. And also consumer awareness.
10 seconds.
Okay, I'll keep it. Consumer awareness is, I think everybody has mentioned this. We really need to think about consumer awareness like Procter & Gamble, like Nestle. Not about doing some small interventions here and there. This is about the future of our country, the future of our food systems. Thank you.
Great. So we have still 1.5 minutes left. What I'll do to all our 4 esteemed speakers on this side, 10 seconds for your final thoughts. While hearing others, you may have certain things coming to your mind must be told. This is the final. 10 seconds to 15 seconds max. 20 minutes I had, so almost 19 minutes done. I already have this, sir. Exactly, we start at 4, it is 4:20.
Okay. Final comments. Transition takes time. It will take 8 to 10 years for a single farmer to transition from one thing to another. We need all the support, all the policies, all the systems at right places, all the alliances at right places to make it happen.
Yeah, I think I'll just echo Pavanji's words. Let's get to action.
Great.
Yeah. First thing, the farmer, keeping the farmer in the center, giving him all the services he is actually looking for, and the same way connecting him to the consumer is very important, which the coalition has to work on. And in every step, keeping the farmer in center is the main thing that I am looking.
Excellent point. Fantastic. Minas, I cannot differ from you.
So bonus 10 seconds. This is no. If I have to say the last few words, I would say make farming glamorous. Our farmers, young farmers, are not getting wives. Okay, this is a big issue.
Wives or wives?
Wives. Okay. Because farming is not glamorous. So sorry, this will take 2 more seconds. We need to make sure that farming is, in our value system, is considered to be a prestigious work, feeding the people, and also finally, show me the money. The farmer needs to see the money. We need to figure out systems where farmer becomes more affluent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Kuldeep ji. Excellent moderation from your side. And we really do. Thank you. Okay.
Before we, please come in front, in front. So while they are coming in front, please. I think this was rather an unusual session for many of you, including me. Because normally in this kind of a gathering, we are talking about food, nutrition, public health. We don't get to hear farmers and farmers' views. Even though those issues, as you heard rightly, government spends a lot of money on that. Huge sum of money is spent on that, but still those problems remain unaddressed. And as you heard on sustainable farming, we're just making a beginning. And I think this whole term like agroecology, which I do not still understand, though they tried level best, and maybe one of the best description of agroecology I heard from this session. And let me tell you that over the past 2 years, I've heard over 100 webinars on agroecology. The international community only talks about this. The whole food system reforms is around agroecology. That is what I get to hear in global discussions. And still nothing is moving. As you said that it's only 1.5%. I think there is a challenge here. When you're trying to use a term which does not resonate with people.
Natural farming, sir.
No, even natural farming, I don't know what should it be. I'm not a marketer. You mentioned about Nestle, HUL and all that. But what I'm saying is that we have to find something that will resonate with Indian farmers, with our farmers. We don't have to really copy what FAO said or somebody else said. We have to figure out what will resonate with us. And let us not have 13 expectations. Let us pin down that, all right, soil health is so critical. Let soil health be the point. Soil health will also address the issue of biodiversity, will also address the issue of many other issues. Let's find out, and people are talking of green water, the moisture in water and stuff like that. But I gave the challenge to both Kirti and Kuldeep that in this 2 sessions, you have to come out with 2 tangible things that you would like to do using this platform of coalition. I've not heard anything very much from this session, but still we have another 24 hours to go. Okay. And I think you keep applying your mind and let us figure out what is it, 1 or 2 things that we can do using this opportunity, where the biggest thing that this platform can provide you is a very robust platform to discuss with the consumption side. Because all of you, agroecology is a small community. I don't want to say that quite significantly funded by German Development Agency.
It's not true, sir.
Acha, okay, I may be wrong. But I know that GIZ has a huge interest in agroecology and Nadine is laughing at it. Because, I think the point is that let us not, how do we disseminate it and reach it to the masses? And, this is a challenge that...
So you can help.
No, that's what I'm saying, that this platform is here. I think a lot of, other than people on the stage, everyone else is on the consumption side. Everyone else is mostly from the consumption side. So this is a huge opportunity that you can use, leverage, to bring, some ideas. So we're looking for good ideas in the breakout session tomorrow and in the afternoon when Kuldeep ji, you and Kirti, you have to present in the final session. So keep thinking, keep your thinking hats on. Let's come out with something, because I'm still not able to figure out. Your entire framework is still somewhat fuzzy. Professor Pandev wants to say something. Yeah. Dr. Pandev, brief, eh? नहीं फोटोग्राफ नहीं इनको बच्चों को बुलाना है
Sir, just two seconds. First is this, so far my learning was limited to agricultural security, food security and nutrition security. This has been a complex problem. My question to you is, do you have any best practice in any nationally or internationally as an example to answer this question?
Professor Pandev, let me answer you briefly. There are lots of good practices in agroecology. I think there are lots of compilations of good practices, but those good practices have not been able to scale up very much. So I think we can, Mr. Minaj, he's very influential. So if you can explain agroecology and the good practices in agroecology, he can be your best champion. Professor Dr. Pandev, if he gets into, understands this, that is the best bet for spreading agroecology in the country. So I'll not want you to take time on that. So let me invite my 2 young colleagues, who are basically come, Drishti Gupta and Nandini Chauhan. So they have been steering these 2 groups. You can go in the center. And let us give a big round of applause to the young ladies and the team. And let us do the butterfly. Thank you. 40 मिनट में कर दिया सर. हाँ सर, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can I get your attention, please? Are you all there? Can everyone get some attention here? Oh, yeah, and wave at me, please. I'm here to energize all of you. Kindly move your arms. Yes, it's about energizing, so please move, move. Yeah, thank you. So this is a coalition workshop which is about connecting with each other. As we heard a lot, we have many diverse stakeholders and people in this room. So I want to use this energizer that we are intermingling a bit. So first of all of you please get up, stand up, yes. Get out of your comfort zone if you can. And now I would like you to look around. Who is in the room with you? Who do you not know? Please identify 2 people in the room that you do not know and go to them and just say, hi, I am, in my example, Nadine. So just please look for someone you don't know, go to that person and say, hi, I am XYZ. And please walk, it's about moving. So look for someone at the other end of the room from where you are. 2 people. I hope you're all successful. I don't know you too. I'm Nadine.
I'm Dr. Pandam.
Very good to meet you.
Which country are you from?
Germany. Nice to meet you too. Thank you. Can I also meet you?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Nadine.
I'm Roy.
Thank you so much.
I like this idea. Knowing unknown person, place is a sign.
Yeah, very
That
true.
building relationship
Mhm.
is a God relation.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you so much. Yeah, I am Nadine.
Nadine.
Yes.
Nadine, what does it mean?
Hope.
Oh, ah.
Yeah. Was everyone successful? Then please raise your hand. You can also clap. Everyone successful? You met someone new in the room? Very good. So please stop your conversation. This was just to say hello, and later in the tea break you can talk more about it. Can I get everyone's attention back to me? Everyone's there? Please raise both your arms up. Come high up on your toes. Arms up, high up on your toes. And walk around a little bit. Come back to your chair wherever you are sitting. Go back to your space. Please walk on your toes if you can. Toes, yeah. Not the heels, on the toes. Yeah, it's good. And your hands up. And the hands up, we're clapping our fingers. Bring some energy. Your hands up, 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 up. Yes, bring the energy up. Make yourself really long. Imagine you're harvesting some fruits. Maybe you're plucking some mangoes, some apples, whatever fruit you like that is high on a tree. Make yourself long, really come up, up, up. Yes. Move your fingers, get the energy high. And relax your arms. And now you try to find some space around you so that you can move your spine. So you put your feet hip distance apart and let your arms fly around you. Very gently, try to mobilize your spine a little bit. Let your arms go around you. And come back here. One last time. Other hand up. Okay, you're all there. Do you need more energy or are you feeling okay now? I want to hear you. It's good? Good? Okay. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello everyone, I hope you all are feeling energized now. So our next action lab is supporting responsible food businesses. And the moderator for the session is Ms. Rinka Banerjee. She is the founder of India's leading R&D consulting firm, Thinking Folks, based out of Bangalore. She has over 25 plus years of professional experience with food and beverage industry in India and the US. During this time, she has been involved in launching more than 200 food and beverage products for multiple brands across the globe. So welcome to the stage, Ms. Rinka, and over to you.
Great. Thank you, Manisha. If I can maybe have the people settle down a bit. Great. Should we go ahead? Ready to go? No, I said, are we ready to go? I said, are we ready to go? Or should I let people settle in? Chalo, sure? Okay. Fine. Okay. Great. Thank you, everyone. And after that super efficient session that was run, I will try my... Gautam Chaturvedi, Managing Director for Pine Tree Pictures. Great. Rashida Vapiwala, Founder for Label Blind. Genofi Anto, I hope I got that name right, Rosarina, CEO Beyond Nudge. Rajpreeti Sabarwal, Partner Sensory and Sensory Researcher and Insights at Tact Taste Foods. Pallavi Upadhyay, who's the founder of Millets for Health. She was here, but she was not feeling well, so she's left, and I will speak on her behalf. Ms. Palak Jain, Chief of Staff, Wholesome Foods, which is Slurp Farms. Great. Thank you. So we have a very compact panel here as compared to the previous one. So I've, like she said, I've been working in this industry now for more than 25 years, more than 15 years with a very large multinational corporation. The last 10 years working with lots of startups, MSMEs, and larger organizations as well. And I think one thing that I have seen, very progressively shift and positively shift is the kind of, consumer behavior change in terms of, looking at the labels, first of all, reading labels in the first place, and the kind of communication responsibility that companies are beginning to show. And I think we have a very, very huge thank you to Mr. Agarwal for driving this change in organizations through his tenureship in FSSAI. I think what we had about, let's say, 5 to 10 years ago, we hadn't seen that. And I think as a person who's been in the industry for so long, I think this has been a significant shift in the way we have gone about doing things. So thank you so much, sir, for driving that change. While we're doing that, and a lot of companies have begun to do this, and I think someone said it earlier, that some of the larger companies do that, maybe some of the smaller ones, and I work with a lot of startups, so I've seen some of them also do that, but equally at the same side, there are a lot of misleading claims that keeps happening on social media and stuff like that. And a question always comes as saying, what the companies do talk about, are they being genuinely responsible enough? Are they, genuinely making the claims about themselves and the kind of work that they're doing and so on, which is, having a positive impact on, on consumers. And today, Indian consumers, I think, have really begun to, look at information, ask for information, especially with the whole thing of social media, etc. So I think it's a, great time for companies to start behaving more responsibly. So I'll go straight on to questions. Like I said, I will try and be as efficient as the previous panel. So I'll straight away go to questions. Yeah, this first question is for Mr. Vivek Arora. Sir, yeah, let me just take that. And you've been part of ATNI. What is some of the, what is your view on how you are seeing companies, especially over the last few years and today, in terms of driving their nutrition initiatives, and how genuinely are they driving it and talking about it? So can you just give us a little bit of insights on that?
So I'm Vivek Arora. I start with what ATNI does. Basically, ATNI does indexing of top food and beverage companies. So what we do in indexing is we evaluate the company based on a 7-pronged strategy. So as you mentioned, labeling. Labeling is also one category where we evaluate. Now, you also mentioned about regulatory mechanism coming in. So what regulation is, the companies have to follow, and they diligently follow that. Now, because they have to comply to the regulation. What we see it as how transparent they are to the consumers. What are they preparing? Are they declaring everything on the label? Are they making it visible to the consumer to make the right decision? So these kind of initiatives, if the companies are taking in, then we give them more brownie points. So labeling is just one part of it, wherein you have to start with, say, the governance or the nutrition policy, how the top management is involved, what is the nutrition policy, what are the targets set. Now, many companies, and including multinational companies, would stop at the setting of the targets and would not monitor the targets diligently over the years. So are you monitoring your targets? What are your achievements against the targets? So we do check those things in the companies. And the second area is the product profiling. So what products they are producing? How healthy are their products? What are the targets, they're keeping it to make it more healthy, more nutritious, to give it to the consumers.
Yeah.
This is second. The third important area is marketing. Are they marketing to children? Are they marketing unhealthy products to children? So these are the questions. So not only the label, but there are other means of communication wherein you encourage the child to have those products which are not healthy for the child. So this is one. Then the other area of work the companies can do is, are they making the products more affordable and accessible? So are they making an initiative to make it more affordable? For example, 5 rupee biscuit pack or a 1 rupee biscuit pack. So for a laborer or a daily wager, that becomes a kind of snack to be bought. So are you providing a product through this, and are you making an effort to make it available to the vulnerable population at an affordable price? So this is one area. And last but not least is the labeling and the policy engagement. So how transparent you are in terms of engaging when the policies are being made. So this is one where the large companies are evaluated. Going forward, when we talk about small and medium scale enterprises, I would say that what we want to do in future, there are two things that we want to do in future. One is to bring in investors' attention to this so that they can ask questions to the big companies as to what are you doing for nutrition in well producing good products. That is one. And second, what we want to do is, so one I said was, I'm missing out on. So big SMEs. So what we want to do is bring all the good practices from this large companies, compile them together, make a toolkit for the SMEs, because SMEs, it's very difficult to do everything because they are smaller companies. So make a toolkit for them, make a checklist for them so that they can produce good, affordable, nutritious products for the consumers.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
No, and I think it's a great initiative, and the fact that a lot of larger companies today, in fact, are coming to us saying that they'd like to be part of that, and they're trying to make changes in their portfolio, putting in policies and stuff like that. So I think it's a good movement. It's not that we will reach there very soon, but it's fine as long as it's starting in the right direction. So thank you so much, Vivek. Palak, question for you. So. And Mr. Vivek spoke about, small, medium startups and some of the challenges as well that you would have. But you guys have done a phenomenal job with Slurp Farm products that you have in the market. And now you've got a product range with us for adults as well. And you've actually taken a very bold choice to, take the kids' nutrition as one space, right? And also using millets, which is the other aspect of sustainability and nutrition. So can you tell us a little bit about what kind of initiatives do you all as a startup, what is the kind of initiatives you all have taken in both these spaces? No, I think.
Thanks. Thanks for that, Rinka. I'd just like to share a bit about our experience, and hopefully that will help others as well in the room. So at Wholesome Foods, we are committed to making food that's good for us and for the planet in general. Slurp Farm is our flagship brand, which is the kids' food brand. It was started by two mums. And their aim was generally to make food items that are as healthy as they are tasty. That's the aim that one begins with, right? As a mother, that's what you want to create. And since then, we have created a range of more than 50 odd products, starting from toddler cereals to pancake mixes, pasta, noodles, and we have still a long way to go. Like you said, we have recently launched a brand for adults as well. We as a brand have a really strong brand promise, which is that we want to help people make healthier food choices. And that's primarily the base of every decision that we take, right? So that's why most of the ingredients that you see on the back of our packs would be millets, lentils, legumes. As a brand, we have decided we will never have refined sugar, refined flour, preservatives, artificial colors, flavors, additives in our products. That's just something as a brand that we stand by and we'll continue to stand by. And beyond that as well, we are very aligned to our core principle, which is good for us, good for the planet. Every decision that we take as a brand aligns with that, be it new product launches in the market or exploring direct sourcing model with FPOs that we are trying to explore now. Every decision that we take is aligned to that mission in general. I feel that's also very core because it helps us stand true to what we really believe in. It basically just aligns us to that and makes sure that our success in general is aligned to the well-being and sustainability of the people, of the environment, right? The other thing that is core to us, which you rightly pointed out, is millets. That's one of the primary ingredients that we use in most of our products. And we also use a lot of other whole grains as well, like oats, lentils, legumes. Again, that's very core to what we do. And we use them not because wheat or rice is inherently bad for us, but because they are processed in a way that sometimes they are ripped off of all their nutritional benefits. And hence we decided to go ahead with these ingredients, which are much higher in nutritional value. They are low on glycemic index, so suitable for diabetic patients, cholesterol patients. And that's just a brand choice that we have taken. I feel strong brand promises and brand choices that brands take and they abide by really helps them stand or just be aligned to what they want to do in the future as well.
Absolutely. And I've worked with Slurp Farm in the past, and I can surely stand for the fact that, surely stand for the fact that some of the startups today we are seeing are being genuinely responsible. Putting down what they believe, putting down, what they really stand for and what the products have and stuff like that. So I think that's great, and including the investors, by the way. So one of the lead investors for you all, which is Fireside, and I've had many conversations with them, and I think you can see that the investor conversation is also moving towards preferring brands and companies and startups who actually stand for somewhere in this space. And I think this would be a very interesting thing, Mr. Agarwal, for us to also talk about some of the stuff that we're trying to do through the coalition along with the investor community as well. So the next question is for Rajpreeti Sabharwal, because we spoke about nutrition and health and products, but ultimately what consumers buy is tasty food. Right? They want their food to taste good, right? So mostly when you talk to brands and, they come to you, and I mean, a lot of them come to me saying, I want to make a healthy food but tasty. And I said, you know what, that's like hygiene factor. It has to be tasty. There's no question about it. There's nothing innovative about that, right? So how has Tag Taste made a huge difference to a lot of these companies in terms of, creating products which are genuinely tasty, and how do you help them kind of, define that?
Thank you, Rinka. I will start it by giving you a little brief intro about the company Tag Taste. Now, Tag Taste is a food tech company, so we do have an app. We are not into delivery, and neither are we making any products. Then what are we doing in the food space? We do services. We are a data company. So data, how do we get it? Is it primary data or secondary data from the internet? We do not do secondary data. We do primary data. Now, there can be many aspects about food. What we capture is perception of foods and beverages. It can be about the product, the sensory aspects, the taste aspects. It can also be regarding the market research, and it can also be the hardcore research of the ingredients. We are slowly getting into that also. So primary, right now, the revenue stream for us is the sensory aspect. Now, having said that, I'm coming to answer the question, how do we help our clients to make it tasty? The word taste is a very small part of the sensory circle. Sensory aspects start from appearance, from the odor of the food before it is consumed. It takes you to the tastes, basics, which you are experiencing, whether it is salty or sweet or bitter, like that. And then it is also about, you are in food space, most of you, and yet some of you today will be surprised to hear that one can smell the ingredients from inside mouth also. And that is a major component of the flavors. So we do this capturing of the intensities before eating and after eating, and that is one of the main part. Then comes the texture. So this whole thing is the sensory. And why is it important? Because we all, when we try to make products, we try to make it, to get it to the bliss point of happiness. That doesn't come only with adding sugar or adding salt. All these elements of texture and appearance and aroma and flavor and taste are like different parts of an orchestra, different instruments. They play together. Now, they can either make melodious music together, or they can make cacophony, bad sounds together. So we are trying, through a long questionnaire, creating a journey which the taster undergoes with the food, and we capture data. It is important for us to train our tasters in what is the meaning of appearance, what is the meaning of aroma, what is the scope of the word taste, etc., etc. So training is very essential part of it. So now we get, what do we give? In what form do we give a report to a guy who has got a product to us, the client? What are we capturing, first of all, is not, I am McDonald's, suppose I've made a new burger, and my clients are in the age group of 15 to 25, and if I take it to a sensory panel within the company, most of the people are going to be averaging around 35 to 40 years. They are not the target consumer. So there is no sense in getting a hedonic preference of people in that age group. That's why our business strategy is different. We take the sensory concepts, train the target consumer in the sensory concepts, and then take the feedback from them on our app, since we are a tech company. So we are able to, when we give the report to the client, we are able to identify for our client the sensory gaps. We are not going to give him the solution that the perception of the sweetness in your product is low, is what we can tell the client. How much sugar to add is that we don't figure out for the client. If that needs to be figured out, then they have to engage us separately, and we'll get the experts in. So now, when we, the product, coming to the question, this is how we do it. There are many ways to do it. If it's a sweet product, it's not selling in the market, it's come back on the R&D table, do not increase the sugar in it. That's what we try to tell our clients. We do the analysis and tell them it is weak in flavor, or it is weak in texture, or it is weak in some other aspect. When it comes to taste, there are, apart from sugar and salt and bitter and sour, there are other aspects to taste, and believe me, as Indians, having Ayurveda backing behind us, we are very rich in sensory sciences.
No, absolutely. I think maybe what I'll do is, I am conscious of the fact that we need to
yes,
move a
I'm
little
just
faster.
wrapping it up.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you that on the table behind you, if you visit, there are umami. Yes, you can increase umami by bringing in natural ingredients. So one needs to learn about umami and umami synergy. And then there are solutions which talk about astringency. And pungency is another thing which we have from our own traditional sciences. We need to understand that and explore it and use it. So exploitation of taste is important. Getting other elements is necessary. And let me tell you, most of the clients now, we thought we'll start with entrepreneurs, we started, but now we have multinationals, and they globally have become very aware about pungency. And please do visit the table. Umami and astringency are two mouth-watering aspects which one can put in the food. So these are the kind of solutions we give.
No, absolutely. And I think, and sensory science overall, if you see in a lot of the companies today, they're investing a lot of time, money, effort behind that. Because creating healthy products and making them tasty is a damn difficult task. Yeah, it is not easy. And it takes strong food science and sensory science and all of that to create. So completely agree. And we could discuss this offline. There's a lot that one can do in that space. Jano, for you, what's been your experience in some of the good behavior change through a lot of the various, and we spoke about it during lunchtime as well, is the behavior science strategies that you've used. Maybe you want to just talk about that?
Sure.
2 minutes, yeah?
Yeah, 2 minutes, okay. So I work on understanding how people think and make decisions, and as a byproduct of that, I also work on changing people's behavior. So let's dive into the problem, but just before that, today we have had multiple conversations about how healthy food is perceived as not tasty food, and tasty food is often perceived as unhealthy food, right? It's just the normal association that we have. And this is really bad for companies who are trying to create healthy food, because this basically means we need to change people's perception and behavior, and we need to change this at scale, right? This is really big. And just looking at this problem, I'll break it into two different things. One, we want a lot more people to try healthy food for the first time. Let's say a new product comes out, we want people to try it. And the second thing is we want people to build a habit around it, in the sense that they continuously consume it, right? So these are like two very different problems. And for the first one of making people try it, few strategies that work really well, behavioral science strategies. One is what we call choice architecture. This is basically designing food choices in a way that makes healthy food attractive. So for instance, the placement of chocolates next to the checkout counter increases the amount of chocolate purchase in the supermarket drastically. When you put an apple next to a cafeteria checkout counter, more people buy apple versus a snack, right? So the way the choice is shown to people, this is online as well as offline, has a major impact. So this could be restaurant menus, this could be cafeteria layouts, it could be anything, right? So this is one. The other thing is social norms. We tend to stick to whatever is popular. This I also spoke about in the previous panel, so I'm going to skip it. The third one is branding. Let's say, don't think about elephants. Okay, just don't think about elephants. What are you thinking about? Elephants, right? Did you think about elephants since morning? No. You just thought about it, and I asked you not to think about it. Don't think about Coca-Cola. You're thinking about Coca-Cola, right? So these are strong associations that we have for brands that have built a very strong brand. And this is very important for a lot of new healthy startups that are coming up, to build this kind of association where people immediately think about it, recall it way more often, right? And the second part that we spoke about is sticking to the habit, consuming it continuously. And this includes a lot of things like positive reinforcement and so on. Of course, like taste, other sensory things involved. Everything is important for that. That is like a slightly more complicated thing, so I'm just going to leave it there. But yeah, I think a lot more behavioral science can be applied in the healthy food space.
Yeah, and I think these are things like, even as part of acne, etc. I mean, one needs to start saying what are some of the companies doing to drive behavior change, to adopt healthier food choices. What are they doing about it? And I think that brings me straight to the communication on mass media. And I think, Gautam, this is a question for you. So what's the importance of mass media in supporting responsible food business and responsible food choices? I mean, what are companies doing about it? Any good examples that you'd like to talk about?
Thank you, Rinka. I am the most out of the place guy here, and Mr. Pavan Agrawal is smiling looking at me, because before I came on the stage, he said all the best, because he knows I have nothing to speak about. But yes, so my background is that I'm from, I make films and I manage events. And for me, this introduction was done thanks to him, to the food industry. Coming back to your question, whatever I have seen in the past 7-8 years of association with the food industry is that unless there is a clear and simple communication, like she's rightly saying, don't think of an elephant. Till the time we keep telling you that this particular product in an ad is made out of millets, it's attracting the mothers, but it's not attracting the children.
Correct.
Why do we need to talk about it? Is an unhealthy food telling you that this is full of oil and fat? It is not. It is just saying it's damn tasty. So they are emphasizing on the taste element. Similarly, in communication, when we are communicating about anything, about any product that we are talking about here, we need to talk about the brighter points, about the points like somebody said in the morning, Mr. Subbarao, I think, spoke about food porn, right? Today we have all the opportunity through communication, through, say, social media, through the films that are being made, through the reels that are being made, to promote all the businesses which are sitting here, everybody's businesses, healthy food choices. It's only that you need to take communication very seriously and do it in a very, very simple manner. Yeah. I'm sure you'll remember a very beautiful ad which was made many, many years back on Gandhiji. There was a single line which used to draw Gandhiji, and the simplicity of the man was his greatness. I think I must have been 8 years, 10 years old. I still remember that ad. So let's keep our communications simple, and we'll be able to sell our products, our healthier products, to children through this communication. This is what I feel. I've been meeting a lot of people who try to make it really very, very, it has to be full of so much.
Yeah,
you don't
absolutely.
need to fill it with so much. That's what I feel.
Absolutely.
I won't take more of your time. Rashida has a lot of points, and she was a little worried ki if I talk for too long. And there is one more gentleman who likes to get up the moment somebody starts to talk for too long. I don't want to give him that opportunity.
No, but I think it's amazing to hear all of you speak, because I think as a coalition, there's just so much value in what each one of us brings on the table here. And I think that can all lead to good, behavioral change that we want in consumers and companies, by the way. So.
I would just like to put forward one more point. How many under 25-year-olds are there in this session? How many under 25? Not under 16, Dr. Pandav. Not under 16, under 25.
These little kids here.
Under 25, how many? How many? Raise your hands. And how many above 50? How many above 50? So for food companies, most of the food companies, we are not the TG group. Yeah. Right, 50 plus or maybe 20 minus. Generally, when I go to talk to a client, they always say, our TG is 25 to 45. But you see, these are the people who are actually driving the change. Yep. They are interested, and that's what this communication that has happened in the past few years has helped. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to keep it really short with the question I'd asked Pallavi Upadhyay, because she is a startup with millets and doing some really good work. We saw her products out there. What were some of the challenges I was asking her? Because I said for large companies, it's pretty easy to spend the money, communicate, put things on mass media and stuff like that. For a small startup, what is it that challenges? And one of the things, and I'll just read out what she responded to me. And she said one of the key challenges is, of course, the capacity to spend in order to reach out to consumers. Over the years, we've been innovative in our outreach with consumers through awareness of millets, workshops, recipes, and she was talking about food tastings with chefs. So a lot of offline kind of communication in small little events like this, which she spoke about, and really increased demand for their products, right? And the recent overall push for millets has definitely helped a huge lot. So I think the government's push on driving millets, etc. Today I see even an ITC has put down a Sunfeast millet cookie. For whatever it's worth, it's okay, it's somewhat healthy. Now I don't know what he's put, whatever, but it's got something to do with health, right? Yep, sorry.
So इसमें मतलब आपने कहा और मेरे दिमाग में आया कि जैसे आप कहिए घर में अच्छे कोफ्ते बने हैं, there is interest.
Yes.
और आप जैसे कहिए कि लौकी के कोफ्ते बने हैं, the interest goes away.
Off, exactly.
Yeah. So if you're making something so fantastic and tasty, like she's saying, amazing food that they make, amazing aroma, amazing color, amazing taste, why do you want to insist on what the ingredients are to make it, healthier choice?
So I think one of the things that she was asking out for help, and this is from the coalition, so this is an action that would also be for a coalition, is to say, how do we really need get help in terms of increasing the awareness of what we are doing as a brand and what are we trying to bring, what's the difference we're trying to make. And so therefore that point actually straight away brings me to Rashida, because I know we've been talking about this at the coalition, and Mr. Agarwal has been really spearheading this. He's been pushing Rashida, all of us, a lot to think about this. And I would really like you to enlighten our viewers, our listeners, who are probably there online, I'm not sure, with the amazing initiative that we are now, onboarding and we're sort of collaborating on in terms of creating a responsible food, a good food company certification. So over to you, Rashida, and why don't you come here and present what you wanted to present. Can you just put her slide on?
Rinka, thanks a ton. And once we get the slides up, I'll just share some context to what we are talking about. As rightly put, food companies today are undergoing a lot of innovation, a lot of good research and good products coming our way. But however, the challenge for the MSME sector is how do we put our USP, our ideas across in a tangible manner, right? So the biggest challenge that young food companies face today is to go out and fight in the market with the bigger brands. And how is it that through this coalition and through an initiative that this coalition takes, we are able to bring them to a level playing field as, equally with larger brands. The context of putting forth the Good Food Company certification is, number one, to help the MSME sector firstly begin understanding what good food consists of. So it's an awareness of what constitutes good food, what are the constituents and the parameters that are counted as good food. So is it the quantity of fat, sugar, salt? Is it the use of millets? Is it the use of any other ingredients, so on and so forth? What is it all about? Second is the Good Food Company tenets are based on, they are leveling up on compliance. So compliance is something that you need for running your business. However, we have gone one step up with the Good Food Compliance parameters, where we are bringing additional factors into the play, which talk about responsible food businesses and the actions that they are taking for getting good food to consumers. Some data, we see that today, as of today, FSSAI license numbers, we see around 55,000 central licenses. We see 8 lakh to 9 lakh state licenses. State licenses are nothing but reflective of new companies, new MSME companies coming into the foray, and they are contributing to almost 30% of India's GDP. That's a huge number, and through the coalition, we are also wanting to extend support to the entire MSME community. So democratizing the comprehension of not just label compliance or any other parameter, but collectively looking at 8 parameters through the certification is what we are striving at. The intent, as you can see on the slide, is to empower food businesses. It's a very holistic approach. It's creating a very tangible standard that allows consumers to choose healthy, as well as the food businesses to produce healthy food products. The primary objective of the Good Food Company is to recognize, acknowledge, and identify food and beverage businesses that are promoting and producing good food through their brands. The eligibility criteria that we're putting forth is, of course, food and beverage companies with an active license and turnover of less than 500 crores. We are committed to helping the MSME category. However, larger businesses and their individual business units or brands will be welcome to apply for the Good Food Certification program as well. 8 critical parameters, as I call it. It's a very holistic assessment, and it's not subjective. A lot of businesses today believe nutrition is a subjective science. We believe that there is enough objectivity that can be applied to all the parameters that constitute of good food. So starting from purity, we look at parameters of microbial contamination, we look at pesticide content, we look at metal content, we look at the clean label facet of products. We look at how many ingredients go into your product. We look at how many additives go into your product. We look at how much fruit, vegetable content, nut, seed, legume, millet content are you using in your food products. We're looking at nutrition. Quantitative nutrition here with special focus on HFSS. We're talking of fat content, sugar content, sodium. We're talking of positive nutrients like protein and fiber. We're looking at sustainability. How much of your produce is locally sourced? What packaging material are you using as a part of your product portfolio? Labeling. Transparency is key. Like many panelists mentioned, communication is very critical. We're looking at transparent labeling. We're going to authenticate that whether the claims made on the label are honest, they're true, they're accurate, they're scientifically correct. A lot of information on labels today gets taken on face value, and it causes a lot of problem to the consumers. We're wanting to address that issue, and we're looking at accessibility and innovation. How accessible your product is, how affordable your product is, how many cities is it available in, and the innovation that you have undertaken. All of it collectively put together for which will allow you to be certified as a good food company or not. Business impact, and that's my last slide. I'm not going to take anything more than 2 minutes. Number one, it's a very clear-cut marker and identification that helps your product stand out in the market. We know that there are hundreds of products being launched day in and day out. Jitne products launch ho rahe hai, utne products are being pulled out of the shelf as well. So how is it that this, the Good Food Company certification will help? It's an obvious marker. It enhances your customer loyalty, your sales. You can expand into newer markets outside of India. It's a sustainable competitive advantage which builds your brand reputation, equity. And along with that, we've heard a lot about the investor community showing more interest in such differentiated products. So all in all, a win-win for both consumers and brands today. And we are soliciting your, your views, your comments on the certification. We are here for the next 24 hours as well. We are proposing the Good Food Company certification as an action plan under work area 5 for responsible food businesses. And this wonderful team has contributed to it and spearheaded, of course, by Rinka. Thank you so much. And of course, Mr. Agrawal, who has been the mind behind it.
Thank you, Rishida. Thank you. So I think this is our 5th session. Yeah, thank you, Rinka, for calling. Please sit down. So this is our 5th session. So I was out of depth on the previous session, you could see. But here we have really applied our mind in the coalition, and I personally applied my mind dealing with the food companies over the last 5-7 years. And what can drive a food company to actually move the needle towards healthier and more sustainable foods. So what Rashida, presented to you is some kind of a certification which is in some sense inspired by a certification which is B Corp certification. We expected Palak to talk about it. She's, she did selling of wholesome food rather than talking about B Corp certification. I would want you to look at this Good Food Company certification in the context of B Corp. Would you like to say something about B Corp certification from there only? Very briefly. Very briefly. Just to say, you have become a...
No, we have applied.
You applied. Just a little bit about that, yeah.
So, so like sir is saying, B Corp is B Corporation certification. There are 4 or 5 parameters that they actually gauge the businesses on. Transparency, workers, environment, supply chain, all of the areas that they gauge.
Why will a company want to become a B Corp certified company? Why does wholesome food want to become?
It pushes us, right,
in
the right direction. it
Why do you,
definitely
why
has
do you think they are
challenged
pushing
us.
you in the right direction? Your right direction is your bottom line. So, you know,
It's actually much more than that for us.
much more than that.
Yeah, like I was saying, our core value is good for us, good for the planet. So it really pushes us in the right direction,
So,
not just
you
to
know,
focus on.
Palak, you know, I have been uh, passionately following up both Sorvi and Meghna to contribute to this effort on good foods company certification. We have not benefited much with that persuasion. Now we want you to look at it very closely and see how can we sell this certification in India? What is our best approach of going about it? I think, you know, she presented a model which will, with the inputs from all of you, we'll have to further refine it. And the whole idea is, you know, somebody mentioned that 3 minutes is too short. I think in communication, 30 seconds is too long. You know, if you are not able to make a point, and Gautam is laughing at it, if you are not able to make a point that your company should become a good company, certified company, you've lost the plot. So if you go into a long story why it should become, it means you have lost the plot. So I think we have to really work with wholesome food, that what is it that we are trying to give in return? What is the value proposition for them? So I think this is for all of us to deeply think about this whole concept of good food company certification as we move into realizing this dream of good food company certification, which is nothing new. I have personally been thinking about it for last 5-7 years. You know, so this is not something very new that we are presenting here. And Rashida and her team has been working on it. You know, Rinka started something working with us, and she felt that this is not, you know, she's half-heartedly working on it with us, but we want her also to contribute in making it more robust. And Gautam's expectation was that here he will say something more specific than that, and he didn't say that. You know, one of the ideas is to push the big companies into doing the right things is to, you know, we are not naming and shaming companies. Naming and shaming is one way of doing it, and some people do that, which is not very good because companies become, consumer organizations do it, you know, which is not very good. You are taken to courts and all that. We're saying that, all right, let us identify every year 10 best communication campaigns by large companies on healthy food. And Gautam, we did not talk about it. So we will not leave you. Will you work on it in presence of everyone? And
बिल्कुल 100%
record कर लो भाई ये.
recorded.
Second is, we expected another thing from you, which you did not speak. We said, all right, you have huge connections and influencers. He himself is an actor. He knows a lot of people, and you know.
पर मेरा सवाल वो नहीं था ना, मेरा
आपका
सवाल अलग था.
सवाल गलत पूछ लिया उसका मतलब नहीं है, जवाब ने वही देना है जो आपको बोला गया है. So we want you to, how do we mobilize this community of influencers and celebrities and all that to actually talk about it? I think Slurp Farm does it. Of course, she's an investor. You know, Virat Kohli's wife, what is Anushka, is an investor in wholesome food. But I think how do we push the influencers to start talking about it more passionately, and you know, than what they are currently doing? I think this is, we have to really apply our mind. I don't know, we didn't expect that there'll be no big companies in this group. That was not deliberate. We had invited them at the top level. I have personally written to almost 10, 12 big food companies. None of them are appearing here today. So this is unfortunately, but the whole idea is that this forum may appear to be anti-big companies. That is not so. You know, because if the session structure, etc. is seen, it may appear to be so. We also want to work with big companies through this forum, because it is those big companies that have large influence on consumer choices. They are not bad companies, but they are not good companies. They are not bad companies because what drives them is the profit. If they are driven by profit, they are not bad companies. Every company is driven by profit. Only thing is, for them, profit comes before people's health.
And the problem is that if all big companies start prioritizing profit to people's health, then you go to the rock bottom, and that is what is happening. If we can create that competition between the big companies, not bad companies, to prioritize public health, in addition to profits, I think a problem will be solved. And that is a big challenge because they are very influential. And I think, Rinka, you have a very difficult task ahead of you.
Both ends.
No, both ends. You have to see that how this group, apart from one initiative, two initiatives that you could think about Gotham, how can we all, I'm completely with what ATI is doing. These people contact me, but ATI is some foreign kind of a stuff. India mein uska zyada traction nahi hai, frankly. So we have to create something which has more traction in India, which is based on some principles which are aligned to the Indian ethos rather than coming out from the West. So we have to figure it out. We have to learn from them, partner with them. But I have absolutely no issues about that. But I think this is a very important session. This is a very important session to move the needle against the unhealthy food. But I think we can now come to this final photograph.
Zarur, and before we do the photograph, I wanted to say something. जो आपने कही बात, that we need to understand the power of social media, the power of influencers, all of us sitting here, because a lot of times, a lot of policies that are discussed here or in meetings or in offices don't actually go through to the common man. The influencer has the strength, has the capability, because they have millions of followers, to reach it out to the public. So utilize that, and your Youth Connect is, that's your USP, sir. Your Youth Connect is your biggest power. All of them, Ria, Manisha, all of these girls here, youth here, they can reach you in the social media. Social media mein ek baar baat pahunchi. Now you don't require such a big budget to promote your products anymore. You can promote them for free on social media if your product is good and if you're able to present it well. And if you're able to get these influencers, then you can reach your communication to much larger people, which we have been discussing for a long time. I missed out on that. Action it, absolutely.
Action. Yeah, so Manisha works for Country Delight, which is a good company, which is a good food company, which gives us milk, fresh milk from farms, also fresh vegetables. And her founder CEO will join us tomorrow. Okay. You don't want to come in this photo? She's not part of it. She's not. No. She's the influencer who influences the influencer. Thank you so much.
A great job to Manisha. Amazing job.
Very good.
Amazing.
नहीं सारे बच्चे very good, amazing. Thank you, Rinka.
Thank you.
Mushira, मैंने ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लिया.
अरे मुझे
मैंने किसने ज़्यादा टाइम लिया?
What an excellent session that was. And let's jump in right into our next action lab, which is on reducing food waste and food loss. This lab will be moderated by Ms. Paramita Datta Dey. Ms. Dey, please do come on stage. Ms. Dey is a city planner with more than 20 years of experience. She has engaged in a number of policy initiatives in the urban development sector and is presently working on evidence-based research and advocacy for urban policy and practice, with sanitation as the main focus. Having worked with ministries of the Government of India and internationally funded projects of the UNDP, CIDA, World Bank, etc., she is a core member of the research team at the National Institute of Urban Affairs and is the coordinator of the project on Swachh Bharat Mission, Solid Waste Management Phase 3. Welcome, Ms. Dey. And over to you.
Thank you. And as we are all waiting and I stand before T and all of you, I'd like to introduce the panel. We have a very august panel and a very good multifaceted one. I'd like to begin by inviting Dr. Devendra Dhingra. He's the principal scientist in the process engineering department at ICAR, Indian Council for Agriculture Research. And he's a specialist in a whole lot of things, which includes post-harvest engineering, reduction in post-harvest losses, food safety management systems, setting up of food testing labs, and much, much more. Our next panelist is Mr. Senthil Kumar. May I have you on stage, please? Mr. Senthil is a public policy professional, experienced in digital regulation. He leads the government affairs and public policy function at Ninja Cart. Please take your seat on the stage. Yeah. Thank you. Do we have Ms. Vandana Singh here? Yes. Ms. Vandana Singh, please come on stage and take your seat. She is a banker by training who started her career with the ANZ Greenlist Bank and has worked as an advisor finance with Mission Convergence of the Delhi government. At present, she is the CEO of Food Security Foundation of India and India Food Banking Network. Next, we have Mr. Padmanabham. Please take your seat on the stage. He is the founder of No Food Waste India. That is a technology-based surplus food recovery network. And he's been working with 25 cities in India on this initiative. You all know Ms. Rinka Banerjee. She needs no introduction. Ms. Rinka, are you still there? Yeah. Please take your cup and come on the stage. As you know, she is the founder of Thinking Forks, which is a end-to-end R&D solutions company, and she works a lot with clients from Fortune 500 companies. She has been associated with the R&D sector in India and the US for the last 28 years. We have a young entrepreneur, Ms. Radhika Lakhotia, who is our next panelist. Ms. Radhika, please take your seat on the stage. She is an architect by training and leads an initiative called Wasted. And she writes it as W-A-S-T and then E&D in capitals. She'll explain that to us later on. It's an organization that upcycles spent grains into nutritious and affordable superfood. We have another young panelist, Ms. Ayushi from Zomato. Ms. Ayushi, please come on the stage. She's part of a program called Feeding India, and this is an initiative about designing interventions to reduce hunger among the underserved population. So we have a very balanced panel, gender balanced, I should say. So let me, without much ado, let me straight dive into the question. We are a panel that will discuss about food loss and food wastage. So my first question would be with the aspect on food loss, and I'd like to start with Dr. Dhingra. You have been working in the area of food loss for many years now. So what, according to you, are the three most pressing challenges in the reduction of post-harvest losses and storage before it reaches the consumer? And you have 3 minutes. I think I forgot. I have the stopwatch.
Thank you, Paramita. I think it is a difficult thing to cover all this in 3 minutes, but I will try to finish it in 2.5 minutes.
Okay, great.
So there are three things: technology, knowledge, and finance. Infusion of these things have transformed agricultural systems. Our agricultural productivity has increased, the production has increased, and the very good indicator is the increase in our population. If we have food, we have our people. And we have also tackled the pandemic. So that I will thank all the farmers in this forum for that. Now we come to food systems, right? Post-production systems. Again, there are three challenges: technology, knowledge, and finance. We have technologies, we have the knowledge, but it is not with the right people. Farmers, they don't know. Most of the grains which come to the organized sector, there is a lot of technology, knowledge, finance is available, so the losses are minimal. But most of the grains, food grains, they remain with the farmers for their own consumption, for the cattle, for the seed purpose. But there they have tractors, they have farm machinery, but they don't have a moisture meter. They don't have proper storage structures. So they are not giving value to that aspect till now. There is technology, they can measure the moisture content, they can be given the knowledge what is the appropriate moisture content, how they can take out the grains from their bins and aerate them. But there is a lack. There is no, the technology is there, but it is not yet with the farmers, they are not yet utilizing it properly. I won't say that all the farmers are not doing this, but majority of the farmers are not doing this. Similarly, we have technologies, we are transporting a lot of food material. For this, I will come to the perishables a little bit. Fruits and vegetables, which are very delicate. And wherever I go, I tell the people that you treat your fruits and vegetables, you treat your perishables like infants, like babies, right? They are very important. Because if you treat them like babies, your attention will be more. You will not abuse them. Then we don't have proper systems. We are still transporting them in sacks, right? We are not using any rigid containers like plastic crates or corrugated fiber boards. We go to a shopping mall, we buy a pair of shoes, we have a very nice packaging, very rigid, very strong packaging. But when it comes to our food, perishables, our packaging is very poor. But when we come to products like milk, we see that a lot of technology infusion has already taken place. You go in cities like Delhi, we have very good retailing units. The transportation is also done in cold chain, right? They are processed. More than 50% of the milk produced, I think, is being processed in this country, pasteurized, packed, and then retailed to the consumers. But the same thing is not happening to some of the commodities where we have more of the losses. So when we have technology, we have knowledge, but now we need our farmers to have some money, so they make some more money and they use this knowledge and technology into reducing these post-harvest losses. They adopt those technologies and they help in reducing the post-harvest losses. So a lot of work has been done in this country. The point is to transform the food systems, we need to take this knowledge and the technology to the end users, to the stakeholders. Thank you so much. I think I'm within the time.
30 seconds more, but that's okay. We give you that liberty. So coming next to Mr. Senthil Kumar. Mr. Senthil, you have been working a lot in the area of digital intervention and food loss. So how do you think digital intervention can contribute to reducing food loss?
Hello. Yeah. As you know, Ninja Cart is an agri-tech startup, right, which has been there for around 8 years, and we work in the fresh fruits and vegetable segment. We procure from farmers, right? So it's completely tech-driven. So some of the things, we flip the market model using digital, right? Typically what happens is farmer harvests and hopes it's sold, right? And then the price comes later. I think one of the speakers earlier also said what is the farmer doesn't decide the price and all these things, right? So in our case, what happens is we try to tell the price the day before or at least early in the morning, worst case, so that because when he goes to harvest, he knows the price. So these are done through analytics, right? Like through triangulating multiple price models. So that is one. And then the other thing is, where we are trying to use digital is, to reach the market faster. Because, cold chain is broken in India, right? It's not going to work the way it is now because the retail is completely out of the cold chain. So whatever cold chain you invest in trucks, right? It only aggravating the problem until the retail chain moves to the cold. So the fastest way you can shift it is unless so our entire supply chain is IoT based, right? So it can move fast from the farm to the retailer within 15 hours, right? So this is possible through the better routing mechanism. Where do you source for this speed and all these optimization we do? So these are some of the efforts we do. But on a larger scale, right, we are also interacting with some of these database initiatives of the government, right, which we want to bank on where fruits and vegetables have to be harvested. They have a window of 1 week or 10 days where the farmer can postpone it or something, right? What a farmer is growing, nobody knows. So currently, right, the way we have almost 100 collection centers, right? We have people who just go around asking farmers what they are growing. It is like milk, right? When it is going to, when the fruits and vegetables are going to be ready for harvest, the supply chain also has to be ready. So those data we are trying to collate and leverage to make sure that the supply chain is ready. So these are all from the perspective of farmer, and but there's a larger problem to this, right? Food wastage in terms of data is information asymmetry, right? So when you say most of the trade happens through traders in between, right? Because farmers, you have to aggregate and all these things. In rice, in cereals, it's to some extent, the quality measurement can be objective and all. In fruits and vegetable, it is still very subjective, and then there's a lack of huge amount of trust, right? That's why if you see large scale trade, most of the traders in fruits, vegetable, it happens only between one trader trades with only 15 or 20 on an average, not more than that. So even if you produce more, the throughput cannot go through with the same ecosystem, right? So we are, the traditional ways of assaying might be helpful for high value SKUs like apples and pomegranates and all, but our daily use, we deal with 80 SKUs, right? Like carrot, gourds, beans and all these things, right? So for that, we found that is not helpful, where we can use more database, right? Like credit rating is used in banking. Why can't we use those kind of technologies, digital, to use, to bring in trust in the trade in fruits and vegetables between traders? Because if somebody is a delinquent, you can do that more through data. So these are much larger ecosystem level changes which we are trying to drive, where it is not only about the farming and growing, but the entire system from the farm till the retailer. So that's it.
Thank you. You are bang on time. And our request to the audience, there's a lot of background noise and foreground noise. If you can kindly limit your discussions till the end of the session, it will be very helpful, because we have a very eminent group of luminaries and they're sharing on-ground experience. I come from a background where we were talking policy, but here they're actually doing stuff on ground. So let's give them enough time to at least say what they want to say. Thank you. So coming to you, Ms. Vandana Singh, you are the CEO of Food Security Foundation, and you have also initiated the India Food Banking Network. So based on your experience, what do you think are the challenges of upscaling this kind of a network on the national scale, and then maybe on the regional and global scale?
Yeah. So as you just heard, both of them just spoke about food loss, which was the loss which takes place from the farm to the retail sector. What we are working on is, the food which is wasted in the retail sector and, closer to the consumption of the people. So there you will find that there is some food which is wasted on the shelves and warehouses of the food companies. And then there is also the cooked food which is wasted in households or restaurants, hotels, events like ours, etc. So what we are doing at India Food Banking Network, we are establishing food banks. Currently we have food banks in 62 cities. We are partnering with the food companies in the food industry. Almost all the big companies are partners, like Mondelez, Nestle, Hindustan Unilever, Britannia, and so many others. They have surplus stocks which have shorter shelf life. So that shelf life would be not very short, it's almost like between 30 days to 60 days. The companies, according to their policies, put these surplus stock aside and do not invoice them anymore. And that is a stock which India Food Banking Network, the food banks in the different cities, they can pick it up, and we are able to feed people in need. So it helps us not only to save food on one hand, but also to feed people on the other hand. And from the perspective of climate change also, it is very important, because food is food which goes waste or which goes into the bins is a very big contributor to greenhouse gases, which is also contributor to the climate crisis. Now, in doing this work, since you asked me to speak specifically about the challenges that we face, I would say that the challenges are two types of challenges. One is operational challenges, and then the other would be policy level or ecosystem challenges. From the operational level, the food banks, they require storage space, warehouse space, because the stocks which come in from the food industry are really huge, and the food banks need storage space to store them properly in safe conditions and distribute it then to the needy, which could be people in slums, old age homes, homeless shelters, schools for underprivileged children, etc. So one is infrastructure in terms of warehouse and storage space. Then the other very important major cost is the transportation cost, the logistics, to carry the surplus food from the warehouses of the food companies to our warehouses, and then again to distribute it into the communities. So to fund these large expenses, this is a very big challenge, and we really look forward to the food industry specifically and other organizations as well as government to come forward and support us with these infrastructure, especially because we have these food banks across the country. And secondly, in terms of ecosystem or policy level, the food companies face a couple of challenges, and if we could address them, that would be very nice. One is, a Good Samaritan Act. The food companies are very nervous about what happens if something goes wrong while their food is being consumed. Though this is all distributed and consumed within the best before date, but since it goes out of their hands and we distribute it free of cost, they have a fear of any liability arising. As you are very well aware, we have this Good Samaritan Act for accident cases, which was passed recently. Before that, if you remember, people didn't want to help any accident case victims because then they would be held responsible or questioned, etc. But since this act has been passed, we are more, helpful to accident victim cases in taking to the hospitals. And something like this is also needed. Food banks.
30 seconds.
Okay.
I'll give you
So
30
that
more
is one
seconds
thing. And the other thing is financial incentives. If we could provide some financial incentives to the food industry to donate their surplus so that it doesn't go waste and can be used to feed the people and also to support the climate. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So maybe we'll get to know more about your work. You can tell us about your site or brochure or whatever you have so that we get to know more. So in the interest of time, I'll switch over to the next panelist, Mr. Padmanabham. You have created a helpline-based solution to help edible food reach the needy. So what is this initiative all about? And you've been working with a few countries, but mostly down south. So if we were to have this all over India, what do you think is needed to do?
So, good evening to everyone. I'm part of a team called No Food Waste. So we majorly work on surplus food recovery from weddings, restaurants and caterers. So as this conference is speaking about transform action rather than transformation. So I would like to tell, since you asked a question about expansion, so the food recovery majorly happens in 4 different segments. The first thing is like in cooked food, we collect the food recovery from weddings, restaurants, caterers who are daily cooking to larger number of people. The second thing is packed food recovery from supermarkets and food producing companies. The third thing is farm surplus recovery, which is also a very high quantum that is happening in urban markets. And the fourth recovery is the food that is not fit for human consumption. It is recovered for upcycling. So these are 4 different aspects to give you a broad light. So can someone help me with some mathematics here? Maybe you can use a calculator also. Yes, okay. So I am coming from a city called Coimbatore. We have about 150 wedding halls within the city limit, the corporation limit. So 150 wedding halls. How many weddings happen in a year? Any idea? Maybe about 150 days to 170 days, the marriage halls are completely full. So these are auspicious days. So 150 wedding halls into 170, how much is that? Is anybody good in math? 25,000. that is the number of events that is happening in one city. And you imagine each city, each wedding, minimum there will be 1,000 people invited in southern part. I don't know how it is here, but 1,000 people into 25,000 weddings. That is the quantum of food that is prepared only in weddings. Now, when with our experience of 10 years in surplus food recovery in wedding, 12% of whatever is cooked is left uneaten and unserved. So calculate this 25,000 into 1,000 plates and divide by 12%. That is enough to feed 2% of that food insecure population of that particular city. This is the simple data. So anybody who want to do surplus food recovery in their district or a city from where they are coming from, this is a simple max that is proved by working in 10 years in this field of food recovery. The similar methodology we followed for recovery from farm markets. The similar methodology we followed from supermarkets. This entire food recovery, if you calculate, we were able to feed about, for a population of 20 lakh city, if we are able to recover about 2 lakh plates every month in that particular city. So we have to, this is already done. We have already multiplied this effort to 25 cities. And through this coalition led by our Pavan Agarwal sir, I met him when I was graduating from my engineering 8 years before. And sir has been a great inspiration for me. And till now I am driving this initiative because he has given a lot of steps to us to climb in this initiative. So I also thank sir for giving this wonderful opportunity to me. And through this coalition, this 25 will definitely become 50 or 75 in the next 3 years. And imagine, it takes only 3 years of effort to solve local hunger in your place, just by diverting the surplus food resources. People who are interested to join, definitely we can join hands together and make India zero food waste country, also supporting the cause of reducing hunger in India. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that very noble effort and all that you've been doing and your positive motivation of speeding up fast. I'll come to Ms. Rinka Banerjee now. You all know her. So I want to ask you that you've been working in the R&D sector for many years on new products and also new packaging for food products. What has been your journey like and what do you foresee for the future?
Yeah, I think coming specifically to food waste, adding value to waste. And this has been an interesting journey for us over the last couple of years, where we have companies from outside of India, and this is not right now in India, but where we've taken one of the largest fruit companies in the world. They came to us and said, we generate an X amount of fruit waste, right? So there's peel from the bananas, you extract out the juice, and then there is some pomace left from the pineapples and stuff like that. What do you do with that, right? And of course, if you go outside of India, most of the fruits and vegetables that get onto the shelves, there is a whole host of fruits and vegetables which don't make it, right? In India, the problem is different. It is a supply chain issue as well, that a lot of things get wasted because they don't really make it to the shelves and so on. So what do you do with that? So we actually worked very closely, and this is where we work closely with CoFTI here in Mysore. We developed a technology to actually extract out waste from these, wasted parts of the banana and pineapple and so on. And actually were able to create ingredients for this company, which was very rich, for example, in dietary fiber, resistant starch. Now suddenly this company, which was talking about waste on one side, actually had a business vertical which got generated called the fruit ingredients, food specialty ingredients, something like that. Today they are a supplier of specialty ingredients which are high in dietary fiber, resistant starches and so on, selling it at much higher value, which is coming from waste, right? So I think that is the opportunity that technology, science, all of that can bring. And I think we have a huge opportunity in India to do that. The other thing that we have done is about upcycling. Now, there are, again, a lot of, grades of, let's say, fruits, vegetables, crops, etc., which don't necessarily make it to a packaged, nice, beautiful pack. of food, because consumers want their grains to look pretty, they want it to look clean and all of that. There is a whole bunch which is shriveled grains, things like that. What do you do with that, right? So in this case, for example, again, it was a fruit example. What we did is we actually took that, we identified certain technologies, and this was a microwave processing technology, and we converted that into fruit chips. So we said, you know, you have unhealthy potato chips on one side, can you have healthy fruit chips, and you put flavors, etc., to it, make it exciting for consumers and things like that. So we've actually added value to some of these things which otherwise get wasted. And today, of course, outside of India, like in the US, etc., there is a lot of things around upcycling, and I was part of the Upcycle Food Association in California, and I was speaking about this, and they were quite interested to look at and work with us to see how can we solve this problem in India more from a supply chain perspective and things like that. Our problem statements are a little bit different. But I think there is a huge opportunity for us to you know, add value to waste through some of these kind of initiatives. The other thing is also to take some of this and put it back into your food to be able to actually derive cost benefits from it. And this is something we were talking to a very large beverage company here recently, where you're processing a lot of mango, things like that. Now, is there an opportunity for you to take a certain part of the waste stream, put it back into your process, because it then reduces the need for something else, maybe a fiber, maybe a starch, gum, whatever. And that helps you reduce your costs. So I think there is you know, fair bit of potential, and I would really like to see, and we will be discussing this in our next session, that this could be an area for a lot of the academia, etc., to really work on. And you know, there's of course a lot of work happening in nutrition. Similarly, I think on sustainability, I think this would be another space. And the last thing is, of course, packaging. But there's already a lot of work that's happening. I think this whole thing of waste valorization, adding value to waste, I think there's a massive opportunity for companies, academia, all of them to start working on. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I learned a lot in your short talk about, and this food specialty ingredient is something, that's a new word that I learned, new phrase rather. So coming to the next panelist, we have Radhika Lakhotia. Radhika, you are a young entrepreneur and you have a brainchild called Wasted, which is about upcycling food waste. And you have been redefining food food byproducts. And do you think it has a bright future? And how do you think the practice that you're doing can inform policy?
Right. So, am I audible? I am, right? Right. So what we do at Wasted is we upcycle spent grain. Spent grain is the byproduct of any brewery. We upcycle that and make high protein flour out of it. So definitely there is a lot of potential when we sort of repurpose when we repurpose any byproduct stream for that matter. Just like how Rinka just mentioned, not only does it have environmental impacts, where you preserve the environment in terms of greenhouse gases, in terms of say other aspects of protecting the environment, but you also actually end up creating a revenue stream for another company. So that is something that we do for breweries, where breweries can now actually pay. So although it's a byproduct stream, we pay the breweries for the waste that we collect. That is then a revenue stream for the brewery as well. Now, while we procure it at a very low cost, the processing cost might be high, but in totality, the cost of our product is a lot lower compared to any virgin grain that is in the market, which makes our product a lot more affordable compared to other grains. That creates a market for us because we're tapping into a country that is very price sensitive and affordability is an issue, especially when you talk about ingredients and healthy ingredients and good ingredients. And you can add as many adjectives as you want to this particular segment, but price is something that is very sensitive till today. In fact, in the same room, I was speaking to someone, and they kept saying that the price is still expensive. Although for the nutrition that we offer, we're the lowest price that any sort of grain can match, and that is the only reason for us to be that low is because we're procuring it from a byproduct stream. So coming back to the question, I feel there is a lot of potential when we start to repurpose what was once called waste. And this is not restricted to one industry. So we deal with breweries, but I think this is the case for, so grains, right? Every grain has a husk. Most predominantly used husk is rice husk, but about 10% of the husk in the entire food market is used, and the others are just either dumped into landfills or used as low value cattle feed or used as biomass, etc., etc. But I feel there is a lot of potential if we start extracting fibers, and I can keep talking about how byproducts can be used. In terms of policy, I feel it needs to be a collaboration between businesses as well as bodies. Bodies could be government, could be awareness bodies, could be anyone who's trying to drive a force. But I feel there needs to be a good example because commercial viability for a byproduct stream is still a very big question, be it in India, be it abroad. We're a first of a kind company in India, no one's doing what we're doing, but there are about 7 to 8 companies in the world that are doing this, and all of them are venture backed. So there's a reason why they're still in the market. They've been in the market for the past 7 to 8 years. Potentially we could create a market in India too. At least that's what I would hope for. But for us to become policy changers, I think it's a little difficult unless and until we can prove ourselves to sort of show ourselves as commercially viable. Only then do we set an example and other businesses follow, and that is when we could actually change policy. That's what I feel, that's what my experience has been. And of course, I mean, there are other people who could guide us as to how policy could be better in terms of how we could restore food waste or byproducts. But that's from me.
Okay, so I think it's a chicken and egg kind of a thing, price sensitivity, and then people trying to understand that value for money is already there in the kind of upcycled products, because the general sense is that upcycled products should be cheaper than the main product, which not always is the case, right? There's a lot of effort that goes in upcycling. Right, so coming to you, Ayushi. You represent Zomato, the initiative of Zomato called Feeding India, and it's a fairly successful program. Now, can you share a little bit about that program, and what is the message that you would like, or the learnings that you would like to share with other organizations who want to start a similar initiative?
Sure, thank you. So Feeding India basically is a non-profit, and we work in partnership with Zomato. Our work primarily is focused on 2 missions. I think the first one is to reduce the nutrition gap, that is to solve for malnutrition, and the second one is to solve for food recovery. So how we are solving for the first bit in terms of malnutrition is we have partner NGOs all over India wherein we are providing daily meals. Now these non-profits are either low-income school or non-profits that are primarily focused on education. So we are trying to build on what a midday meal did in government schools to those non-governmental schools in a similar way to improve their attendance and hence the educational outcomes by providing the daily meals. So this is like the first bit of our program very briefly. And coming on to the food recovery program, we are also a part of the food banking in India. And as Vandana ji mentioned about with the likes of Blinkit, which is now a partner of Zomato, we also have access to a lot of these FMCG organizations that have surplus of food. So we try to recover those food from them. And interestingly, the first challenge that Vandana ji has mentioned, through our network all over India, we are able to locate these non-profits closest to the warehouses of these organizations that we are procuring the food from. So with the minimal time and with their network on ground, we are able to pick up and utilize that surplus very effectively and very quickly. So that's how we are tackling the first bit of it. And in terms of one thing that I would like to highlight in terms of working with these large organizations, why more of these organizations are not willing to donate or not coming to even give their surplus, adding to the 2 points that Vandana ji has mentioned. I think the third point is that in terms of, there are 2 dates which we are proposing to be put up on the food labels. So one of them, best before, is something that is put on all of the products that we use. But there are some products that also use by date. So there is like a certain bandwidth that we also get between these 2 dates, wherein the quality of the food is not affected drastically. It is just, let's say, the color of it or the texture of it is affected. So in terms of policy changes, we're also trying to work around this to push for companies to also put these 2 dates so that, it can be, some part of it can be utilized, which is good for and fit for use. So yeah, that's from me. Thank you.
You finished in less than 3 minutes, so good, great. So I'm told we have Ritoja Basu from WRI, and he would like to say a little bit. No? Okay, so over to Pawan, sir. He's made my work easy.
This entire issue of food waste and food loss obviously is very important, and I think it is very dear to most people in this room, that how do we reduce food waste when it is believed that 1/3 of the food is wasted while 1/9 of our population goes hungry. So the equation is very simple, that even if you are able to salvage 30% of that food, you can address the problem of global hunger. But first of all, some of these numbers are completely wrong. Okay, so, but it's good that we are building momentum for taking action around food waste, addressing food waste by giving these large numbers. Unfortunately, the situation around no food waste effort has not moved very much ever since in the FSSAI, I was introduced to Vandana, Padmanabhan. I think they have organically grown, but you can't say they have dramatically grown. They have not covered, my own vision was that can we cover 100 cities in the country? And, through a very robust system of surplus food collection like the no food waste has. Zomato obviously works at a different level altogether. So I think these are the issues that, have continued to bother me. And over the last 2-3 months, we were looking at both issues of food loss and food waste. In terms of policy, I was addressing several forums on food loss and food waste. And we have come out with 3 broad areas of action that are there in the document or in my LinkedIn post. What we expect the group to do tomorrow or in the rest of the time that we are together, to think through them, that are these things good to pursue? Okay. What Ayushi mentioned about date labeling and all that, it's all messed up in India. And I, for one, can tell you, it's not possible to solve that mess. I was part of that mess, to tell you very frankly, because we converted best before date labeling to expiry date. And in food, there is no firm expiry date. So now if a business is doing best before, they are violating the law. So that is an issue, and she's right that between the best before and expiry date, there is a window of opportunity where you can distribute food, salvage and distribute food. But within the restrictions that we work in, there is an opportunity, as Padmanabhan mentioned, to support them a little bit. And I think he didn't give the numbers. I had requested him for one proposal. If one plate of food for Padmanabhan costs 90 paisa, if he is to expand his method of food collection and distribute it to others, but 90 paisa day after day into thousands works out to a huge sum of money, So where will that money come from for operations? For operations of those units that they have established. So donation beyond a point is just not possible. While people may donate to temples, but not for these kind of efforts. So I think this is a complex issue, but we can address it by, putting our efforts together. Many countries in the world are interested in addressing the issue of food waste in particular. Netherlands is very keen on it. And Denmark is keen on it. Obviously, Germany is very keen on it. So we'll be working with various other development partners and everyone around to see how we can expand those activities. On food loss, I'm not, I've applied my mind and given 3 basic solutions to addressing the issue of food loss at a policy level, at a business level, etc. We need to further fine-tune that and come out with more specific actions that can be taken as a policy towards food loss and food waste prevention. In fact, it is in this space that the coalition might even work towards policy advocacy. And we are in touch with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. They have shown interest to mainstream no food, managing no food as a part of Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. And if that happens, then automatically it gets scaled up. I think as far as the issue of food loss is concerned, it is because 2-3 ministries are involved in it, in incentivizing. And no one is looking at food loss with a clear razor-sharp focus. So I think in all the schemes of the 3 ministries that are around cold chain, storage, etc., if there is a razor-sharp focus on whether those schemes are delivery on food loss prevention or not, I think we'll be a little better off. So I think we can, in this space, there is a lot of work that can be done. We need many more partners to join this, action area. And I must commend the good work that several of the partners are doing and who are on the stage here today. So thank you very much for being here. And we also have, Rituja, for photo opportunity, please come. I will not make you speak, don't worry. So Rituja was formerly with CII and she knows all of you, and many of you in her earlier capacity. And I have the pleasure of introducing her in her new capacity with WRI. She's leading the food loss and food waste. She's the lead food loss, food waste. Is that right? Program head, okay. So, and they come out with very good knowledge papers. So I think we can definitely collaborate going beyond knowledge papers to doing something on the ground with WRI, food waste and food loss initiatives, and with several other, I think there is a lot of space, and she's a great person. I know Rituja well. So please come on the stage and join. Sagrika, you also join. And let us give them a big round of applause.
I just want to remind everybody that you have these QR codes on your table. So if you haven't already, please do scan the QR code and it'll take you to Slido, and you can click on the tab for Q&A. And any questions you have from any of the panelists on any of the panels or other action labs, please put your questions or any remarks you have over there. We would love to collate those and get to those after these sessions are over. Thank you. And now for our final action lab of the day, which is on developing food system change leaders. This session will be moderated by Ms. Aruj Matu, I'm sorry, Ms. Aruj Matu. Ms. Matu, please do come to the stage. Ms. Matu is a dedicated technologist from the serene region of Kashmir. With a unique blend of technical expertise and creative thinking, she is passionate about raising awareness. As a research assistant and current MTech student in food technology at the Islamic University of Science and Technology, she is on a mission to make a significant impact through innovation and technology. Welcome, and over to you.
Thank you very much, and a very good evening to everybody. I was possibly going to be here. I had prepared a very good afternoon, but I think the delay was obvious. My name is Aruj Matu, and I had actually planned not to introduce myself first, but it was very sweet of you to do it beforehand. Okay. So all of us, I think maximum out of you have already had the tangram, the butterfly tangram tattooed on the back of your hand. Now, if you notice it, there's a blue part there. I will be representing the blue part today. The blue part consists of food system leaders, but the difference is that we're the leaders in making, we're not the leaders yet. It's very shameless of me to just state it by myself, but yes, we are the leaders in making, and I will be talking about TIFF, which is the India Food System Fellowship, which was actually put in work by Food Future Foundation under the supervision of Mr. Pavan Agarwal, sir, and what a brilliant man he is. Okay, so I am thrilled to introduce you to TIFF. It is the system fellowship which stands an innovation initiative by the Food Future Foundation with a clear mission to nurture the next generation of change makers, which I am clearly a part of now. Within the realm of food systems, this program empowers both students and professionals in fields related to food with essential leadership skills and knowledge required to drive positive transformation in Indian food landscape and beyond. With a resolute emphasis on addressing global challenges such as hunger, malnutrition, poverty, environmental degradation, and climatic change, TIFF endeavors to cultivate a group of individuals dedicated to fostering a people-centered transition in the food system. Now, before I actually begin with everything that I have to say about it, I would actually like to call upon the speakers for this session. Then I will begin to tell you about the fellowship, which consists of 26 brilliant individuals who I am here to represent today. Our very first, just give me a second. Our very first speaker is Ms. Rinka Banerjee. Ma'am, please come up on the stage. She is I actually cannot justify with introducing you, but I will still try. You're a wonderful person. She's the founder of Thinking Folks Bangalore, and she's provided R&D solutions to global clients, including Fortune to 500 and plus startups. She has helped. Okay. Our next speaker is Mohinder Kumar Saluja. He is a dairy technologist with 30 years of experience in dairy sciences, technology and food processing, food safety, vocational education, and distance education. He started as assistant professor of Dairy Science College, Udaipur, diversified into educational planning, vocational education, and online learning, and is a member of scientific panel for labeling and claim advertisement at FSSAI. So please come up on the stage. Our next speaker will be Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay. He's a professor and dean, academic department of food science and technology in NIFTM. He has 29 years of research and teaching experience with multiple research and academic awards, 50 plus or so papers in reputed journals, expertise in food safety, health, food, and new product development, is a member of national and international organizations, role in scientific panel 17 at FSSAI. Our next speaker would be Philippe Drasroussan. I have tried to pronounce your name very correctly, sir. He's the head of program at German NGO, Weltangerhilfe in India, background with law and European studies with a focus on human rights and democracy, and it has qualifications in international cooperation and conflict transformation. He has 18 years of experience assisting international and local NGOs in Sri Lanka, India, and Nepal. I had a very great and beneficial discussion with him beforehand. It turns out to be a very wonderful person, and I hope we have a wonderful session with you, sir. Our next speaker, with whom I actually literally did have a chit-chat session with, she's an amazing, amazing person. She is Chef Unnati Gupta. When we talk about food, how can we forget chef? Like, how can food and chef go hand in hand, of course? She started her career at Oberoi Group, later joined Olive Bar and Kitchen, founded Bawarchi Cuisina, introducing pop-up dinners in Delhi, worked as a sous chef at Radisson Udaipur, launched Tari, a cloud kitchen and cafeteria service in Delhi in May 2023, focuses on authentic Awadh Mughlai and cuisine, and offers dishes from royal kitchens, Dawat-e Khas and Dawat-e Kham. She is an amazing and wonderful woman. Now, before we actually begin with the discussion, I will be talking about why I am here, because I will be putting a little light upon the 26 individual I am here to represent about. It would not actually make me nervous if you made me dance and sing on the stage, but to represent 26 beautiful individuals, being honest. Because those were the days of our life when everything changed with one perspective, with what we came to Delhi from different ethnicities. When TIFF was actually originated or made by Food Future Foundation, there were approximately 232 applications, out of which 26 amazing individuals were selected. Fortunately, I was the one among them. And you know, I have to give you a background check of where I am from. And when I tell you the name of the state, which actually it was told when they introduced me, it's from Kashmir. There's two things that come up in your head. One is conservative and second is politics. No one in Kashmir maximizes their attention towards something that will change the world. If you come to my father and tell him, what is causing the changes in the environment? Why is Kashmir not as cooler as before? He'll say, we have sinned so much that God is punishing us. Because there is no awareness regarding such issues. And for a person like me to be called upon to be a representative of a place where women do not really like to be forefronted and do not really like to be spotlighted, it was a chance in itself. I had to convince my father to get out of my house alone, and when I took the name of TIFF, I don't know what magic Pawan sir's name had upon him, but he actually did let me come, and that was really moving. I couldn't do it. I was absolutely devastated by the fact that my father is not going to let me go alone and let me actually do this fellowship. But when we came here, there was one thing common between me and the 25 others. We were equally lost and found in that one room. We had everything in common. We were lost, we didn't know what to do, we didn't know where to begin with, and we actually had those 3 W's in common. Out of which the first W was what? We knew that what we wanted to do, but the second W was where. We didn't know where to begin with. And there's when TIFF came in action for us. We had the opportunity to talk to the most wonderful people and experts around the globe who had actually worked and made an impact in the world that actually changed, that literally changed my viewpoint. I was lost in thoughts of where should I even begin with making a change if I wanted myself to make an impact in the world. I wanted for myself to be something, someone out there for people. But it didn't actually happen just like that. But the experts we had one-on-one connection or a conversation with, it was like literally there was a light when there's the end to the tunnel. We had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Kuldeep sir, Rinka ma'am at once, and so many other people. There were 65 close to sessions. It was equal to 4 years graduate program, what we learned in 1 month of in-person internship or fellowship, if you say. We were given live projects to contribute to. We were given opportunities to talk to leaders all across the globe, not just nation. We were given opportunities to even have one guide assigned to us who will be actually leading us to making an impact in the world, and that itself speaks for TIFF. If I wish, I could go on for 2 hours to speak about what TIFF has actually done to 26 of us. But if I tell you what I am right now doing with the knowledge I gained from TIFF is, I have started to make a little ripple effect back home. Me and few of the people around me, we just took a little initiative that was actually the part of what we were doing here. We started going to schools. I am not from a missionary school, middle class family, not so much fortunate enough to spend my days in missionary schools and stuff. I went to my school, I tried to educate the children below 12 years of age, and I tell them their first what, and tell them the last W, that is why they should make an impact. And that's what TIFF has done to me, everybody. So I would like all of you to give a big round of applause for Pawan sir for starting this initiative. Okay, so let's begin our session now. Our very first speaker for the program will be Rinka ma'am. She'll be talking about the innovative leadership and fellowship. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Aruj. And I think, this is a topic which I'm truly, truly passionate about. 9 years ago, when I started, when I moved out of a large company to start off on my own, this was actually one of my main purposes, to start this company. And the whole idea was that I had learned enough for about 20 years, and I wanted to pass it on. I wanted to genuinely create leaders of tomorrow. And that's something that we've been doing from the day we started. We've been taking lots of interns, and I feel extremely proud when they are sitting in US or Ireland or somewhere else in the world, or even here, and join very large organizations, and we feel truly proud that we've been able to create these kind of leaders. And then when Pavan sir reached out to me and saying, as part of this coalition, this is something we want to do, I jumped at that opportunity. Because for me, this is, like I said, I'm truly passionate about this, and this is something that I'd really like to drive. And I will just run through what we are trying to do here. Just 1 second. Yeah. So what we're trying to do is actually to create a food systems innovation fellowship. The concept here was to, get our young students who are all here and the leaders of tomorrow to really start thinking about innovation from a food system perspective for not just today, but also tomorrow. And there are a whole bunch of aspects, whether it's nutrition, sustainability, and so on. So that is really what we're trying to do here. And our objective, like I said, is really about building best-in-class talent for a vibrant food innovation ecosystem. And what's very interesting for me, because I do interact with a lot of mentors, advisors, large experts from around the world, and they do always come back to me and say, why can India not be the next Israel when it comes to technology? Why can't it be the next United States when it can't be technology? And I can tell you, we have the capacity. We have, so many food science, dairy science, agriculture, all of that colleges. All we really need is to be able to nudge them in the right direction to get quality and the skill level. So it's not just about capacity and quantity, but it's also about quality. So that's the objective for the Food Systems Innovation Fellowship. I'll come to that. And I think we spoke a little bit about, how we are prospering. And, if you look at the Indian food industry, right, the food processing industry would probably be about 535 billion, and we are very much on track. And I think Pavan sir and I were talking about it a couple of days ago and seeing how on track we are to achieve these numbers. And this is actually 1/3 of the overall total food sector. Yeah. So just food processing alone is this big, and it is going to grow, right? We have lots of companies from outside today talking to us saying, what's our India food strategy? How do we get in? How do we participate in this growth and so on? So I think it's a huge opportunity for all the technocrats and, the technologists and stuff like that from colleges to really sort of participate in this entire growth journey, right? And therefore, innovation is going to play a very important role, whether it's innovating in, it's about food waste, it's about nutrition, it's about various other aspects that we're looking at. And today, Indian consumers are looking at health, they're looking at indulgence because they can afford it, various aspects. And therefore, looking at overall food systems, how can we innovate? So that's one of the other background as to why we started talking about it. Yeah. Sorry, just go back. The other important thing over here was, of course, we have lots of institutes, lots of research institutes. Do they necessarily have all the understanding of going to market? Right? You can create great technology, but do you really know what the market needs? How do you make them very savvy in terms of being able to create processes and technologies which actually can, very easily be commercialized. And they understand what it takes, to go to market and so on. So that's the other background or context as to why we thought about this. And like I said, this is really going to be a collaborative platform. We've already got almost about 30 academic institutions who are interested. We do have, in fact, I've had a couple of institutes who have come out to us and saying we'd like to start sending our first batch of fellows things like that. So that's, I think, an interesting space. We are talking to a lot of industry partners, large companies, startups, small companies, so that we can give maximum exposure to, these change makers and leaders of tomorrow. So like I said, some of the key objectives is to foster innovation, new product, packaging, all of these kind of areas. Nutrition, food safety will be another space that we will look at. The other aspect is also to teach them entrepreneurship, because a lot of them, not everybody needs to be necessarily working for large organizations and stuff like that. So how do you build skills that can also get them to be good entrepreneurs possibly? Yeah. And then, of course, we will take this fellowship in terms of, really being able to build a very high quality R&D talent, across the country. And we will, of course, bring in a lot of best-in-class trainers and stuff like that. We'll talk about that. So the key components, and this is like, the way we have envisaged, and we would love to get inputs from you between today, tomorrow. This is at the moment what we've thought. The very first month, we want the fellows to come in, get a lot of virtual trainings from experts, subject matter experts in different areas. So it could be about, whether it's sustainable, packaging, sustainable agriculture, it could be various things about product development and stuff like that. They need to be able to understand what are the latest trends, getting a lot of consumer insights, market insights, things like that. And then start, through the academic institutions, look at what are the new technologies that we are looking at, in the country. And of course, whole thing around food safety, quality, and stuff like that. So the first month will be all about virtual sessions. We then move this entire cohort of fellows into a 6-month industrial training in an actual company. And where they would work in R&D, and this is going to be specifically R&D, because a lot of times interns tend to go off to a quality department or a manufacturing department and stuff like that. So this is going to be around innovation, this is going to be around R&D. So we'd like to then move them to a 6-month kind of an internship program at one of our industry partners. Once they have gone through that, they then come back and then they are given a small project. Based on all the learnings they've had between consumer insights to developing products and understanding consumer validation and all those kind of things, scaling up and stuff like that, give them a project which they can then go and pitch. And we would like, as part of this overall partnership, also to bring some investors on board. Now, they may or may not invest, which is fine, but just to be able to listen out to the pitches of some of these kind of, some of these fellows. Some may make it to being an entrepreneur and some may not, but they at least know how to take an innovation from lab to market. Yeah. So that's the whole process that we would like our fellows to go through, and that will be the kind of the end of the internship program. Of course, we would have, and we've discussed this, but mostly they would be final year students of BTech or MSc, BE, and so on, across the various sectors. They would need to mostly complete their coursework. And we would like to be able to qualify and get good quality talent. So we will be screening them out in terms of their GPAs and in terms of giving them some tests, etc., to really get the right quality of talent. Yeah? And this will be the benefits for the fellows, and like Aruj said, it is about opportunity, it is about really learning, how to innovate, which can really make a meaningful impact to consumers and can have a commercial value, right? And for the industry partners, it's about really creating a very solid pool of R&D talent, yeah? And this is something that we are looking at as overall, benefits to both the sort of the fellows and the partners. So this is what it is, and of course we will have a governing board and all of that, and I'm not going to go through the details of this, but essentially we're looking at academic research institutions as being one of the partners, industry partners, trainers, being sort of a part of this, and of course we would have a whole governing process and things like that. So really that is a little bit about the fellowship. Like I said, we would love to get feedback. We have the World Cafe after this. Please do drop by. Give us your comments as to what would you want to expect and see coming out of this kind of a fellowship program. Yep, so thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker are Mr. Mohinder Kumar Saluja and Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay. They'll be talking about 4-credit online program, and over to you, sir. If you'd like to continue there, I'll give you this.
Yes, sir. Yes, because as a teacher, it's better to speak from here. Thank you, sir. Thank you to Dr. Rinka Banerjee also for laying the foundation. What he said very rightly, 1 month virtual course. So we are going to give the details about the type of 4 credit, 12 weeks online program. It's like the basic purpose is to have the online program. Like since morning we are listening that the food literacy is at the higher level is also required, and to have the knowledge among the stakeholders about the importance of the things. Now these fellows will have knowledge about the food systems as well as about the eating right. So these are the 2 things which will be there. Now when it comes to the online component, what will be the features would be there?
So just to pitch it, this is the particular session. The theme here means for this particular 7 number, that coalition which we are here. So this is for food leaders. So this what Professor Saluja is highlighting is for the food leaders and future food leaders. What we need for it? We need to connect how to reach, how to have a larger outreach. Is it possible to have a classroom setting? Somebody is studying political science. Is everybody means there is a politics in food. There is a politics. There is a food in technology. There is a food in engineering. There is a food within the chemistry. There is a food in physics. So that is means how to take that together in interest of the everybody. And when he'll say that it is on eat right. So means eat right. All of us have been one point of time or are still continuing to be a bread earner for the family. So while earning the bread, do we really think that are we eating right? So how the future leaders will come to know that what is eating right and the different perspective. A small thing has been presented here as a certification of the good food. This is just a glimpse of it. So that's the kind of thought which Dr. Saluja is indicating.
And next slide will be. And the features will include that it will be 4 credit program of 12 weeks. And it will include the video contents of around 20 hours, the contents, the reading contents of again 20 hours should be there, and it will also include the discussion forum of around 24 hours and the interactive sessions of about 12 hours will be there. So this will give an opportunity to the fellows that they can interact with the experts and have a more detailed knowledge about the different aspects of the food systems as well as eating right concept. Ultimately, to become leaders and the collaborators, they will have a type of more thorough knowledge about these things will be there. Now, this will be type of a supported by the synchronous online counseling also, and we would like to have through the SWAM platform with on this. And for this, already NIFTIM and FFF has a type of MOU, and I think Dr. Ashutosh can give more details.
Yeah, so very brief, means NIFTIM being an institute which is now the Institute of National Importance, National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management. My co-speaker here, Dr. Saluja, has wide that expertise in the domain of distance education and e-learning and all that. So that's a common platform which Pavan Kumarji has provided us, and to connect with the world. I'll say not India, not the youth, it's a world. It's not only limited to the students, not to the young minds, but to each one of us. That's why eating right is a theme for it. Eating right and then connecting to the system, which is a larger system perspective, the food. And we are just trying to offer it in a way that it would be available online mode, in a hybrid way, some connections would be there. There would be, if somebody is seeking for that certification, then there would be a cost of it. So that's the model which we are thinking. Means just in the beginning in the fellowship, there were more than 250 applications, only 26 could get in. How to have the all 256? Why not to make it 2000? So that's the way probably we are thinking. Thank you.
And this will also have the all the four quadrants which are required for by Government of India. And I think this bridges very well with what Dr. Rinka presented, that instead of 1 month, if they can take the 4 weeks course, 12 weeks course, it can go very well with this. And I would like to thank particularly Dr. Pulkit Mathur and Dr. Pavan Agarwal, because they were the initial concept was made by them only. Particularly the book has also been published by them. Thank you, sir. Thank you us for giving the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. That's a very innovative way of actually giving knowledge to people and students who could not do it in single-handedly in other degrees and post-graduation and graduation programs. Okay, so our next speaker, which I would like to call upon the dais, is Drishti Gupta. She is a postgraduate student and nutrition enthusiast, and she's working currently as she's a part of Food Future Foundation. She'll be speaking about project-based internships. So, yeah, Drishti.
Good evening, everyone. So I guess Aruj has already introduced us how the fellowship has made a change and impact on her and the other fellows. The internship program is a bit similar to that. I can say that with my experience of few projects which I have worked on, and as I'll zoom out a little. So as a young professional, what we look for or aspire for is to be a part of these meaningful projects which actually contribute. So all the conversations which we have been doing since morning, so we want to be the part of those movements, those changes. So at Food Future Foundation, Sir has rightly identified that need, and the basic goal behind the project-based internship is to identify the system builders who can understand the complexity of food systems and lead them to influence change at multiple levels. So moving on to the structure of the internship. Yeah, so as I said, it is a unique opportunity for young professionals like us to engage in meaningful projects. So not only from the background of food and nutrition, but food technology, agriculture, everyone has a role in it, and the internship structure is as follows: mentorship and guidance, compensation and recognition, and future opportunities. And the benefits of the program, I'll precisely tell about them. The immersive internship program provides hands-on experience, mentorship, and milestone-based evaluation to enhance interns' practical skills and real-world knowledge in the field. Also, there is opportunities for collaboration with industry experts. As we can see today, we all are here together, and participants also tackle in diverse projects aligned with the organization. So that's it. And one of the things which my colleagues made me say today is that as a part of the organization, we are not just our trainees or interns at a project, we actually feel like the leaders in a project. So that's what this internship program is about. So I'll end up there. Yeah. Thank you.
May make a social media post of the outcome of the projects, acknowledging the leaders, those who be the guide. So I think we would like to see that, and that you are tagged, your FFF is tagged for it.
Okay, so our next speaker is someone I already told you about. I had a one-on-one conversation with, and I was deeply moved by the initiative in itself. And he will be talking about how to make the far-fetched area young farmers to come up in front and to urban areas, and to actually have an impact in itself, to know what changes they might be creating in the far-fetched or near-fetched future. Mr. Philippe Tresrosson.
I actually don't know if I will talk about it. I mean, first of all, India needed a food system coalition, and finally we have one. And I'm quite impressed, Mr. Agrawal, how fast you set up this coalition with quite impressive partners. And that's just the beginning, and there's much more to come. So I'm really looking forward. I'm very happy to be part of it. Thanks for inviting me. My name is Philip. I have been working on food system transformation for the last, I think, 15 years in South Asia, in Sri Lanka, Nepal, India for the last 8 years. I belong to an organization called Welthungerhilfe. It's an international NGO based in Germany, but I'm based in Delhi. And we are collaborating with a vast network of civil society organizations and the government in transforming food systems in India. And this day has been a bit a summary of what I have been through in the last 10 years. And I think that's what it's all about, connecting the dots. That's what food system leadership needs to do. They need to understand the different dots within the food system and then to connect them. And for me, it took me 15 years to understand these dots. And that was a great opportunity again to have the summary today. Sorry. My journey started with smallholder farmers. We supported smallholder farmers in India, in Bangladesh, in Nepal, in redesigning their farming systems from monocropping, monoculture, into sustainable integrated farming systems based on agroecological principles. Very easy to explain, Mr. Agrawal. It's what farmers have done in India. They have done it before, yeah? And if you talk to these farmers, the old farmers, they still remember how their systems were in harmony with nature, not harming the nature, and not requiring a lot of external inputs, such as pesticides, hybrid seeds, etc., etc., and that's it. So it's not rocket science. We don't need to call it a fancy natural farming, I don't know what. It's quite easy, yeah? And farmers understand it right away. India has 130 million smallholder farmers. Just imagine. Worldwide, we have 500 million. So 130 million are living in India. It's a huge workforce, and they're producing already 70% of the food. Even though they have not really good farming systems in place, they still produce them, so they could feed the whole world. India would be able to feed the whole world with high quality food if the systems would be in place, but they're not in place, unfortunately. What we realized is, and that leads me a little bit through the journey also today, that only production is not enough. We need to do more. We focused on nutrition. We supported also the Ananwadi centers, and we slowly focused on revitalizing rural economies which are actually not really in place. Economies which are smallholder friendly, because if you work with smallholders, you need to follow a different paradigm. They don't follow the market systems which are in place. So it's a little bit tricky. Economies which are not governed or ruled by bigger, corporates or companies. So we started to capacitate, and that leads me to leadership, young entrepreneurs in the rural areas, FPOs, of course, young startups, to really, bring the produce from the farmers to markets, rural markets, but also urban markets. The next step was then to reach out to consumers in peri-urban and urban areas. And that was for us also a game changer. We entered the urban areas and we could see that there are a lot of consumers interested in sustainable food. And it was very easy through farmers market, through cooking demonstrations, through food festivals, working with schools as well to connect these farmers with these kind of consumers. We could also then reach out, and we linked to a growing, fortunately, a growing network of urban food startups. Startups, we met a lot of them which are different, which are sustainable, which are following a different agenda, not only growth, but also have a sustainable and social values. And we connected them to our rural entrepreneurs. And that's how our platform Bhumika evolved. And Bhumika is today a platform trying to connect the different stakeholders along ecological value chains, but also to provide services from production to marketing, packaging, from certification to consumer outreach, consumer education, and so on. And I'm so happy to get connected to all of us because you are actually better and the expert. And Bhumika is there to link everybody. And I think that's what the coalition is also all about. Maybe 2 points. My 3 minutes are almost over. I think it's over already. One point is I think we need to move beyond value chains. We need to also create value webs, knowledge webs, learning webs, learning butterflies. The butterfly logo is amazing. I love it. We need to create value butterflies. We need to create knowledge butterflies. Yeah. And I think that's what the mandate of your coalition is all about. Yeah. Another aspect is we need to shift from this kind of food as a commodity. And I think that's something we haven't really achieved now. We always talk about consumers and producers, but food is more. It's not something which we can leave to some corporates or some companies and then let their respective consumer decide. It goes beyond. Food is much, much more than a commodity. And I think that's something where much more needs to be done, and young leaders like you need to work on it. Communities need to decide what kind of food they want to eat and how they want to consume food and who has to produce the food. They need to decide it, not others. And I think food systems need to be designed by the broader public. This will, of course, require quite radical, paradigm, and which only young leader can do at the end, who are really willing to shift, and to change the existing market paradigm, which is important, but not always leading to success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Chef Unnati Gupta. She will be speaking about the Indian Chef Initiative, what she has started. Over to you, Unnati.
Hello, everybody. My name is Unnati. I'm a chef, and I've been into the industry for almost 10 years now. And while speaking in all these few months with Pawan sir and everybody, we just realized that how the food industry is growing, but nobody is actually talking about what the right food is. And we as chefs should be taking this initiative to change the thinking of making better food. So we have come up with this initiative called the Indian Chef Initiative. We are still in the process of making it. We've not completely decided what we are. We have the modules ready, but we are still figuring out a lot of things in it. But I will not go into the details, but I will just tell you on the overview of it. So it's going to be with, one second. Okay. So chefs with the influence over cuisine and food culinary can play a very important role. And how are we going to change this? We are planning to make a curriculum with 6 modules in it. And we have divided the modules in a way which we'll be talking about agrobiodiversity, we'll be talking about the local produce, we'll be talking about the local ingredients, we'll be talking about the raw cooking techniques of Indian cooking techniques basically. And we'll be talking about wellness, food nutrition, Ayurveda, and in the 6th module, we'll be doing on-ground activities in which we'll be calling all the candidates into a specific area and educating them and giving them particular experiences with food and everything else. And so it's going to be a certification program. The advantages and benefits for the chefs who are going to be participating into it it can boost their skill, they can travel, it will be flexibility, people can have a lot of knowledge of what to exactly make and what are the advantages of all types of food and everything. And this is the process which we are still working on. How can we enroll and who can enroll on it? We are majorly wanting all the chefs to be a part of it. And we're planning to launch it by the 1st of April in 2024. And yeah, that's it. And these are the people part of it. Thank you.
This, with Chef Unnati, it brings us to the conclusion of this program. We began our session by diving into a unique initiative in India known as TIFF, which I talked about, which equips young professionals to drive positive transformations in the food system. We also explored the strategies to enhance the food system, including the establishment of the National Food Innovation Hub. We later on uncovered an online credit-based course offering insight into safe, healthy, and sustainable eating practices. Furthermore, we delved into opportunities for individuals to participate in internship focused on improving food systems. In addition to these insights, we learned a lot about an Indian Chefs initiative with a comprehensive curriculum designed to transform chefs into remarkable change makers of Indian food system. I sincerely thank our audience for their time and attention towards our speakers and their discussions. Your engagement is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.
Okay, this brings us to the day of, to the end of first day's events. What we will now have is a pre-dinner session. So starting from morning, we have reached the evening, the dinner, okay. And we thought of a little time in between, so there's no time. So I think this is befitting to end the day's session with the chef's program. And if some of you had looked at this flyer on the chef's program, you know, what chefs could possibly do in the food systems is, I just gave a prompt on ChatGPT that what can chefs do for food systems in 7 areas. And this came out beautifully from the ChatGPT. Our whole purpose is that Chef Unnati and all of them internalize it, that they have such a huge role moving forward to play in food system transformation, because big food companies, they're driven by profit. So let's not. It is individual chefs who have this art and science of, you know, creating those amazing dishes that all of us relish. You will always be small scale. You know, you'll always be individual artisans who will create those dishes. And if those dishes are delicious and they're liked by citizens, I'm sure you can make significant difference in multiple ways. So I think your engagement of the chef community, and we'll have more people from the chef community tomorrow morning. Chef Dhruv Oberoi from Olive, he's very passionate about the whole thing. He's going to join us tomorrow in the session. So Chef Unnati, you know, we really have a lot of expectations from you and from your chef community in the food system transformation. Philip, I really loved what you said. Good things about us. So, but also I think a lot of clarity of thought, you know, but you are not in this session. I was actually told that you run a 4-credit or you run an online program somewhere. And okay. So, so I got very confused. So I know Lisa or somebody told me he's in this session, we would put him here. So I'm so sorry, you are misfit in this session. You're comfortable. Okay, sitting between 2 ladies or 3, that is wonderful. Okay, so that's very nice. But I think, and I think you might have been a little confused about TIFF and innovation fellowships. I think they are distinct. They are very different from each other. So I think as we move forward and we sharpen those differences between these kind of interventions that we have, you know, we'll be more confident. But great job, Rose. Kahan gayi? You okay. And Drishti, you know. So this is the young team. Come on the stage. Come, Drishti. हाँ रिया तुम भी आ जाओ यार फिर you know, she is from the Food Future Foundation, our senior most employee, is senior most staff is Ria Gaba. So she's our chief of staff. She's our senior most staff in this young organization. So, Ria has been handling a lot of stuff, including administration and stuff like that. But there are also amazing team of youngsters that we have, interns and TIP fellows who are with us all along. And I think, personally, I feel when we started with the children, the food literacy, and we are ending with youth, everything is in between. If we can address, the future consumers and future leaders who will actually go on to the society to become businesses, NGOs, small farmers, big farmers, I think they are going to be the future of food businesses in India because they are in that business. So we have a very long time horizon. We are not thinking in terms of that will happen tomorrow or day after. We are saying we are looking at it 5, 7, 10 years hence. That Food Future Foundation that we have a fledgling start, and I think an amazing start with this this day will become a very powerful force to reckon with in food system transformation. And Philip, with 15 years of experience in food systems, so good things from you mean a great deal. And thank you, Rinka, thank you, Saluja Saab, thank you, Ashutosh Saab. I think academic institutions, as they join us, so they are going to make a huge difference. So I'll end here and then, give you 5 minutes break. I think we hardly have any time. So because we have a online session with Brent Cullen at 7:30. So what we will do is we'll start the conversation and then get him in between, and the conversation can continue in the group after that as well. So I'll request Pushpanjali, before we wind up this session, big round of applause and maybe a group photograph with everyone. ये ब्रांड का वो देना बायोडेट ब्रांड हाँ तो तुम आकर इंट्रोड्यूस करा दो ये कर देगी इसको पढ़ो इसको नहीं मुझे बोल दो अभी बोल अभी अनाउंस कर दो ना पहले कौन आने वाला है ब्रांड का और सेशन के बारे में बताओ दोनों के बारे में बताओ सेशन के बारे में बताओ अभी 5 मिनट में शुरू करेंगे. We'll break after Brent joins on, and then session will continue for some more.
So we are taking a break of 5 minutes. So after the break of 5 minutes, Brent Lucan will be joining us online. He is currently strong on global platform, sustainable consumption and diets that brings together nearly 100 organizations, including UN agencies on the issue of food system change globally. So let's take a break of 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, Brent Lucan will join us. Hello, everyone. I would like to request everyone to please get seated. Brent sir has already joined us. I would like to request again to everyone to please get seated.
Brent, are you there? Hello, Brent.
Hey, Pawan,
Yeah.
how are you? Nice to see you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear
We
me?
can't hear you.
My mic's off. Hello.
स्पीकर से कनेक्ट कर रहा हूँ.
Hello, can you hear me?
Brent, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
hey.
we can hear you. We can hear you well. So,
Nice to see you, Pawan.
Brent, thank you very much for joining us. At such a short notice, we all are eagerly waiting to listen to you. So I will hand it over to, Manisha. She will introduce you briefly. And then, I will ask Purnima to give you 2-3 minutes, a sense of what happened since morning, and then we'll request you for your keynote address. Yeah.
Okay, that'd be very helpful to know a little bit, a little bit about what's been going on today. So, thanks, Pawan.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, Brent Luckel is a global sustainability and food system scientist. His work focuses on feeding everyone on the planet healthy diets within planetary boundaries. He is currently strong on a global platform, sustainable consumption, and a diets that brings together nearly 100 organizations, including United Nations agencies on the issue of food system change globally. Thank you, Brent Lucan, for joining us. Welcome to the session.
I can't hear you any longer. It looks like your mic's on mute.
I would like to request Purnima to brief just whatever has happened today in our sessions in our 7 work areas.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, I'm Purnima
Are you there?
Thakur, and I'm Assistant Director. Listen to us. Can you hear me? No. We are muted.
Yeah, there. Now I can hear you.
Yeah. Hi, Brent. Good evening from India, and we welcome you for this coalition. No.
Yes, I think I can hear you now.
Yeah. We welcome you from India. Hi. Good
Hey, how are
evening
you?
from India. I'm Purnima, and I'll be giving you a 2-3 minutes brief. I represent Government of India, Ministry of Women and Child Development. So we started with a tangram butterfly, which is the soul of the coalition, and it represents the integrate connectivity with food systems leading to the beautiful butterfly effect. We started with the consultation with champions for change, none other than children. And what beautiful presentation we had on food literacy, implementation of food labs in schools of Delhi, followed by a fireside chat moderated session by youth leader, none other than Kaina Malik, followed by 7 action labs. So we basically had 7 action labs divided in 7 quorums, led by the esteemed panelists. And in each of the action lab, our agenda was to come up with the actionable point of view and not just the brainstorming. So we were basically progressing from problems to solution-based approach. So there was a pragmatic shift from the curricula to the literacy and to educate the neo-age food explorers and youth moderators about the importance of knowledge, attitude, and practice. This was the action for Action Lab 1. Action Lab 2 came up with the opportunity in bringing up clarity on focusing issues around food-based environments and food ecosystems. Then we had Action Lab 3 and 4. Due to paucity of time, we merged it, and we focused on the agrarian population of India and addresses the key issues and challenges that are being faced by the farmers of a country. It was a very thought-provoking session for everybody, and it basically focused on access to manpower, skilling of the farmers, material-based approach, and funding of the agrarian sector of a country. The focus was then on the Action Lab 5, from traditional farming to agro-based farming was the major focus. In Action Lab 5, the discussion further moved on to the food behavior and consumer behavior choices, which is very important because ultimately the food is going to the consumers. So we explored the consumeristic approach of the and the market behavior, which basically entices the food behavior of the public. Action Lab 6 worked on the transformation of action-based approach and developed technology-based solutions, and focused on upcycling of food wastage in supply chain perspective. There was always a scope of academia and professionals to work on the curriculum development for the same. The last but not the least, we ended with the leaders working on the curriculum development and capacity building of young entrepreneurs, farmers, and bringing them to the main market. And as correctly ended with learning knowledge-based solutions and a value butterfly, we ended the action labs with. That's it from our side, sir. It's over to you. Thank you.
That sounds like you've had a very fantastic day, and I know that I'm now at the end of the day, and I'm sure you guys are all very, very tired, so I'll keep this fairly short. I'll talk here for about 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, and then I'll open it up to any questions that you might have. And what it sounds like with these action labs that you've had during the day is that you're starting to put the puzzle together within India in terms of how the various parts and pieces and what you're working on are going to come together. And what I'm going to talk about today is solving what we're calling the great food puzzle and the role of food systems and what we eat in terms of how do we transform, food systems everywhere. But before I begin, I just want to make sure, can you guys see my slide? Okay, so you can see it. All right. Great, thank you. So let's just do a little assessment of where we are in terms of assessing what the science is saying and the sense of urgency that we all face. And I'm sure that most of you there in the room are well aware of some of these facts. This is a report which came up by UNEP. This was last year before COP, where they found that we were close to irreversible climate breakdown, and that right now there is not a single credible pathway to a 1.5C target. And a lot of that comes from the fact that we're just not setting targets that are ambitious enough. This report from we're going to have the first global stock take of our NDCs this year at COP, and the UNFCCC released this report about 2 weeks ago, where they looked at current NDCs and they found out that all current NDCs from every single country demonstrates that they're not nearly ambitious enough, and that there is a rapidly narrowing window to raise this ambition. So the fact that the GST is going to be it will be at COP this year will definitely highlight the fact that our ambition window is very low, and that all of us need to come together to raise it in all lines of action. Another report came out a couple weeks ago, which demonstrated that 6 of the 9 overall planetary boundaries have been crossed. We have not been able to pull them back, and that the Earth is well outside the safe operating space, which we all know that we need to operate within. On top of that, if you look at biodiversity indicators, almost every single biodiversity indicator demonstrates some kind of state of decline in the overall global biodiversity. And when you look at the health indicators, you'll see that the NCDs are increasing at rates since 1990 that we've never seen before. So people are dying of things that they never used to die for, and a lot of them is from the food that we eat. So clearly, when you see this assessment, we can clearly see a dire state of the planet. We can see that the sense of urgency in terms of the actions that we have to take need to be fast, they need to be ambitious, and everything that we do needs to be bold. So what does food have to do with all this? And I know that you're gathered here to talk about the food system within India, but let's just break this down a little bit to talk more globally, and then from there we'll then downscale the global level to talk more about what it means for individual countries. Well, let's look at the environmental impact of food systems. We can see that every single environmental indicator that we're looking at, whether we're talking about greenhouse gas emissions, between 26 to 30% comes from food. Land use, half of all the world's habitable land is directly used for agriculture. 70% of fresh water is used for agriculture. Eutrophication, 75% of global ocean and also freshwater pollution comes from our food systems. 94% of global mammal biomass is actually livestock. And 71% of all the bird biomass is also livestock, poultry livestock. So clearly you can see that the overall global impact from food systems is huge, and we will not be able to solve and tackle the problems that we first started with in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, biodiversity loss, if we do not tackle our global food systems. Now, what is the impact of diets? And you talked about consumer choice as one of your action labs, and the fact that consumers, in terms of what they eat, is extremely important. And we can see here that diets have a huge impact. This study came out, I think it was in June or July of this year, and they looked at different types of diets, high meat diets, all the way down to vegan diets. And what this shows, and there's a lot of literature that also shows this, is that the overall greenhouse gas emissions from high meat diets is way more than other types of diets, including a low meat, fish, vegetarian, and vegan diet. Same for the water impacts. High meat diets use more water than other sorts of diets. Same thing with land. High meat diets use more land than like a pescatarian, vegetarian, or also vegan diet. Now, this doesn't mean that we all have to be vegan or we all have to be vegetarian, but what this really clearly shows is that a high meat diet has the most impact, and if we're trying to reduce our impact, we have to start thinking about the food that we're putting in our mouths as well. Now, the health impacts of our food systems are quite huge as well, too. We're talking about overweight, obesity, that's on the rise. We can talk about type 2, we can talk about type 2 diabetes. 1 in 12 people still go hungry or, undernourished. Food is a leading cause of death globally. So the health impacts of our food system are also quite massive, and we need to start tackling them as well. Now, back in 2016, I was part of the group of about 40 scientists where we were trying to look at, well, we know what the impacts are, but do we know what a healthy diet is? And do we know how we can produce it within those boundaries that I talked about earlier? Now, we set about looking and trying to answer these questions for 4 years. And one of the first questions that we did want to look at is, well, okay, if we want to look at a healthy diet, then what should we be eating? And what does a healthy diet look like? And essentially, if you wanted to put this on a plate, this is what a healthy diet looks like. More or less half of your plate should be fruits and vegetables, a lot of whole grains, not that many starchy vegetables, low consumption of dairy foods and animal source foods, a lot of plant source foods, unsaturated oils when and where possible, and low intake of added sugars. Now, this diet that we did find is that this is purely from a health standpoint. So we did not factor in environmental impacts when we looked at this diet. We just said, to optimize human health, what should people be eating? And this is a type of diet from a scientific standpoint, we found that would optimize human health. Now, are people eating this diet globally? What you'll see from this figure is that we're not even close to being able to, or we're not even close to that diet. That 100% line that you see over on the left of your screen is the optimal intake for each one of the food groups. And you'll see that we're over-consuming the high-impact foods like the red meats, the starchy vegetables, the eggs and poultry, and under-consuming all the rest, the fish, the veggies, the fruit, legumes, whole grains, and nuts. So clearly, if we want to optimize human health, we need to figure out how to readjust what we're eating in almost every single parts of the world. Now, the great thing about what we found with this was that, and the very positive message with this, and the very positive message with food systems, is that we can actually feed 10 billion people by 2050 healthy diets within planetary boundaries, but we can only do it with significant changes in what we eat, how we produce it, and how much we waste. We need to take that food systems approach, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. Now, the great thing about diets as well, too, is when we're talking about conversion of natural land for agriculture, and there's been a big push recently in terms of how do we stop conversion of forest all over the world. This study came out back in July, and it found that substituting half of animal products such as pork, chicken, beef, and milk consumed globally with more sustainable alternatives could almost fully halt conversion of forests and natural land for agriculture. So clearly we can see that food systems have a huge impact. We will not be able to tackle those challenges that I started with if we do not change not only what we eat, but how we actually also produce it. So let's look at the fact that food must be a big part of the solution, and what is that solution moving forward? Well, we're on this race to zero. COP28 is happening, I think it's in 54 days. And we're on this race to zero. We need to drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions from every single sector between now and 2050. That's what we're calling this race to zero. From electricity, agriculture, forestry, land use, transport, industry, buildings, and other. In addition to that, the dark green wedge that you see on the bottom part of that, we need to not only reduce emissions, but we need to drastically pull a lot of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and store it into the ground. And the best way to do that, to actually store it, to not only reduce it, but to store it, is by using food systems. And in this study that we published last year, we found out that nearly 80% of all mitigation opportunities that come from nature and with nature, what we're calling natural climate solutions, are directly linked to food systems. Whether you're talking about how we produce food, if you're talking about consumption and waste, if you're talking about different types of grazing systems, it's 80% of all solutions are directly linked to food systems. So yes, I started this presentation out by saying, yes, they are a big part of the problem. We're not on the right track, clearly. But the great thing about it is that they can also be a huge part of the solution. And that is what this also shows. However, they can only be a part of the solution if we consider three things: diets, food loss and waste, and how we produce food. We will not be able to tackle this if we do not tackle all three at the same time. Historically, production practices have been focused on more. Some are focusing on food loss and waste. Diets is a trickier one to tackle because a lot of governments and organizations feel like we shouldn't tell people what to eat. But we're going to have to figure out how to message this, and we're going to have to figure out how to do this. And the reason that we have to also tackle diets, according with the other two, is because if you look at the overall greenhouse gas emissions from food system, which is roughly 30%, as you can see here, 30% from food and the rest from non-food. And if you say, well, let's just say hypothetically in this race to zero, let's say we solved and reduced emissions from every single sector. So we reduced them from transport, from electricity, from all of them. However, we failed to tackle food system emissions. We just ignored them like they have been in the past. What this shows is that food systems alone between now and 2050 will fully use the entire budget that we have left to stay within the 2C target. Food systems emissions by themselves. So clearly food systems emissions have a huge impact. Now, why we need to focus on the various sectors, as you can see here, is that if we focus on changes in terms of how we produce food, from efficiency to yields, they will get us part of the way in terms of getting us down to that 1.5C target. Food loss and waste will get us, we can reduce it by about 27%. But it's the changes in terms of what we eat that is the single greatest impact that we can have, where we can actually get it pretty close down to the 1.5C target just by looking at the foods that we eat. However, as I started with, it's only by taking a food systems approach, combining all three of them, will we be able to get there. Now, if any one of you are interested in terms of looking at the impact of your individual diets, we launched this Diets Impact Calculator last May. And if you, for every single country in the world, the impacts will be slightly different. And what you can do here is you can actually build your own diet. And you can build your own weekly consumption of various food groups. And what you can see here on the right is you can see the impact of your diet on 6 different environmental impacts. So you can look at biodiversity loss, greenhouse gas emissions, cropland use, grazing land use, water use, and also I'm looking at water pollution. And this is a great tool that you can use if you want to empower those consumers that you talked about before in terms of really helping them to understand, okay, not only what should they be eating from a health, but also what they should be eating if they want to reduce their overall impact onto the planet. And the great thing about all of this is that the same time that we can, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we can also save some of the megafauna, of this planet, some of the amazing biodiversity that we have everywhere. So this puzzle that I started with, I think at the global level, we've done a pretty good job in terms of solving it. We've got that, Eat Lancet report that I talked about, which outlined globally what we should be eating and the impacts globally. We have global organizations like UNEP and the, UNFCCC, finally talking about food systems and the fact that we have to start thinking about food systems. But where I think we have much less clarity is at the national level. Understanding what food system transformation looks like in different countries around the world, and it will look very differently in the US versus Brazil versus India versus Zambia versus Indonesia versus Australia versus Japan. And we need to start putting this puzzle together, country by country, action by action, and this is what we're calling solving this food puzzle. This great food puzzle. And if you ever think about solving a puzzle, you know that when you first put the pieces down on the table, it looks like a complete mess. You've got different colors, you got different pieces, and then over time you start to organize it. You put the same color pieces over here, the same texture and shape pieces over there, and slowly you start to build this puzzle, and this picture starts to come into focus. And this is the same thing with food systems. Right now it looks completely crazy in terms of how we're going to solve this global puzzle. But as you're doing right there in India right now, in terms of as we start to figure out what are the solutions that work best in every single country in different places, this overall global food system transformation picture will start to come into focus. Especially if we find the right actions, which we are calling levers, and if we pair those right actions or levers, the highest impact actions with the right innovations, that is when we're going to get the right action. But this is so context specific and context dependent that the solutions that we're going to come up in one place may not happen somewhere else. And this is why I'm always so hesitant of any organization or any individual that comes to you and say, we have the solution that is going to transform the food system, because nobody has it. It's very context specific. And especially in a country like India, which is so large and so extremely diverse, solutions will vary even from region to region. So, in some place you might find that it's the best solution and that will have the most impact will be digital services for small scale fisheries. That if you pair digital services and you put them into the hands of small scale fisheries, you can really scale impact. In other places, it could be empowering women. In other places, it could be some sort of community-led agroforestry, indigenous sort of, whether it's regen, ag, or some other type of community-led type of forestry. In other places, like this one is actually from Korea, it's charging people for the amount of food that they actually waste and having financial incentives for that. In other places like this one is from India. It's looking at the National Millet Mission, and it's this revitalization of some of these ancient grains. So solutions will be very context specific, and as we start to put this puzzle together, we need to start very rapidly figuring out what the key actions are in each one of these countries and start learning from each other in that process. Now, I'm going to end here with the 5 I's in terms of what we need and how we can start to accelerate the action on what we're calling solving this great food puzzle. And the first one is we need better information. And information at the national level. We have the information at the global level in terms of what needs to happen, overall global targets that we need to solve. But in terms of how it's going to play out at the national level, and this is what you're doing here in terms of trying to understand within India, what are the highest impact action, and we need to do that everywhere. The second one is we need better institutions, because I think that the institutions that we have are not fit for purpose. We're asking the institutions to do a lot in terms of tackling many challenges, food system transformation. They've got to report on NDCs and NBSAPs and NAPs and all these various international accountability mechanisms. But we're not providing them with the right kind of structure sometimes. Or you have the health ministry over here tackling health issues. You've got the forestry folks over here, tackling forestry issues. You've got the environmental folks tackling other issues, and they're siloed. And we need to figure out how to take those institutions and start to integrate them, which is the next I, to a much better degree. Because if we do not start to break down some of those silos and better integrate, we will not be able to solve any of these challenges, because these challenges are hyper integrated. The next one is inclusion, is that in our race to solve these problems, in our race to tackle the high ambition challenges that we have, we've got time is short. We have to make sure that we are inclusive in this process and that we're not leaving people behind. And the last one is we have to inspire people. I think it doesn't help if we are constantly preaching a message of doom and gloom. Of course, we have to have the sense of urgency, but we also have to inspire. And I think that there's no better message than food that we could use to actually inspire people. Because the great thing about food, and I think each one of us are sitting here trying to figure out how do we make the world a better place? What is my individual action that I can take to make the world a better place? And that's food. The power is on your plate, and it's up to each one of us in terms of how we want to use that power. So with that, I will close my presentation, and I will open it up to any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Brent. You have always been very generous with your time. At such a short notice, you joined us, so really grateful. And do you have any questions? Philip, would you like to reflect on, uh, you know, you will meet a friend here. He has been Philip from, uh, yeah, would you like to, no, yes.
Namaskar. I was just talking to Pradeep that this year in India and the previous United Nations had launched One Health, where the food of human is directly connected with the livestock, wildlife, and biodiversity, which you have referred very well. So it reinforces. Then when we talk of the food, it is not the food alone, it's the system of biodiversity with animal and human together system.
So that is Professor S.B. Roy. He is the head of an organization based in Calcutta, working for decades in the area of bioscience research around in tribal areas. So thank you, Professor Roy.
Thank you.
Yeah, anyone else? Any comments, any suggestions? So, Brent, I've been following up your work. I'm a great admirer of what you have been able to do globally. So, Brent is convener of a platform that brings hundreds of organizations, UN agencies, and he has built over time that kind of credibility that no UN agency has been able to develop singularly. I think on his platform you can find all the UN agencies connected with food, but also all foundations and many, many important voices who are trying to bring about food system change. So I think Brent have been following all the work that we have been, wonderful work that we have been doing. And let me assure you that we in India are inspired by the work that we are doing, trying to do our bit to figure out how we can address these challenges in the Indian context. And we look forward for your support and cooperation. Particularly, we would definitely like to learn from international experiences, particularly things that worked elsewhere. And I have one little difference with you. When you talk about context, so I think particularly when I look at context, I feel that context is something overstated. Human beings are 99.99 whatever percent same. We, our motivations the same, etc. So I think while context is definitely important, but we cannot go into inaction that we have to do things in local context, and therefore it is very complex. I think if we want to address complex issues, large and complex issues, we have to untangle that issue into small bits and pieces, and then try to address each of those issues. And what we have tried to do since morning, we have introduced this concept of 10-gram puzzle, the butterfly. The butterfly is 7 10-gram pieces put together in the form of a butterfly. Each of those 7 areas are showing one entry point for action. So where can we intervene? Where can individuals intervene? I'm not talking of governments. Government's intervention or market's intervention in food system is very difficult because it cuts across so many boundaries. Governments do not function in that manner. Even UN agencies do not work in that fashion. You are trying to bring them together, I think, fairly successfully, but in terms of putting together a very powerful body to look at food systems change is a pipe dream. That will not happen. FAO will exist, WHO will exist. All these will have their own silos, work in silos. So I think your efforts are extremely important and good. And same is true about the national governments. Markets will obviously respond to profits. And how do we, make markets work for sustainability and nutrition is a challenge. And we look forward for your guidance and support for countries that are able to do it so that we can learn from them and try it out in India. So I think we have one question from Kuldeep. Kuldeep, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Hi, I am Kuldeep Sharma, working in dairy space for last 36 years. So wherever the term like milk or dairy comes, immediately I come in heightened attention state. So you were mentioning about that, dairy has to be, not to be considered even it is part of that Lancet study which you showed in your presentation. Though it is a part of the reference diet in that, but still somewhere down the line you also mentioned for dairy products avoiding that. So, being from here, from India, where almost 70–80% of the smallholder farmers, they are producing milk, close to 80 million or so. So if suppose we start to propagate such kind of things that milk should not be part of the diet, then what will happen to these farmers? So I think it's a big question which, because from Indian context, it is not impacting much on emission. So what's your take on that? What's your suggestion for those farmers if suppose on one side it is being suggested that stop taking dairy, then what should they do? What's your suggestion?
Hey, Brand, don't respond to his question.
I'm very glad you brought this up. And if I gave you the message that we should stop eating dairy, then that was a wrong message. I would never say that. I don't believe it. I like cheese. I live in Scandinavia. I have cheese all the time. I'm drinking milk in my coffee right now. So I would never say stop eating it. What I will say is that in certain parts of the world, and I'm not considering India at this point, because I think probably the overall dairy consumption in India is still quite low. In certain parts of the world, like Europe, where I live, like the US, dairy consumption is way too high. It's overconsumed. So, I will say the same thing about red meat. I will never advocate for a fully vegan vegetarian diet because I like to eat a steak every now and then. I like to eat fish twice a week. I eat chicken once a week. I'll eat steak maybe once per month, but no, I think that, I will never go to that extreme. So I will have to adjust my presentation if that was a message that you got. And you also came up with a very good point here in terms of the smallholders, is that we have to consider in this this overall global transition that we're talking about, that we consider the livelihoods of those that will be affected. That's a large problem that we're going to have to figure out how to solve, but it's not one that we can ignore. And that's why being flippant in terms of saying you should get rid of a certain industry versus other, I think you have to be very, very careful about that message. And that's definitely not the message that I would like to put out. Pawan, about your point in terms of like the, context specific part, one of the things that I didn't include within this presentation is what we're trying to do is we're trying to break down the global, like the different countries of the world into 6 or 7 different food system types. Because just like you said, I believe that, globally more or less is probably, there's similar food system types. There's some food system types that are highly industrial, not a lot of smallholder farmers. There are other food system types that are mainly focused on, smallholders and certain types of production systems. What we're trying to do is then saying, if we can identify similar food system types globally, then we can identify the key actions for 6 or 7 food system types and not 195 countries. And that's doing exactly what you said in terms of we can't get stuck with saying the global food system is so extremely complex that we can't do anything about it. And if we're addressing 6 or 7 types instead of 195 different countries, it might make things easier for us.
Thank you, Brent. It's very useful, and we look forward for your guidance and support in India. So let us give a big round of applause to.
Before we leave here, I just would like to say, Pawan, that I think that the work that you're doing in India is equally as inspiring, and we're here to support you. And this action platform that we did start, if anybody there would like to join us for any one of our meetings, you can just send me an email, and Pawan's got my email address. And I think our next meeting is October 30th, and we're going to be talking about COP28 and some of the key actions that need to be taken at COP this year. So. Thank you all, and thank you, Pawan, and everybody for the fantastic work you're doing.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Brent. So, are we ready for dinner, or so butterflies in the stomach or butterflies in the air? So what do? we can have dinner and simultaneously listen to what, because Ishi is here. I think you can also have dinner, and then we'll have conversation from the stage as we move forward. Only thing is that we have to do in a silent mode. So eating has to be done in silent mode. So can you so are we ready for that? Huh? Let's listen. Madam ka hukum hai. Okay. Yeah. Where is Nadine and Lisa? What do? Have dinner, or they are here. The panelists are here. So yeah. So let them start.
So now we have a special pre-dinner session, our children and our food environment. And the moderator for the session is Ananya Avasthi. Dr. Avasthi is the founder and the director of Anuvad, an accelerator that works on translating scientific evidence to inform policy attention on India's nutrition or Poshan agenda. Prior to Anuvad, she led the India Research Center for the Harvard Public Health Institute. She also serves on the advisory board of Harvard Business School, India Research Center. Dr. Avasthi holds a master's degree in public health from the Harvard University. So Dr. Avasthi, it's over to you. Welcome to the stage.
You've given me the toughest job. I think I'm standing in between everybody's dinner and yes, so it's 8 p.m. and we have great panelists with us. I'm of course Ananya, and we'll try to keep this session brief, direct, less verbose. In fact, Drishti had asked me to prepare some overarching context-setting remarks for this session in terms of what does food environment mean, and I have those remarks drafted, which are very verbose. But I just thought, instead of that, and before we call in the panelists, I just wanted to share one simple experience, my own personal experience when I think about food environments. Because a question that was coming to me was, okay, what do you understand about food environment when we talk about it? One experience, I was sitting in my house working on some project over a laptop, and my housemaid asked me, what exactly do you do? And I was like, okay, I'm a researcher who translates evidence, and of course I spoke that in Hindi, and I work, and I'm preparing some content for the ministry on promoting healthy eating, healthy diets. And she was like, okay. And she said, how does that impact our health? And I said, so whatever you eat impacts the health of your child. And she said, oh, that's great. So I asked her, I said, are you feeding your child healthy fruits and vegetables? And she said, because I have to come to your home to work at 10 in the morning, I just leave behind 5 rupees so that my child can purchase a 5 rupees chips packet or 2 pieces of biscuit, because obviously I don't have time to cook at home since I'm a working woman. And out of 5 rupees, they're able to afford chips and biscuits. And I said, do you know that's so unhealthy? And this is exactly what we are working towards. And then she said that, you know what, only children of rich people like you can afford all those nutri-dense superfood milk powders, and that's why your children are taller and fatter, whereas we do not have access to that. And I said, no, that's not true, because ultimately it's fruits, vegetables and nuts, which is what your child should be consuming. And she was so shocked, because she thought that because of the marketing that she sees, because of the TV ads that she reads, because of the conversation that she has in the in a community, she was telling me that behind a packet of some morning cereal, she saw how it's equal to, one bowl of that is equal to 1 pav of palak and 2 apples, and how that is so much more healthy than the natural foods. And she was so shocked to hear that actual fruits and vegetables are considered to be more healthy than these projected superfoods. So it was not just about her knowledge, but also the marketing, the impact of marketing. And the third thing, when I really prodded her and I said, why don't you give your child a fruit a day? And she said, Didi, आपने market में, and I said, she said, क्या खिलाऊं? I said, अनार खिलाओ. And she said, आपने market में जाके देखा है एक अनार कितने रुपए का मिलता है? And she said that it's about 50 to 80 rupees per anar. And of course, a 5 rupee chips packet is something I'm able to provide to my child since I'm a working woman. So when I was just thinking about food environments in terms of knowledge gaps, in terms of access to healthy foods, in terms of affordability of healthy foods, including exposure of marketing and ads, I thought I'll share this example because it's a classic example, and this is someone who's working in Delhi, still has better access to knowledge, but this is the kind of food environment that we are talking about on an average. And I'm sure that in urban areas, again, access to knowledge, availability of healthy fruits and vegetables, all forms a part of the larger food environment that we are here to talk about. So with that, may I please invite all the panelists to the stage, and could we, of course, invite, I'll keep reading out the bios. Ms. Ishi Khosla, ma'am, as you know, is a very popular, seasoned nutrition expert with over 25 years of experience. She launched India's first online weight management portal in 2012, collaborates with major organizations, has authored insightful books, and founded the Celiac Society of India, promoting gluten-free awareness. Her multifaceted contributions make her notable in nutrition, healthcare, and education. So a big round of applause for Ms. Ishi Khosla. Then could we invite Unnati Gupta? I think we just heard from her in the previous session. Unnati is a culinary maestro who hails from Lucknow and has worked at such a young age with leading hotels and restaurant chains like Oberoi, Olive Bar, Radisson. And in May 2023, she also launched Tari, a concept-based cloud kitchen in Delhi focusing on Awadhi and Mughal cuisine. Unnati, could we please have you on the stage? Then we have with us Junofi Rosarina. Junofi is the CEO of Beyond Nudge, a global behavioral science consultancy. She's also the founder of India Behavioral Economics Network. And she's worked with Google, UNICEF, and other such organizations as a seasoned practitioner and public speaker as she explores human cognition and decision-making intricacies as we talk about food habits. Finally, we have with us Manjari Chandra. She is a renowned functional nutritionist, speaker, author, and principal consultant for health tech applications. Affiliated with top hospitals, she shapes healthcare through using ancient Indian wisdom as well as modern science. A big welcome to you, Ms. Manjari. And Unnati is also here with us. And finally, do we also have Dr. Srijit Kumar with us? Dr. Kumar, please join us on the panel. He's chairman of All India Medical Conference. IMA National Conference is also the convener of IMA Food Safety Initiative and Trauma Rescue Initiative. So to get started, I have a couple of questions, but of course it's a freewheeling conversation. It could also be interactive. As Sir has already pointed out, we can continue with some light snacks and silent eating as we go. My first question is to you, Ms. Ishi Khosla, ma'am. Just going back to the question on food environments, what are your initial thoughts on how would you explain what does a food environment or how important the role is of a healthy food environment when we talk about healthy eating choices that children should be making? Is it working? Yeah.
Thanks for having me. And well, if we are talking about changing eating behaviors and changing health outcomes through diet, the first thing that is needed is to change the environment. There's no point in talking about things in isolation, that eat this and don't eat this, or this is better for you, and all the kind of food literacy programs that have been going on, which are so important. But if they are not backed by the right ecosystem, by the right environment, if they are not available, then it really is, you know, very, very, it's not going to work. And typically, I mean, in a microenvironment, even in a house, in a home, you can be telling the kids all kinds of things, but if your shopping list and your larder is full of things which are not to be eaten, if they are packed foods and there are biscuits and laden with trans fats and sugary mithais, etc., it's not going to work.
Right.
And the other thing which is very important to understand about the food environment is that somehow with the change, with the industrialization of food, we have changed the nature of food in terms of the additives and the components which make it far more palatable and far more attractive to children. And for example, a simple packet of chips versus something that is made at home, which is fried, is, you know, that packet of chips has to finish. It's addictive, right? So it's designed to be addictive. We do have, you know, natural things in our food which are addictive, like sugar and coffee and things like that. But these have been prepared through a lot of research, and billions of dollars have been spent on creating the foods to make them addictive. So yes, unless you sanitize that, no matter how much knowledge you give to people, it's not going to change.
Right. Absolutely. No, thank you for setting that context, that it is this food environment that we are sort of addressing. Next question to you, Unnati. I mean, she spoke about, to a child, what food looks attractive or tastes better. And you're a chef. And I was reading about the cloud kitchen, the Awadhi and the Mughlai cuisine, which we typically associate with a butter chicken or a butter paneer. It's a very carb-heavy, oil-heavy diet. In fact, at times my husband tells me, do not order Indian on Zomato because Indian food invariably will come with a lot of oil and with a lot of fat. What has your experience been in terms of making tasty Indian food more healthy? And do you see that working? Is there more appetite for tasty Indian food, yet the healthier alternatives?
Hello, thank you. So I'll tell you how it starts. With when we're growing up, right? So I just feel the right eating habit starts right from the birth, right? You start eating healthy with how, like in India, when we're young, nobody tells us exactly what to eat. Kids will tell their parents कि हमें ये नहीं खाना, and parents will like revolve their world around and make them eat things which they like. But it should not be like that, right? And when it comes to Awadhi and Mughlai food, I understand that when you think of that food, it comes in your mind that everything has a lot of
maybe it's all about butter chicken, or it's all about like mutton and all of these things, but not really. It's not exactly like that. There are so many rich Indian curries made out of cashew nuts, which is like very healthy. We, in our menu at Tari, we have a very specific rice which is made out of saffron. So these things we keep in mind while creating the menu, that things have to have ingredients which are healthy as well. And in terms of sourcing the ingredients, of course, we try and source the max amount of things locally, keeping in mind, of course, the authenticity of the taste and flavors. But as you mentioned, like about kids, I'll share an example with you. Like recently I had a catering and for a 9-year-old kid, and and it was the kid's birthday party. So usually what happens is when we prepare menus, everybody wants those menus, like parents decide those menus. But at Tari, especially with these events, what we try is we tell everybody we want to sit with the kid and we want to have a chat with them what they like to curate the menu. So it becomes a little easier, keeping in mind the flavors which are healthy. And kids don't like beetroot, but my mother always, never ate beetroot as children. But my mother always used to make like a puree and mix it in sabji. And the color was so bright and people were like, Acha, and we got to know about it when we were very old. So you have to like take these tactics to make sure that the things are healthy, but of course they are tasty and they look nice to the kids.
Right. Those innovations in recipes are much
Exactly.
warranted. My next question, Dr. We have a clinician here on the panel, Dr. Srijit. Do the patients that you see in clinical practice or in your public health practice, are people increasingly realizing the importance that diets have on their health? Are they making that connection?
Yeah.
More so?
Thank you very much. Like Pavan sir told in the morning, immaterial of whatever be the question is, my answer is going to be the same. Because I'm here, actually, like in the morning it was asked, if you were not here, what you would have been doing? To me, I would have been sitting in my clinic and seeing patients. I'm an adult doctor. And when she asked me to speak in the session on children, I was actually wondering why I should be speaking in a children's session when I'm an adult doctor. But believe me, every day I'm seeing children 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, 15 years old with type 2 diabetes, with cholesterol, with even heart disease, which they would have otherwise had when they would have been 60 or 70 years old. 20 plus, there is no question. In fact, more than half of the people sitting here are having impaired glucose tolerance or diabetes.
Right.
30 plus, the game is over. So that is the catastrophe which the nation is today facing. In fact, our alliance with Pavan sir started around 5-7 years back based on this very single point of good food. And with good food, I need just less than 1 minute to say what good food is. From my point of view, from clinician's point of view. It's just 3 things. 1, take as much calories as you need. Because every calorie you take in excess is going to be converted to fat, and this fat is causing all these lifestyle diseases which has been enumerated here. 2, so count your calories. Whenever in doubt, don't eat. So point number 2, eat only as much carbs which you need. Because carbohydrate directly gets converted to sugar. And excess sugar is not only dangerous for diabetes, excess sugar is the root cause of many things, including heart disease and cancer. So control your carbs. And third thing, when we were debating whether we should start dinner now or later,
Have an early dinner.
count the hours, the number of hours. Eat for 8 hours, fast for 16 hours. So these 3 simple tips, this year, the Nobel, I'm stopping now, I'm just taking 1 more minute.
No, please go.
The Nobel Prize for Medicine this year went for a discovery of mRNA. many of you might have heard about DNA. All of you have heard of cells. Cell has a nucleus. Inside the nucleus, there is a DNA. It's a double strand of protein. Now, what this DNA does, the DNA codes for every character, every protein. And how does it do? The DNA produces a single strand called RNA, which is messenger RNA. And this messenger RNA is what makes the protein. And that protein will decide whatever characters we have, like whatever is done. So what these people did, the mRNA, during COVID, if you inject the mRNA can actually go into your cells. It can make your cells can make the virus particles. The virus need not be injected. And when these virus particles are made, the body's immune system will make the immune system ready to tackle any future viral attack. And this, the only thing which they did not discover mRNA, they did not discover the delivery system. The only thing which they discovered was the mRNA could not have been injected because the body will reject the mRNA. So they place the what we call the nucleosides in some different way. You might have heard in your biology classes, AT, adenine, thymine, uracil and all. In such a way that the body wouldn't reject that. That is all which they did, through which they saved millions of life or lakhs of life from COVID, okay? But my technology will save even more lives, but I'll not get a Nobel Prize because my technology is too simple. And of all the things I'd been hearing right from beginning, I am a medical doctor, most of the things which was more than 90% of things which were discussed here today, I've never heard before. I was riveted to my seat. I was very interested in hearing all these things because I tell my patients a food formula, but I should know the science behind that. And there was a very passing mention by one speaker about what will actually save the world, which was exemplified by Dr. Brand in his last speech. There is only one solution for the global health problem, and that is the planetary food plate. The planetary food plate, which he told, is a little complex, but I'll tell you a very simple food plate. Half the plate, fruits and vegetable. Half of the other plate, protein. Egg white, chicken shreds, pulses, whatever. And for a very intelligent person, leave that quarter free. Hum Ganpati ko deta hai, so leave it free. But if you're very particular, then eat one dosha in the morning, one chapati in the afternoon, and one chapati at night. Full stop. And if this can be taken within 8 hours, and that will solve 80% of diabetes is prevented. In 50% of patients who have already had diabetes, all drugs are stopped. So I think in all, one request to Pavan sir is, in whatever messages you are going to convey, in whatever nutrition guidelines, policies, I think this one line, because I'll stop by saying one more sentence. The single most medical intervention which has saved millions of lives on this planet is not a medicine. It was just what we call the Kanni water with salt, which is actually the ORS. ORS saved lives because it was simple. It could be implemented. Similarly, the answer for all lifestyle diseases is food plate. Half the plate with fruits and vegetables, they have passed. Quarter plate with protein, they get first class or distinction, right? So if this food plate, which is a very simple message, and all for those all animators and puppet shows and all those things, if we can just get one message across, it should be for eating right, half the plate with vegetables. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This is very powerful. And as you said, power is in your plate. That was also part of the presentation. And very relevant for the work that Pavan sir is leading in terms of. So let's take a question on messaging. And I have that question for Janofi. He spoke about simple messages. How do you think, whether it's in print, digital, you're very active on social media, how to make effective messages to really translate what he was trying to say? What more needs to be done?
Right. So obviously we try to reach people where they are, and which is why movies were so powerful. Movies were able to communicate such powerful messages. There's even studies that showed that after watching a violent movie, people just get a little more violent in their behavior, so it's that powerful, right? Where are children these days? Where are the teenagers these days? They're on Instagram, they're on Snapchat, and that's where we have to target, I guess.
Right.
Some things that are very much leaning towards that. One is that I spoke about this 2 times already, but herd behavior. Adolescents, young adolescents are the most susceptible to herd behavior among all age groups. So if we can show that everybody is eating healthy, they will eat healthy. So that is one point. The other most important thing is the attention span is super low for people now. It takes 0.09 seconds to capture someone's attention in an ad. That's how much time someone decides if they want to look at it or not. That's how little time we have. It takes less than 1 second for someone to decide if they want to watch an Instagram reel or not. And if they choose to do that, in another 3 seconds, they decide if they want to watch the whole thing or not. So our attention span has become so low, and that is something we need to keep in mind while we create these content, because I often see negative content has like very clickbaity title and very catchy and interesting, while informative and actually useful stuff don't do that. And I think we should really, really do that.
Thank you. I'd request the backbenchers in this hall to be a little more respectful to the panelists. Question to Ms. Manjari Chandra. She spoke about, okay, catch them where they are, which is on social media and Instagram. And in fact, we've done studies at Harvard, and it found that it's very intuitive to think that only urban children are on social media, but the fact is that rural children are as much on social media. You probably would have not heard about those social media platforms, but vernacular platforms are also active. And then, of course, there is an environment of the school. What are your thoughts on how do we provide healthy food environment starting at the school level?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I may not be a policy maker, but I practice medicine. One of the things, while you were speaking, with due respect, there's a lot more that we see in children now. For example, 10 years or 15 years back, when there was a PCOS case, we'd run to see what a PCOD child or girl looks like 20 years back when we started working. Now, every day we get so many children. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. A lot of young children with serious food intolerances, serious gut conditions, autoimmunity, which was not present so much. I mean, so many children coming up with psoriasis, lupus, eczema, all forms of respiratory discomfort, asthma, all of which is a manifestation of autoimmunity. The point is, while he was speaking about managing lifestyle diseases with food, all forms of chronic conditions leading all the way up to neurological disorders are manageable with food. Changing our food is so powerful that it can not only prevent diabetes and heart disease, it can prevent things which we now see which we didn't happen 20 years back. How common was it to see autism in India or Alzheimer's in India? Not very common. But look at how rampant it is becoming and how close it is to all of us. And we know that one modality that can change the outcome here is food. And therefore, this whole description, this whole dialogue about food has to be far more simpler. I completely agree to that. We do not need to build in complexity about the communication with food. The more simpler it becomes, the more doable it becomes, the more grassroots it becomes, the more applicable it becomes. And it's really important to do it, because once children manifest a small thing also, something as simple as slightly high blood sugars, higher weight, a little bit of difficulty in reading or writing, or cognitive issues, they've already crossed a certain threshold where it's not so easy to get them back. Therefore, I think it's extremely pertinent that we start this dialogue in a much simpler format and at a much bigger scale. And people like Mr. Agarwal and many more people who are working in the policy and who basically trying to come up with solutions. other people to do it. The only thing I request is that we should keep it really, really simple and really easy to put into daily usage in lives. And this whole clutter and confusion about to eat too much protein and, too much of this and that should completely go away. It should come back to very simple basics. By the way, fasting, something that you spoke of, just fasting is enough to almost reset our biochemistry by 50%, if not more, and that's very, very powerful to do, to explain children the whole concept of finishing their food early, starting late, not continuously eat, only eat 2 or 3 times a day. These simple concepts are extremely powerful, and this constant repetitive behavior of eating all the time, eating late evenings, eating at odd hours is something that we can right away address, and it's an extremely powerful thing to do, yes.
Let me just say one line of science also, not to make all those who are eating feel guilty, but of course there should be a little remorse. There is something called autophagy. Autophagy means your cell repair. The switch for autophagy is switched on when you fast for 14 hours. I hope the message is clear. Because if the body needs to regenerate, if the cells need to regenerate, a minimum of 14 hours, the more you fast, it's good. That's why it's told the yogis and all ate once daily or something like that. So, but this is something which is emerging. It will take another few more years. Probably it was there in Indian ancient sciences. But this is something, some concept which is emerging, which is catching very fast. And that's something very important, what she told you. It's called IF, intermittent fasting.
Right, intermittent. Miss Ishi Khosla, simple messages, short attention span. How do you translate science to school children?
Absolutely. I was tempted to share this example, which happened to me last week. I was staying with my mom, and she was feeding the birds. And she said, and she was feeding, when she was feeding in front of me, she was feeding biscuits. So I said, why are you doing this? Birds don't eat biscuits, birds eat bajra. So she said, yes, they used to eat bajra, but once we ran out of bajra and I put biscuits. And after that, they haven't eaten bajra again.
There's no coming back.
So it's not children, it's birds, it's all of us. That's the nature of the substance, the nature of the food. So we are not short of information, we are not short of knowledge. I would say we have an infodemic today, post-COVID, on nutrition and food and diet facts and fasting and so much more. It's the inability for us to control, and that really needs to be the point to be addressed. How do we get the right food in and get the wrong food out? So
great. I mean, you're talking about a larger systemic problem in terms of addiction to these ultra-processed foods.
Absolutely.
I mean, back to Unnati then. How do you make fruits and vegetables tasty? You know, a lot of moms cry, "Hamara bachcha to sabji khata hi nahi hai." So it's, how do you address that?
हमारा बच्चा सब्जी नहीं खाता क्योंकि हम सब्जी खिलाते नहीं हैं.
Right.
So, जैसे बचपन से we have been told to eat like normal food, dal, chawal, roti, sabzi. But why is there a bowl of salad missing? If you put in a habit within kids that you have to eat a bowl of salad with food, do you think they will not learn that? It's not like that, they will. If I was given a bowl of salad since I was like 1 year old, I will be eating it today also. So it's very simple. Like with diet, you have to with children basically, you have to make sure that the diet they follow now, they have to follow since they were like very young. And how to make food tastier? We try making food which is healthier and tastier by, for my personal example with my cousins and my mothers, what they've done with us is making sure what the kids want, but in a healthier way. They want to eat pasta, we'll make them pasta, but we'll make them with atta. If they want to eat a white sauce pasta, we'll make the sauce with cauliflower puree. So basically making sure that you make tastier food, but using the right ingredients. Of course, they want to eat pizza, they will eat pizza. But with that one slice of pizza, give them a bowl full of fruits and bowl full of vegetables, they will eat it with that. So you just have to balance basically.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right. No, I've always seen that in a lot of hotels on the last page of the food menu is something called as kids menu. And kids menu, and this is something, Pavan sir, I was thinking, with your convening power, kids menu, if you would ever look at the kids menu, it has french fries, burgers, pancakes, pizzas, and
Everything.
that is what kids menu is. The worst of the food is clubbed within the carb heavy food is clubbed within kids menu. So, but coming back to Genofi, the flip side. I mean, if you look at social media, and Ishi ma'am spoke about an infodemic, people, and especially during COVID when everybody had to cook on their own and went back to the basics about healthy living. Do you see also a shift and an increase in appetite amongst the youngsters who are looking up information on social media? Do you see them seeking the right advice on nutrition and diets? Do you also see that change in parallel?
I think we have put words to stuff for which we didn't have words. We never used the word vegan. I'm sure my mom did not know the word vegan when she was young. We have a word for that now. She didn't know the word gluten probably. We have a word for that now. So I think a lot of things we have started talking about it and assigning words to help. That is one thing. I just want to add something to what question was asked to her both the times. I'll tell you what my parents did when I did not eat whatever was put on my plate. I got my ass whooped. I ate everything that was put on my plate. I didn't have a choice to pick, oh, I want pizza. I didn't have that choice. And I'm really grateful for that, right? I think I'm not promoting violence, but yeah, I think aligning incentives, telling the kids that, if you eat this, then you can get something else, something like that would definitely help for sure. But yeah, coming back to this topic, a lot of celebrities also talk about healthier food options now, despite them endorsing extremely unhealthy food. So following such celebrities on social media, for instance, starting such conversations really do help.
Influences. Okay. Miss Manjari, do you want to add something on, we've been speaking about school-based curriculums and you spoke about simple messaging. Your quick takeaways in terms of what considerations to keep in mind as a school curriculum around nutrition literacy is possibly scaled up in the country?
Yeah, so like he was saying, keep the food plate very simple. I'd say keep the messaging very simple. Just 6 things or 5 things we could tell our children to start with the sun. I wish we could get some today, but yeah, to start with getting them out into the sun, to understand that healthier bones are not just popping calcium or drinking milk. Healthier bones are really getting the vitamin D to work with vitamin K and vitamin A and allow the calcium to be absorbed in the body. So get them out into the sun. The whole concept of, I think the second thing that can be done with children is not to alienate them from food and not just preach good food, but make them a part of the food, I don't know of many children who are in 20s or girls or boys who are in 20s who would identify most of the vegetables and dals in our house, So to make food so alien to our own people is also something which we've done, because we look down as cooking, or we look down as, making your own food as not something that adds any value to your life. So, making food a part of your own system, from procuring to understanding where it comes from, to what it does for you, to how it's cooked. Cooking, the process of cooking is not just cooking food, but also understanding the forces that come with cooking and eating food in a certain way. So the second thing I think would be to get children and our young population to cook and know their own food. The third thing I think is social media, and instead of this whole noise around superfoods and this whole noise about supplementation and this whole noise about something that you can eat to fix yourself, I wish there were more people who were propagating, like she very correctly said, that the negative messaging in social media is very, very hard-hitting, very, very relatable, but the right information is not put out in the manner where it becomes interesting, eye-catching. So that also, because our children are on social media, you can't deny that. I think these things and just not confusing them with telling that, listen, there is a multi-grain cereal or a multi-grain biscuit you can eat. Just tell them there's no biscuit or cereal you should be eating ever, you know.
Right, right. No, thanks. That's a very, very valid point, ma'am.
Well, just fabulous suggestions there. I would just, it's a spontaneous thought, but like we tell our kids to brush their teeth every day or to have a bath every day, why don't we make a checklist of things that they must eat every day? And that would mean very simple ones, maybe just a carrot or a cucumber or a beetroot or a tomato, one raw food, vegetable every day, one seasonal fruit at least every day, one amla or one lemon at least every day, one green vegetable or a green leafy vegetable every day, one seasonal saag, whatever you want to do. Some form of sprouted legumes every day, a handful of nuts or seeds or chana, depending on the economic status, every day, and maybe one millet meal every day.
Right. Thank you. I think you've
It's a
answered the
check
question.
box.
So it's a
Yeah.
great takeaway, and I've taken this down. One raw fruit every day, one seasonal vegetable every day, amla or nibu every day, a green vegetable or a saag, sprouted legumes, handful of nuts, and maybe one millet meal
Yes,
every day.
and one fruit. One fruit a day.
Great. Thank you. I think simple messaging, what's on your plate? We have answers to a lot of these questions. Please. Do you want to give her the mic?
You know, I just wanted to chime in because I'm a mother of 2 children, and a doctor mentioned autophagy earlier. And autophagy, as we know, the Japanese cell biologist got a Nobel Prize, Peace Prize for it, all the way back in 2016. What I want to say is that children are, depending on which echelon of children we are talking about, I think we fool ourselves when we think that the messaging has to be very, very simple. Our children are way, way more evolved than we imagine them to be. You know, my 9-year-old son gave a presentation on autophagy in his school. And every child in school understood what he was talking about. And it may be a term that all of us here may not understand, but the kids in his class did understand. And I think when we started the session, something very important was said, that you can tell your children whatever you want, but if you fill your cabinet with junk food, they will have junk food. I mean, you cannot put a packet of chips and a fruit and expect any child to pick up the fruit. Just don't make the packet of chips available, right? I think that's a very, very key point. And another thing I would like to say about communication and giving your kids vegetables. My kids eat vegetables. They eat palak, they eat salad. But the reason is that that's all they've eaten since they were born, right? If I gave them even dalia once in a while, I never put sugar in it. So they don't know what porridge with sugar is. But what we do is, we give them porridge with sugar when they're babies, and as they grow older, we say, now please don't eat sugar in your porridge. Well, that doesn't happen. You have to teach that from a very young age. And one last thing that I'd like to say is it's very easy to get your children to eat nuts and healthy food if you make an effort. Often the problem is not with the kids, it's with the parents. It's very easy to give them something unhealthy like pasta. I mean, it's all carbs, which to your body is the same as all sugar. So it's very easy to do that because every child will have it, but it takes a little more effort to kind of stick with the vegetables till they develop a taste for it. And often what I do is, when my kids, I pick them up from school, there'll be nothing else in the car except for a fresh fruit and some nuts. Now, because there is no other option in the car, they eat it because they're hungry, they're starving, right? So if that's the only option you give them, and they're contained in a car, kind of trapped with mama, then they have to have it, right? So I think there are a lot of ways that we can introduce these foods to our children. I don't think it's as difficult as we imagine it to be. And I think that the communication has to be different for different echelon of children. I think for the sort of people who are in this room today, our children truly understand what nutrition is. You know, my 7-year-old wants to follow the same nutrition plan that Ronaldo follows because he wants to be like Ronaldo. So he came and gave me a lecture on how he wants to have how many eggs a day, how he wants to take cold showers, and he wants to do all this because Ronaldo does it. So that's another really interesting way to make your children interested in nutrition, because kids look up to sports people. And you know, the days of sports people being unhealthy is long gone. So most of them eat very healthy, and the kids follow that. So I just wanted to add that because it was so nice hearing all of you talking about children. And as a mother, I know that if we make an effort, our kids really do understand what's good for them. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, we had a parent panelist originally in the panel, so I think you have almost filled up and summed up this session very well. With that, please make informed choices as you have your dinner tonight. And back to you, sir, for closing the session.
Let me say no pressure. You can start it for tomorrow. But let me, thank all of you. I think this was a fascinating panel. And I wish Ishi was there in the morning, but if Manjari and, Unnati were also there from the morning, I think we are doing something around food literacy to address some of the issues that you mentioned. But we also have, a very, important and distinguished doctor, Dr. Laheria, Chandrakant Laheria. Why don't you come, Dr. Chandrakant Laheria, I think many of you know, he was in the WHO for 15 years, 20 years? 15 years, and he left the WHO, started his own foundation at the same time like me. I reached out to him, and now we work closely together. We intend to work together. We've not started working very much, and we want to recognize him here. And would you like to say something, reflection on what you heard? And,
thank you, Mr. Agrawal. So I know Mr. Agrawal for nearly 7-8 years since his earlier role and my earlier role. But we became more personal engagement early this year. And I realized that what is this personal relation? And then I was looking at your business card, Mr. Agrawal, this evening. I looked at the business card reads, driving people-centric food system changes. That's what it reads. And then I have started an organization which is called Foundation for People-Centric Health System.
So we copied it from you.
Seriously. So we started independently. So he has a focus on people-centric food system. I have a focus on people-centric health system. And that reminds me of something which father of medicine, Hippocrates. Hippocrates is globally or across the world is known father of medicine. In India or across the world, when medical doctors are minted or complete their training, they are administered oath in the name of Hippocrates. And his famous quote and saying is, "Let food be thy medicine." And I think that's a linkage. The food should be our medicine, and that's how we can stay healthy, the society can be healthy. Yeah, that's a connection. So thank you very much for letting me know, and I'm really feeling honored and pleased, and feeling like really nice that this conversation is such a powerful conversation. We are talking about food, we are talking about indirectly health, and they are interlinked. Thank you very much.
And Dr. Laheria's foundation, its focus is on preventive health, in which I'm sure that food plays a very, very key role. So thank you, Dr. Laheria, for joining us here. And I think we can call it a day, finally. And I think you can have guilt-free dinner. If you remember what Dr. Shijit said, and some of the panelists said, maybe you will blame me for delaying the dinner and all that. So maybe another day. But I think a very valuable day. And hopefully you will all join us tomorrow morning and as well for another day of more interactive discussions and consultations and dialogue on how do we take the idea of coalition to the next stage. Thank you very much. Please join us for dinner. Photograph किसके साथ? हाँ, yes. Come. She want to go? Come. Our traditional photograph. This is our photograph.
You also take a picture.
Thank you,
Great. All good.
Thank you. Thank you.